Так, bola hop. Endi boshlab oldik. А? А почему геймер легион первый играет? Man tushunmadim. Так, arabcha bo'yicha birinchi o'rganish kerak edi-yu. Boshlab oldik. А? А почему геймер легион первый играет? Man tushunmadim. Так, arabcha bo'yicha birinchi o'rganish kerak edi-yu. А? А почему геймер легион первый играет? Arabcha bo'yicha BB o'ynash kerak edi birinchi BB. Assalomu alaykum, Sardor Sumsiz, charchamayapsizmi? Bular meni aldab qo'yishdi. Men hozir Rossiya bo'yicha o'ynash kerak edi. NAVI o'ynash kerak edi BB bilan. Aldab qo'yishdi meni. Tak, bo'lmasa men bu o'yinni faqat reklama qilib turmayman. Telegramimda. Avsurda Sardor aka. Da, Sardor aka, men tinchgina faqat ovqat yeb kelaman. Keyin NAVI bilan uni boshlangandan keyin sekin repost qilaman. Bu o'yinni menimcha hech kim ko'rmasa kerak deb o'ylayapman. Qotib qoldimi? Yo'q, brat, qotib qolmaganman. Короче, hozir kelaman men xullas. Ovqat yeb kelay, akalar. Tak bolaman keldim. Kelinglar. 1208 sizni. Voy, endi birinchi kartaga o'tadik. Endi birinchi kartaga o'tdi. Noy, hozir ko'ramiz nima bo'lishini. Ko'pdan siz Gamer Ligion o'zini pikada yaxshi o'ynab bormoqda va bitta raund olsa, Ancient'ni qo'lga kiritadi. Keyingi karta Mirage, Legacy'ni pika. Outsider esa Inferno. Opa, Sajin buz qilishdi. Smoke ketiga beriladi hozir Molotov Temple'ga. Smoke donut kerak bitta. Hududga kirish uchun. No, A'da ham hech kim yo'q. Zaldan поддержка bor. To'g'ri tek qiladimi ekan bu yoq, qilmaydi menimcha. Ma missim o'tishini qarang, nima to'g'ri yaqin. GGVP Gamer Ligion jamoasi birinchi kartani qo'lga kiritdi. Legacy'ga eshandi, keyingi karta Legacy'ni pika Mirage. Undan keyin Inferno bo'ladi. Нормально что?
Jason Raw Game Experience.
Counter-Strike by day, Jason Rogan podcast by night. All right, welcome to the Jason Rogan experience. As a man, obviously, who's very obsessed with what he puts into his body, being that my body is a temple, I'm excited to have you here because we obviously get to talk to someone who's been so good in terms of not aging.
Yeah.
How have you managed to stay so long as the young veteran?
I mean, I think I put a lot of effort in my health and keep my face really young as it is.
I can tell.
Yeah. So I think a big part of it is probably my resident here in Sweden, living in Sweden,
Sure.
trying to stay away from the sunlight as much as possible.
Yeah.
Staying indoors, playing a lot of online tournaments. Like I don't try to go out ever. Almost, I stay inside, keep away from the sun to keep myself young.
It's an interesting strategy too, because a lot of people try and qualify to stay in more events and go deeper in tournaments. But you're sitting there like you can lengthen your career if you just don't go deep into the playoffs.
Yeah, I don't understand like why people don't focus more on this. Like this is like the most important thing in life. I think just looking young.
And they're putting a lot of mileage on their bodies. Mileage you obviously don't have to carry with you, which is great.
Yeah. Like, I think this is the most important part of me. Like this is what defines me.
Can we talk about diet a little bit? Because out here in Sweden, obviously, you guys have this beautiful land and known for your moose meat.
That's an important point, actually. I think I usually, like on weekends, after we play our online qualifiers, I usually go out hunting with my friends. That's a big part of like keeping my body as it is.
Right. Yeah. Now, talk to me a little bit about the whole fish thing. You guys have this this fermented fish. I imagine that has to do something with keeping the skin clear. All that fish oil. You don't even take the supplement. You just get it right from the can.
No, I go to the sea.
Oh, really?
Fish it. Yes, I fish like straight from the source, and I eat it raw.
That's beautiful.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay.
That's how I like it.
Now, I would say, like, for me, have you ever looked into, like, stem cells? So for me, like, I'm really a big fan, a big proponent of stem cells. I'm a big proponent of the ice bath in the morning. You're talking about the moose meat. I've had that as well. All of this seems to just do great stuff for keeping the longevity of how you're looking young, which is something that you've been able to accomplish.
Stem cells, I don't believe in that much. I would say it's probably just the Swedish atmosphere is all you need.
Now, one thing that I've heard that this has been a little bit of a conspiracy, but I wanted to talk to you about it. You were in the NIP roster for so long, while Swedish Counter-Strike was struggling to bring in new players and new people. Now, I've heard that you have some kind of a thing going on where you actually kind of take the power, the life force of the younger Swedish players coming up to the scene to make yourself a little bit more powerful in longevity.
Like when I play with young players, I try to always, the first thing I look at when I get a new young prodigy in my team is like, how do they keep themselves young?
And if you take that away from them, then all of a sudden you will get to reap all the rewards.
Yeah, of course. I think that's the point of everything and for my career.
Well, that's beautiful. I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
Keep going. Keep it up. Stay young.
I will.
Jason Rogan podcast. Check it out.
The Jason Rogan experience.
Counter-Strike by day. Jason Rogan podcast by night.
Legacy with a valiant effort to be opening up this series, but the solid results for Gamer Legion on Ancient just keep on coming. Snacks and Towson, they were truly coming alive during the game. Who else could it be, Yanko, other than Rez, to close this one out?
Yeah, definitely so. And I think even the game was more dominant in Gamer Legion's favor than the score showed, right? Legacy winning both pistols, that's the only reason why they were anywhere close in this game. And when it came to the gun rounds, Gamer Legion just much better. They were very well prepared. We talked about the aggression that was going to come in from Legacy, and you could tell they knew how to counter it and weren't caught by surprise by any of the moves that Legacy was going.
We also just saw the contrast in how things were going for them on that CT side. Sure, Gamer Legion were losing rounds, Legacy were coming back into the game, but when Gamer Legion were on that attack, they did such a good job of actually shutting those rounds out before Legacy could even really properly consider retakes. They're either getting gunned down on the rotate, or they just felt like they had no assets really to get a foothold back onto those bomb sites. Gamer Legion on CT almost always had a way back into rounds.
And when we look at the T side to begin with for Gamer Legion as well, 7 in a row, totaling to 8 to close things out. Yumi, you're kind of in for a bad time if you're Legacy after that.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, there were a lot of these high impact moments that occurred through the game that, you know, had they gone the other way, maybe Legacy would have been more convincing on their gun rounds, but they just seemed a little discombobulated. They didn't seem as though they wanted to actually actively fight for mid as much as Gamer Legion did in so many of their defensive rounds, that it did sometimes feel as though Gamer Legion had their way with the rest of the map.
they're playing with a lot of swagger right now, Gamer Legion. I think they have a ton of confidence, right? Like that even if things go wrong, they're off to a slow start. Like the playbook is there. The answers are there for them to come up with. And also the players just individually, you know, going for plays, taking initiative, not being scared, and they're delivering in crunch time.
Should we go back to the moment where they kind of begun that streak of two side rounds? We've got round 5. What are you looking at here?
Yeah, I think it was huge because as we said, Legacy won pistol, right? They lose the first gun round, but then they get the reset on Gamer Legion, and this is their final buy. Hypex with the op, Dumao finds 2 kills here, gets traded. So still a 4v3 for Legacy in good position. You can see Snacks and Towson only have pistols. Snacks doesn't even have armor. And now after these trades, it's just a 1v3 for Towson, right? It looks like, okay, they have it unlocked. He does have the bomb. Here you can see him get rid of Nissim, then Sadzin unable to get the trade, and now it's Lato in a 1v1, a really tough one because he's so out of position. And he does have a smoke and a kit, but Towson isn't even gonna let him use that, right, and wins the round in a huge moment, which flips the half and the economy on its head.
He plays such an audacious position in that spot as well, in the 1v1, open to everything, but also wanted to cover everything, and just knew as well that he could have nestled himself away into a corner, and Lato is going to have to consider that as an option too.
You know, the casters were talking about it too for the side of Legacy. I mean, Art and Dumao, great job, but where was everyone else?
Yeah.
And when you see, you know,
Tak, chat.
Sadzin and
Bu oyun
Lato,
sürekli
or this
kızılmıyor mu?
Lato
Sen şunu
in that
ediyle.
round, you know, you're thinking, man, you just have to get that trade. You just have to be better. Even the final round, whereas how is he alive? How is he not dead? How isn't Lato like just getting him, you know, on the AK? And you can talk about tactics and everything a lot, but if you're that much off in your aim and just your individual level, like, you're gonna have a rough day.
It's also just totally different to the win conditions from Legacy before. I mean, coming out of the group stage, you know, you didn't see them miss out on those trades. You wouldn't see those failed opportunities in the same way. I do think that 3v1 rattled Legacy in a way that we didn't get to see that type of, I guess, underperformance from them so far this tournament.
I mean, I kind of don't blame them, right? Because you miss that trading opportunity in mid and they say, okay, it comes down to a 1v1 that arguably should have never been. Like, that's enough to kind of tilt you. But if you're talking about Legacy, you would expect them to have somewhat of a bounce back in that first half, and there was just nothing.
Oh, I think we also prefaced it before the series, right? Like, their ancient stats it's worse than the stats show, right? The wins come against lower tier opposition in Brazil. Like, they've struggled against teams in Europe, and I think this is the benefit of being the high seed, right? Like, you get your opponent's map first. Ancient was always going to be tough for them to win, and they get to warm up a little bit. Like, if Sadzin and Nissim continue to play on this level, you know, on Mirage, I mean, Legacy are done, but hopefully this was enough of a warm-up, maybe get some of the nerves of playing on the stage out of their system, right? It's been a while for them, where now they can go into Mirage with more confidence to sort of show us some of the level that we've seen from them in the groups.
In some senses as well, you could give them a bit of a pass, because this is also the map they 13-1 NAVI on. You brought that up before. It was, you know, we might actually have to start respecting the Gamer Legion Ancient as, you know, one of these pocket picks that they can go to when they really need it in these deep in series.
And it feels like every time we're bringing up Gamer Legion, it's always a different individual to be popping off. This time, obviously, Snacks was having his fair share of numbers as well, but Towson as well, obviously, in this clutch moment that really turned the tide of a game. He was just firing off this map.
Yeah, that 1v3 was worth its weight in gold, right? Because in these moments on stage, like, it's very important to stabilize. It also gives everyone something to cheer for and be hyped about on the team, right? Like, it's just such a momentum changer around like that, and it really added fuel to the fire for Gamer Legion.
But he was also getting so many of these kills supplementary to retakes, to the executions, whether or not it was the actual entry or not. His impact was felt and kind of reverberated in these rounds far more than some of the kills that Snacks got. You know, I think he had a few more empty calories, but, you know, Snacks is always going to demand a certain level of respect, and he actually coming with some big rounds individually just towards the end of the game.
Snacks and empty calories, name a better duo. But I mean, he's still doing it. In 2026, he's still out there. He's still doing it. Had a great CT side as well with some multi-kills, you know, from Cave, dancing around it. Right, a huge uptick in performance on this map compared to how he was doing at the whole event.
Well, hopefully a better duo if you're just a fan of, you know,
Ma gap
marathon
o'zida,
series,
tinch,
could be
o'zida, nima gap?
Legacy and Mirage. What's the
Chazan
story
Soyuz
of these guys on this particular map? Why have they
Man,
brought
Navi'nin
into
oyunu
this series?
ko'rmoqchi edim,
I think
birinchi
it just
qarasam
suits their
bilan mana bu
players
birinchi o'yinga
more,
qo'yib
right?
qo'yishibdi.
Like, there's more opportunity
Life
for
is good, nima
playmaking.
deysiz? 100
It
tongdan
isn't
qilamizmi
as
bugun Navi'nin o'yinida, xudo
constrained
xohlasa?
as
Yelkak.
Ancient, where, you know, there's a lot going on in terms of these early smoke fights, fighting for mid, you know, just reactionary
qolamaymiz ham,
plays.
yer.
You can take your time a little bit more, take away space from your opponents, and then also change the momentum, right, with some hits that are for sure going to come in from the side of Legacy.
There's also the perspective of, as they've built into the season, this is a map that they have heavily tested NAVI on at Pro League. They, I think, re-encountered them at Bucharest as well. They beat Paravision in Bucharest, rather, as well on this map. So they're, in terms of reputation and their ability to punch up into international competition, Dust 2 is definitely their best at that, but Mirage is not too far distant a second.
Okay, so you're telling me that there is hope that this could still be a competitive series. T-side start, though, for Legacy. What do you want to see right out the gate?
I just would, sometimes they would get away on Ancients, like they would start to play too individualistic, like in some of these 3v3s, 4v4s, right? Go for gaps individually instead of trying to play a little bit more like a team, or at least, you know, use some utility to draw attention to a certain part of the map, create a gap for a player to utilize. So I want to see them play a little bit more as a team, and also I want to see the individuals step up. I mean, the way Nissim and Sadzin were doing, like, they have to step it up.
I want that slower tempo, some more executions. That's what Art was supposed to have brought to the table with this Legacy roster. So how we've seen the team morph and bend when they are put in these pressure positions. You can't always rely on your rookies, and even if these guys are stars, this type of stage is not a familiar environment from them. I want them to simplify things so that they can just do what they do best. Go and frag out.
Well, either way, Gamer Legion with another strong performance on their chosen ground of Ancient. But can Legacy change that tune? It's their choice of Mirage coming up in just a few.
Karışma ama. Xafaman kechagi o'yindan. Nega xafasiz? Kuchli komandaga balet qilish qiyin ekan. Yo, o'zi lekin kecha Inferno'da 5 shansov aniq qildi, bor NAVI yutdi bu. Reально 5 shansov. Anubisda bir amallab ochib ketishsa, Inferno'da уже Vitality uchib qoldi. Hozir kelaman.
Another sleepless night? Well, I've got the perfect solution. My new audiobook, Resident Sleeper. With just a few minutes of my analytical audio therapy per night, you can become a resident sleeper too. From my deep dive into Virtus Pro's late rounds during the online era, to my coaching seminar with Blade.
And that's just one of the numerous factors that is really important for Electronic to learn.
Or even my pre-event hype video with the Latvian star Broky.
So Brock, you won Katowice this year, you won Cologne, you won the first major. No one's ever done that before. Now you have an opportunity to win the second major of the year and clinch the Grand Slam as well. How excited are you?
Yeah.
Just a few minutes of Resident Sleeper and you'll be lights out.
Keep playing and see what happens. When I say we're in Atlanta, Georgia, that's because, well, we're here for the Intel Extreme Masters, believe it or not. Is this thing recording? We're talking about video games. Watch out, man. Cameraman about to get himself hurt out here. It's just about time to find out the final people here that Atlanta may be able to tell me about Counter-Strike 2. It's been a long day. It's hot as heck out here. Someone out here will absolutely know about Counter-Strike. What's up? You play video games? Yeah, same. People play video games against one another as a team or maybe even a solo component sometimes. It's weird. I know that it's not all the time you get filmed doing your job, but I'm just going to have to ask you, what do you know about Counter-Strike? What does Atlanta know about Counter-Strike?
I'm not as tapped in as I once was with Counter-Strike, but I have a lot of fond memories of playing in high school. We used to stay up all night on school nights just playing Counter-Strike, me and my 3 best friends.
We have a big tournament this week here in Atlanta. You know what I'm saying?
Where's gonna be at?
It's over at the Georgia World Congress.
Gaming tournament. Oh, I actually heard about them.
There's DreamHack and the Intel Extreme Masters, right?
Oh yeah, I gotta come out.
Come check it out. You know, I've been all over the world, but then they said we're going to Atlanta. I'm real excited because, you know, I know it. What do y'all recommend?
Magic City.
Magic City, they got the best wings, right?
Best wings, you know it.
Best wings, yo, gang. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. How hungry are you, Snacks?
I mean, not much actually. It was. I had a Brazilian barbecue yesterday actually. And I couldn't eat for the entire day after it, so it's fine today.
Ketdi bizni bu o'yin boshlanib уже ko'p turganimiz emas. Qaytib keldim oldlaringizga jigarlar, radnoylar, uydagilar, mahalladagilar. Shu yerdaman Legacy hujumda, Gale himoyada. Hop, shuna post qo'yib olib kelgan. Ha, bu yerda Art open case qilish tayyorlanmoqda bu yerda. Art open case qilyapti mana ketdi. Open case qildi, bitta case chiqdi hop. Hop, ko'ramiz endi. Yana ikkita open case qilish kerak raundga tushishdan. PR. Oy. Art. PR o'ldirib ketdi, uni gapirish mumkin emas. Bruno hisob ko'rganimizda ikkinchi raund boshlandi. Legacy jamoasi force qilishga qaror qildi. Chunki ularda 3 ta kill bor и yana patchga qo'yilgan. Ko'ramiz endi kim g'olib bo'lishini. Bu ikkinchi raundda Tausin hamon ko'rib qoldi. Xayeshga berdi. Yaxshigina Nisimga tushgan yo'q, lekin bu Tausin ayo Xayeshga tushibdi. Yaxshigina tushibdi и mana B'ni blok qilishdi. Tausin B'ni blok qilgan. Tepaga chiqib qoldi. Bu yerda прострел Dumaudan 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Ko'pchilikda hozirgi vaqtda Gamer Legion jamoasi bu yerda mana Lavushka Dumau Tausin olib ketdi. Smoke berilmoqda, yana bitta o't ketdi, bitta o'yinchi res informatsiya berdi. Shortdan qabul qilish kerak. Edit turibdi. Bu yerda res ham o'lib ketdi. Ay, Snacks keyingi raundda ko'rishamiz. Mana B hudud ochiq turibdi endi. B hudud ochiq turibdi. И bu yerda safe. Mana sizga bitta xato, bitta kalash raundni hal qilib qo'ydi. Qaranglar, bitta dona kalash raund hal qilishni qaranglar. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Tausin kalashni olaman deb shiftda borganida bam o'ldirib qo'yishdi. Ish o'rtaga o'yinchiga hech qilmadi. Rezam o'ldiramadi hech kimni. Bu barobar paritet. Okela sizlar uchun. Mana o'sha vaziyat. Hop, 3-raund boshlandi. Ko'rganimizdek save qilgan ikkita MK, bitta Deagle va bitta 57. Hozir endi ko'ramiz nima bo'lishini. Bu yerda smoke kongi ber. Komplayer o'zi smoke berdi hozir. Ko'pincha bu smoke'ni shu pik qilish uchun berishadi. Underga qarash uchun bu yerda res eshitib qoldi boost bo'layotganini. Reveal yo'q, bu yerda Hypex turibdi. Hypex PR laton olib ketdi bu yerda. Art bilan Sajin kill topishdi. Sajin ham bitta kill. Hypex bitta kill bor, lekin Sajin rasmiy qilib ketdi. 3 ga uradi. Tausin. Goodbye my friend, did you? Goodbye my friend. Tausin. Xayr, ko'rishguncha va bu ikkinchi raund Legacy uchun. Мама qarab patan. Oppa, звездные войны, о. Давай, Зигер. Bu yerda qaranglar, hozir ekonomik round. Gamer Legion jamoasida, shunga hozir Legacy endi aniq qiladi. Boost qaranglar, boost. Oppa! Assalomu alaykum. Ay, Art o'ldirib ketdi ekan. Bayt qilib yaxshigina Art double kill, Hypex rasmiy qilib ketdi. Snacks ham bitta kill topdi. Retake 3-2. No, в принципе, Hypex borsa bo'ladi. Qo'lida Deagle bor. Defense kitisi bo'lsa ham 3-2 retake qilsa bo'ladi buni. Ekonomik ham bo'lsa bo'ladi yaxshigina. Nima qilar ekan hozir endi ko'ramiz. Bu yerda Nisim Hypex'ni urib ketdi. Tak, Baxtiyorov kiribdi. Assalomu alaykum Baxtiyorov jigar. Siz charchayapsizmi? Tak, Strix so'z ekan. Strix nima gap ekan? Assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom. Assalomu alaykum. Sadina poprak. Da sekin brat, sekin o'zimizga ikkovimizni kechingi o'yindan keyin. Oqirbek Davronov, assalomu alaykum jigar. Charchayapsizlarmi? Sizlar hop, smog berildi oynaga. Rez yopib qo'yishdi. Eslab o'tamizki, birinchi kartani Gamer Legion jamoasi yutdi. Hozir Mirage Legacy jamoasini pika. Decider'imiz Inferno. Shukr aka yurimiz o'ziz yaxshimisiz? Sekin ekan. Baxtiyorov Malps yetishmayapti, Malps. Mana Hypex o'tdi kill topdi, Arto urib ketdi. To'rga to'r vaziyat bu yerda. Dumalo mana kill topdi. Molotov bera olmadi, mayli, bo'lib turadi. Hypex plusni qarab turibdi. Lato. Dumao. To'rga bir vaziyat, Rez bitta save qiladi menimcha. Hop, chat ketamiz. Aka lekin Navi ancha qiynab qo'yibdi yoki aniq bo'l bilmadim, bori o'yin yiran. Yo'q, ular Anubisirani tanlashgan ekan. Inferno Decider bo'lganda xato bo'ldi yutalish uchun. Chunki Infernoda Navi kuchli edi. 13-3 mana sizga shot. 1ga 10 Robs yuribdi. Robs 1ga 10. Prям Navi tayyorlangan edi bu o'yinga. Blade geni edi, Blade realni geni. Kez 2da eng kuchli duo. Zayvu Apex naverni bilmadim. Endi duolar qanaqa bo'ladi? Kapitan sniper bo'lishi mumkin duo. Tam star player sniper bo'lishi mumkin. Bilmadim-da endi hammani o'ziga anonsiga qarab. Navkus и цвет deydi-yu. Rez latonga ketdi, Nisim Rez oldirdi. No, mana bu Legacy uchun 4-raund. Mani fikrim bo'yicha Niko Monosi. Mayli, Niko Monosi deb qo'ygan shu duoni. Cho'tam Oybekjon, Oybek kimmi? Viper, assalomu alaykum. Qaysi Oybek? Ano, mahalladagi Oybek jigarmi? Blade o'zida disiplina yetishmayapti, dedi. Походу shu disiplina qildi-yu. Blade geni, Blade bunaqa sostav bilan Vitalitini yutish hammaga emas-da. Mayli yutish, turnirdan chiqarib yuborish. Bu yerda Art 2 kill berdi mana. Art open case qilib. Assalomu alaykum, yaxshimisiz? Shavkatov Komil, va alaykum assalom, assalomu alaykum. Siz rahmat aka, sekin. Baxtiyorov men o'rtog'imda. Tushunarli. Bu yerda esa Art yana bitta kill berdi. 5ga 2 vaziyat. Ko'rib turganimizda ko'pchilikda Legacy jamoasi agar hozir 5-raundda ham qo'lga kiritsa, kiritadi, скорее всего, Gamer Legionga qaytish qiyin bo'ladi o'yinga. Men ishonmayman Gamer Legion shu hujumda comeback qilishini. Katta ehtimol bilan bizni Inferno ko'rsak kerak. Art yana bitta kill, quadra kill, ace beringlar Artga. Art bitta ace qilsin, bitta open case qoringlar. Chat nima deysizlar shu narsaga? Snacks. Duman oldirib ketdi bu yerda va Art Snacks oldirdi. Va bu 5-raund Legacy uchun. Viper, assalomu alaykum. Va alaykum assalom, assalomu alaykum. Siz 5ga 1. Makazi boshida o'ynolmayotdi. Hozir yaxshi igroklarda bittasi bo'lgan. Nima deysiz, qiziga bormadi sharhlashga? Og'abek Davronov, men bu narsani Telegram kanalimda aytib o'tganman. Sog'lig'im dastasidan bora olmaganman, jigar. O'zi borishim kerak sharhlashga, no. Bo'lgan ish bo'ldi. No, zato men buni sharhlashdan nasib jigar ana shu o'yinlarni. NAVI Vitalitini yutganini sharhlashdan nasib qilgan jigar menga. Bekordan bekor emas, qarang, bitta ana open case ketdi. Open case. 7-raund boshlandi. 7-raund boshlandi. Smoke start, smoke oynaga, molotov con, flash commit, hammasi ideallik qilindi ekan. Hammasi ideallik qilindi hozirgi vaqtda. Robsni prime davri qaysi jamoada bo'lgan va qaysi yil? Hozir prime Robsda. Hozir prime. Poyezdda bo'lgan prime. Yana qayerda bo'lishi kerak prime. No, Sadin bu yerda poylab turibdi. Hozir rastil bo'la oynadan smoke'ga. Robs prime hozir. Bu yerda Hypex kill topgani yo'q haligacha. Tak. Art. Tavsin open faqat topdi. Tavsin double kill bo'lgani yo'q. To'g'ri to'g'ri vaziyat bu yerda. Dumau Tavsin oldi ketdi. Hypex poylab turibdi. Hypex smoke berildi. Tak. PR. Dumaulik o'qilmaydi. Dumau o'qilmaydi. No bitta kill berdi va informatsiya yig'ib berdi. Xo'p, bu yerda save bo'ladimi? Katta ehtimol bilan bu save va bu 6-raund legacy jamoasi uchun. Tak, ertaga PGL final va nihoyat Falcons Champ ko'rar ekanmizmi yoki Spirit nimadir qilar ekan? Endi qarang, oldingi PGL Astonani, birinchi PGL Astonani yutgan jamoa Spirit. Ular oldingi shu mavsumda Astralis yutishgandi, best of 5 o'yinda 3-1 bo'lgan, esingizda bo'lsa. Bu vaqtda Astralisda Device ham bor. Device, Town, Yabi, Stayer и adashmasam Magic bo'lgan edi. Kimdir o'tib bo'lgan edi xullas. Hop. Spirit'te eski sostav. Lyonya Chopper, Donk, Zontix, Magix, Ishiro. 3-1 bo'lgan o'shda. Nerealni comebacklar bo'lgan. Ayniqsa Nukta nerealni ikkita klass bo'lgan. Donk 1 to'ragan, и Chopper ham 1 to'ragan edi. Ertaga tak, assalomu alaykum, Device nima gap? Cracking 222 va alaykum assalom, assalomu alaykum. Tumsiz tinch loyishtir, o'zi nima gap, jigar? Charchamayapsizmi? Ha, kechagi o'yinni 2 marta ko'rdim. Chotki ishlaringizga omad. Addushi Og'abek, Addushi jigarim mana. Mana flashkalar ketdi. Hozirgi vaqtda Snacks Prastel berib o'tiribdi. Rez Molotov berildi. Dumau PR Dumauni olib ketdi. To'rga to'r vaziyat. Art Rez oldirdi. To'rga to'r vaziyat o'zi mana. Endi to'rga 5 edi. To'rga 3 Nisim Habisni olib ketdi. Nu Braziliyadan aymi kuchli. Braziliyalar bilan otishish bu xato. Bu xato, bu yerda Snacks Artni oldirib ketdi. Smoke berildi hozirgi vaqtda bu yerda. Ay, Snacks joni juda ham kam. Molotov ladrumga 3ga 3 vaziyat. Tavsin Sajin olib ketdi. Tavsin yana bitta kill. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Lato. Nu Tavsin yaxshi qabul qildi hozir bu yerda. To'yni oldirib, Tavsin olib ketdi. Snacks joni juda ham kam. PR ga olish mumkin emas. Snacks olib ketdi, 1ga 1 duel. Informatsiya bor. Nahotki Lato 3ga 1 vaziyatni yutib ketadi. Nahotki Lato. Ay. 13% jon qoldi. 13% jon qoldi bu yerda Lato. Legacy jamoasiga 7-raundni olib berdi. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Va hisob YouTuber. Time out Gamerligan jamoasidan. Kenyes va Simple'ning AWP'da eng kuchli taraflari. Hozir Islom qaytamiz savolingizga. Stayer, Yabi, Device, Town, Hoxi. Da, Ruslan Jerini esida ekansizlar. WW like nam bosib qo'yamiz, addushi. Осуждаю Strix, осуждаю. Kenyes qaranglar, Kenyes ham Simple ham ikkalasi ham afsona. O'zi bilsanglar agar Kenyes deb AWP'ni mexanikasini almashtirishgan. Oldin AWP'da skop turganingizda skorost yo'qolmasdi. U keyin CS:GO'da sekin qo'yishgan. Eski CS:GO'da skop yurasiz AWP'da. Hozir mana skop yursangiz AWP'da sekin yurasiz. Oldin bunaqa emas edi. Mana shuni deb Kenyes juda ham ko'p kill bergandi. Yugurib o'ldirardi shunaqa Kenyes. O'shandan keyin AWP'ni mexanikasini almashtirishgan. Bu yerda mana Art Hypex yo'q deydi, Open Cage bo'lmadi. Vot, shuni hisobiga endi no simple u gold ko'plar uchun. Shunga agarda kuchli taraflama qarasak, biz uni просто даже bilmadim. Kenyes ham jostki, просто men Kenyes o'yinini ko'p ko'rmaganman. Shunisi ham bor akalar. Men u vaqt ko'rmadim. Simple o'yinni ko'p ko'rganman. Buni Kenyes kuchli tarafdan aytolmayman. Res kill berdi, Duma rasmiy qilib ketdi, to'g'ri vaziyat bu yerda. Ay. Dumao PR'ni o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 3 Hypex Snax va 1000 4 o'yinchiga qarshi ko'ramiz. Hozir endi kim g'olib bo'lishini bu raundda. Sajin Snax o'ldirib ketdi. Hypex va 1000 Прострелы. Так. Sajin tushunib turibdi. Jungle o'yinchi bo'lishi mumkinligini. Sajin, agar bu Dabek, bu Gamer Legion jamoasining Dabek menimcha. Bular sekin-sekin o'zini inferior tayyorlanyapti. Buni qaramatlarni berib qo'yish, ya'ni spustya rukava o'ynashdi. Spustya rukava. Round berordi 3-1. No da. Shunga ertaga ham spiritda deysizmi? Ertaga Falcons uchish kerak deb o'ylayman. Lekin o'yinni ertaga havachi ko'radi. Hava Falcons o'yinni ko'rsa, qancha yo'q. Hava Falcons o'yinni ko'rdi-yu, mana yutishdi-yu. Falcons tutadi. Iluha Monesi va nihoyat Falcons bilan birinchi o'rinni oladi. Sher yiqilsa, shoqollar xursand bo'ladi. Life is good, naqdimi? Bu hammasi o'zini paytida prime bo'lgan deyolmaysiz, xolos. Deyolamiz xolos, 100%. Menimcha Fizidan device yaxshi edi. Yo, Fizi ham kuchli, brat. Просто device makro bo'yicha, karta qimirlash bo'yicha yaxshi edi, o'yin tushunchasi bo'yicha. No, imенно mikro skill, ya'ni otish, strafe, bu narsa bo'yicha Fizi kuchliroq hozirgi vaqtda. Men tan olaman. Device fanati bo'lsam ham jigar. Bu yerda Hypex Arton o'rib ketdi. Flashka. Dumaus narsa o'rib ketdi, to'g'ri vaziyat. Sajin! Nичего себе, yaxshi kill bo'ldi hozirgi vaqtda. To'rga 3 vaziyat. Hypex 1000 va Res 4 o'yinchiga qarshi. Alsam, Duma Altasini olib ketdi. 4-2 vaziyat. Hypex va Res 4 o'yinchiga qarshi ko'ramiz. Hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini bu yerda endi. Hypex Tak, bu yerda Dumao 9-1. No, bu Dabek menimcha. Bu menimcha Dabek. Instacres turniri qachon bo'ladi endi? Xabarim yo'q jigar, xabarim yo'q. No, по идее mayda bo'lish kerak. Intervyu qilganida xursand bo'lman lekin. Ochki 8x ko'rdimmi? По-моему, да. Eng qizig'i hozir tamoat legisi o'tdi turib. Insta smoke oynaga berildi. Hozirgi vaqtda smoke start. Flashka res yo'q. Pat flashka pick qildi, lekin isim anti flash turgan edi. Ikkita o'yinchi pitda bor edi. Open frag bor hozirgi vaqtda Legacy jamoasida. PR Nisim olib ketdi, gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Dumao va PR. PR poylab turibdi. Tak Lato qaytib ketmoqda, sekin qaytib ketadi. Lato PR hozir qaranglar. Pitni push qildi PR. Informatsiya bermoqchi. Bu yerda Sajin turibdi. Sajin, oy, PR pachkani ushlab oldi. Pachkani tushirib qo'ydi. Art Mishot Artdan. Bu ikkinchi raund menimcha Gamer Legion uchun. Bu kechmasmi ikkinchi raundni olish? Chat. Nima deysizlar? Dumao tavsini urib ketdi. Molotov. Dumao Snacksni o'ldirdi. Flashka. 2-9. %100%. Nima kerak? Kalash, Raskil branya olib, undan ko'ra turmay tezligi bitta olib qo'yish kerak. Dumao skill topdi. Tak. Ko'rganimizdek Hypex Lato yaqin turibdi bu yerda. Lato Tavsinni o'ldirib ketdi. 5-3 vaziyat. Sajin yaxshigina flick shot. Bitta 3-1 vaziyat. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Hypex ustunchiga qarshi. Bu 12 birinchi yarim. 10 ta raund hujumni olishdi. Legacy Gamer Legion menimcha GG. GG VP menimcha. 12 birinchi yarim. Deko o'yinda o'ynadi oxirgi marta. VC finalda K27 yutqazgan. Qaysini edi jigar? Voy, u kontrdan ko'chada birga bo'lib turniy qilishdi bolalar. Necheva qaysi rayonda ekan? Chilonzorda bratanlar ikkita kontrakt qo'yishgan ekan. Yo'shitda birga bir o'yin qilib olishibdi. Gapi, bosinglar jigarlar. Nomi esimda yo'q aka, to'g'risi, lekin ko'p bo'lmadi turibdi. Vibra kirdilar, qo'shib qo'yibdilar. Assalomu alaykum Vibra. Inferno qaysi jamoa favorit? Inferno qaysi jamoa favorit? Menimcha Legacy ob-havoda bilan bir bo'lmaydi bularni. Bular chistanu nasharu mo'g'ul kiribdi. Bular lekin finalda yutishi qiyin masala, best of 5 o'yinda yutishi qiyin ozgina. Noy 13-raund boshlandi. Ikkinchi pistoletka. Ko'rtyamizda. Olsun, flashka. Bam. Nisim ko'rib qoldi. Yana bitta flashka tutdi. Nisim 2 kill topdi. Open frag bor Legacy jamoasida. Tak, smoke oynaga. Smoke oynaga berildi. Hypex. Smoke oynaga. Хорошо, еще o'tkiradimi? No, по дефолту shunaqa qilish kerak o'zi, taktika bo'yicha. Lekin bu yerda art ko'rib qoldi ikkinchisini. Ikkitasini ham ko'rdi, informatsiya berdi. Flashga berilmoqchi shortga. Ladder degan o'yinchi o'qilmaydi menimcha. Ladder room degan o'yinchi o'qilmadi. Duma 12 kill topishdi. Ikkita oxirgi o'yinchi bayapsa, bu yerda Gamer Legion B hududga ham chiqa olmaydi. Va bu 11-raund Legacy jamoasi uchun. Da, 11-2 hisob. Menimcha qiynaladi yutishga. Menimcha qiynalishadi yutishga. Neyse, что угодно может быть. Иди, Думау, sanksiyon olib ketdi. Bu yerda Sadin, bitta kill, ikkita kill Sadin, art. Map point. Legacy jamoasi uchun katta ehtimol bilan biz sekin-sekin 3-kartaga o'tamiz. Inferno. Ay, assalomu alaykum, kech qoldimmi? Asad Rahimov, assalomu alaykum, assalomu alaykum. Sumsigar, yo'q, jigarmi kech qoldingiz. Endi bu o'yin hammaga ham qiziq emas, muhim o'yin undan keyin bo'ladi. Hozir 3-karta bo'ladi, katta ehtimol bilan. 3-kartadan keyin NAVI BB o'ynaydi, jigarlar. O'sha o'yin qiziq bo'ladi lekin. Ma'lum qilman, mana apros, voy, miyam qursin. Ming bor uzr chat, ming bor uzr. Shuni galsani aniq qo'y, ilokalar aktiv ham ko'taradigan umiddan bu narsa. Lato, no birinchi bay uchun mumkinligiga berilgan. Hypex tatdan oldirib ketdi, oxirgi o'yinchi Nisim. Reboot to save. Bu 3-raund Gamer Ligi o'ynamoqchi uchun. Taslim bo'lish niyati yo'q bularning. Taslim bo'lish niyati yo'q. 3-2 hisob. Подсказка zavam bo'lma bu. Zaldan yordammi? Haligacha Apex hit qotdi. Hamma Apex chiqib ketdi. Zav Apex chiqib ketgan. Hype
Now
zotdi.
it's a slow way when we are coming there, boys, yeah?
Yeah. One step at a time.
Right, we did 12-4, so let's do 12-2, yeah?
Teamspeak такой нормальный, спокойный gap. Bitta sekin-sekin yumshatmasdan bo'lgan ish bo'ldi degan gap qilishdi. 3-2 vaziyat bo'ldi lekin Hypex va Snack. Smoke berildi, flashka yaxshi berilgan, art, hayeshka. Yaxshidan yana bitta flashka berildi. Bu yerda Snacks artni o'ldirib ketdi. 2-1 vaziyat. Hypex bitta o'zi ikkita o'yinchiga qarshi menimcha bu motivatsiyaga hech yordam bermaydi bularga. Chunki Hypexning haqli informatsiyasi bor. IBGGVP 13 chat. Uzolashmaymiz 3-karta yaqin tez boshlanadi. Hozir Inferno, undan keyin NAVI BB o'yin bo'ladi. O'shandan keyin post qo'yaman Instagramga, Telegramga, sekin-sekin kiramiz. Nima ketdim ozgina perrix kelib borlar. Shu top tursanglar yaxshi bo'lardi. Tak. O'qishqi. NAVI lekin rossa tayyorlanib Tilida'ga qarshi 100% lekin aslidagi 100%. Aslida qalaysiz? Aka Nisim ekranga kirib qolganmi? Kirib bo'lganmi yoki menga shunaqa ko'rinadi? Aka Nisim shunaqa o'tiradi. Nisim shunaqa o'tiradi. Juda ham yaqin, xuddi bir Kinderga o'xshab o'tiradi. Men hozir kelaman, bolalar uzolashmaymiz.
It doesn't matter what day you're joining us. This is the Intel Extreme Masters in Atlanta, Georgia, 2026. Mic check, 1, 2, 1, 2. You play video games, man? So violent for no reason. Hey, yo, what's up? Y'all know anything about Counter-Strike video games? You know about Counter-Strike?
I'm on the Georgia Tech fencing team.
Tell me what crossroads there might be between Counter-Strike and fencing.
You know, Counter-Strike, you're in a clutch situation. It's kind of like the 1v1 situation of you and your opponent in fencing. Just going in for the last stab or that last quick scope op.
Yeah. All right, bet. that was good. What do y'all think about people playing video games against each other competitively?
Oh, I love it. I like the smack talking they do.
Who are your favorite Counter-Strike players?
I gotta go with an OG, Kenny S.
What would you say to Kenny S if he was watching right now?
You're my inspiration. I think about you every match when I'm fencing.
What do you think about that?
Kenny S was never my favorite, if that's what you're thinking.
Y'all play video games by any chance? Oh, he didn't even realize it. I mean, Jacob, when you rolled up here and you saw this mic flag, you said, oh, I'm going to bike a little bit faster now, or what did you think?
I thought I may as well get as far away as possible from you, as fast as I can.
Did you have fun at Media Day?
I had a blast at Media Day. Media Days,
You did what? You had blast at Media Day? Just kidding. No? No? All right.
Bye.
No question who was in the driver's seat in this one. We wanted that signature Brazilian pace, and that is exactly what was delivered here on Mirage. Exactly what we wanted to see from Legacy as well. And on the inverse, it made Gamer Legion Yanko feel a little bit flat on the second map.
Yeah, definitely so. I mean, they did win the pistol even to kick off the game, but that was it, really, for them. On Mirage, it feels like Legacy was able to turn it around immediately, played with more pace, individuals stepped up. Everything we asked for after Ancient, it happened. And Gamer Legion now will have to do some soul-searching of their own.
Yeah, those anchors I wanted to praise so much coming into this matchup, they struggled to find the right position to sit in to alleviate any building pressure on these bomb sites. We didn't get those pop-offs, but even in that second half pistol that's showing on screen, you know, they just lackadaisical clears. They're not clearing angles properly. You see head in hands after that pistol as well, because they know they're the ones that made the mistake there. It did seem like they understood as soon as that happened, the game was over.
And that's the thing, it feels so tough after coming off of what was another impressive showing on Ancient, where it felt like they had all of the correct reads. That's what I guess is so impressive from the side of Legacy. If you come out this hot, this fast, Game Legion just couldn't handle it.
Well, one of the things, Freya, that differentiates, you know, elite teams for good teams is the map pool, is the depth of your map pool, right? Like, there's a lot of teams out there that can be incredibly strong on one or two maps, right? And if you play them on those maps, like, they can challenge almost anyone in the world. But what happens, how good are you on your fourth best map in the pool, right? The fifth best map, because you're gonna have to play those at some point, depending on matchups and what's not. And I think you're seeing, you know, when we have these teams that are outside the top 10, and, you know, I know it's a semifinal of a big tournament, but still, this is where you see why they are outside the top 10, right? Like, if you go on a map that you're not super comfortable, I know Mirage is one of the most played ones for Gamer Legion, but with varying degrees of success, and then Legacy, for them, it's a very strong map. Like, things like this can happen where you just get blown out of the server.
It's also, Gamer Legion just didn't ever find the conduit that actually found them a win on Ancient as well. You know, Snacks was doing a great job on that map. We had Towson doing great things as well. Everybody was pretty poor, in fact, on the map. And I think, you know, especially with how much praise we were giving him coming into this series, where is the Hypex that actually stole the hearts of, I think, a lot of people in the audience here? Because we're not really getting that same impact on stage.
It's a very good question. Maybe he gets to show up on that third Inferno, maybe.
But we're getting hype from Dumao, right? He kept it going, and early on, right, he was the deciding factor really to give momentum to his team. We can jump into some of these rounds, and I know Gordon Gecko said greed is good, but not in Counter-Strike, and you'll see Gamer Legion pay for that fully. Towson is actually going to do a good job of battling with this early aggression, him and Rez. You know, they get the kill. Dumao now lurks. Towson. I hate this from us. What's over there? What's this? Ah, I'm dead. And Dumao just pounces immediately. Like, they just capitalize that. They're 4v5. They have no control. This is their best bet. Some nice flashes here. He gets the better of Rez. That's the second entry. Boom. Snacks. See you later. Third entry. And that's the round done and dusted, really, from this point for Legacy. That was huge, right? Because they were struggling. You know, even on Ancient, they struggled in gun rounds. Like, they won both pistols. So here, to be able to get another strong start, I think was crucial for this T side that they had.
Yeah, it wasn't as though Gamer Legion didn't get into some winning positions within this game, but there was always someone that responded as well. There was, I mean, not as many kills or not as much impact from Dumao, rather from Lato, compared to Dumao, but Lato had a very big moment as well on that T side that could have potentially been the way back into the game for Gamer Legion.
And that's the thing, right? And when you're looking at the hesitation time, I guess, from Legacy in this one, it felt second to none, right? They made a decision and then they went full force for it, and that paid off so many times.
Yeah, certainly. You know, that it's really important as well in Counter-Strike. You know, a great call can turn into a terrible call if it's executed 2 seconds too late, or if you hesitate, right? Like, you have to be decisive. You have to trust the call. You have to, you know, trust your instincts as well. You're not always going to be right, but it's much better, you know, if you have a bad read, but you still go for the round, you know, with the decisiveness, it has a much higher chance of success than if you have the best read, but people are doubting, they're a little bit slow, they don't trust it's 100%, like, it can go horribly wrong.
Let's look at Art trusting his instinct in this one as well.
Yeah, this was also just indicative of the feel that Legacy had for the rounds. I mean, this is against an eco, it's true, but the fact that you're taking a risk by fully contacting out ramp where there could be a deagle, there could be a scout or something posted on this angle, and for Art, he gets away with absolute bloody murder here because he finds it ahead of of one, accidentally kills the second guy as well from the spray. And he just instinctively knew that he could continue to press the attack. He understood Gamer Legion wanted to make something happen in a round like this where you have so little, and he caught them before they could even get started.
This is just art relapsing a little bit, Freya. You know, it happens. Like, he's different now, but every now and again, you know, the old habits, they start pulling on you, right? Like, could have been a scout in Ticket, could have been so many different things. He just decides to contact walkout ramp against pistols, but this time, he gets an ace.
Old habits die hard. I guess Jason will also attest to that one as well. Let's move on to a moment where Gamer Legion felt like they might have had an advantage, and then a 1v3 comes in.
This was sort of the final nail in the coffin, even though it was
so
very
early.
I know, but exactly because of the fashion in which they lost. Like, when you're losing these sort of rounds, doesn't matter which map it is, right? When you lose 5v4 against pistols in the second round, when you're losing 3v1s that, you know, you need to close out. Like, the game is getting out of hand at this point, and a bit more pace from Legacy with this mid-control, mid-fight turning into a B-split, flashing through the smoke. PR still gets the kill. You know, a lot of chaos going on, smokes being broken, fights taking place back and forth. Like, that was a nasty shot from Nissim. Then Snacks rolling back the years, just playing around the smoke, staying alive, finding a kill. What is our doing? Get used to it. Just another day in the office for him, but actually, Towson, in this whole chaos, once they actually go his way towards the B bomb site, he's going to do a great job of finding 2 kills, staying alive a little bit up until the very end, where he oversteps slightly, but it's difficult from his position. He's unsure where Lato can move, and Lato just does a brilliant job here at managing the angles. His awareness is also incredibly high after having contact, waits for this push from Snacks, gets rid of him, and then against PR, it's a bit more brawly. It's not as pretty, but he kept his composure and closed out the 1v3.
How much does that Gamer Legion misplaying this situation as opposed to Lado doing amazingly, not taking anything away from his reads on that? What would you say?
I think if you're gonna nitpick, like, Towson just should shoulder peek. He's peeked too wide, you know, being behind the wall. You never want to get crapped on as you're shoulder peeking and die like in a full. That makes you feel silly. But seeing how it's a 3v1 and Snacks was on the flank, he just needed to stay alive. So even if he dies like that, he's bought enough time because Lato had to push up, creep up. Then probably Snacks is in a much better position to trade him, or at least to close out the round for Gamer Legion.
It was probably that temptation because he caught Lato actually at first in before the 1v3 even got started, did like half of his health and damage, and then just thought, oh, well, this should be an easier fight now, but then the 1v3 happens.
I mean, if you're Gamer Legion, all that you can do really is move swiftly on, because you do have one more opportunity. That is Inferno, which is going to be a really interesting one if you want to look from the Legacy side, first of all. This was a map that, by the skin of their teeth, they managed to take down NAVI on, right? What did you maybe take away from what we saw there?
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for Legacy in that game was that they were trailing towards the end of that Inferno and actually were able to string 5 rounds together. And a lot of that came off of individuals locking down bomb sites, because NAVI do a really good job of pulling you the wrong direction, throwing misdirection at you. That's the Blade and Alexi effect, really. But I'm not sure that Gamer Legion are going to have as much of that sort of push-pull dynamic. And when if Art and his coach are able to sort of get a better read on what's happening here for Gamer Legion, I do think that they are going to outmuscle them when it comes to defending those bomb sites.
I figured it out, Freya.
Go on.
It's gonna blow your minds.
Spill the beans.
Gamer Legion need better starts. They lost 3 out of the 4 pistols, and the one time they won pistol, they lost the second round, right? So it's just been really hard. Always had to play from behind in that sense. On Ancient, yeah, they did a great job, and they were very dominant in gun rounds. And Mirage, okay, it was a struggle. They got stomped. But Inferno, it's going to be a bit more of an even playing field, right? So if you end up in another situation where you're giving this momentum to Legacy, and for Legacy especially, they're a team that likes to be aggressive, you know, likes to get in your face. Well, that's much easier to do when you have 4 or 5K in the bank, and you know that even if this round that you're going for some aggressive play doesn't work out, you can still buy. Inferno, you need the utility, right, to be able to do really anything on the map. So the economy plays an even bigger part on this map.
I think what will be difficult for Gamer Legion coming in is that they're very prep heavy. We've seen how they've benefited from that in their previous series, but I think Legacy have actually been doing a good job from map to map, changing the way that they're attacking. You know, in one game I'll watch their heavy B attacks, rushes, heavy util sets. But against NAVI, they really tried to put pressure on that long side and forced sort of kind of overreactions from NAVI in that game as well. So I'm not sure if there's going to be something special cooked up, given that it's the decider map in the series. Not everybody has anti-strats that far deep.
Rez was rolling back the years, you know, on this map yesterday. Right?
That's
Like
true.
he was absolutely lights out. And I think at the end of the day, it does come down to the players in some of these clutch situations to deliver, right? It's going to be hard to out-call completely your opponent. Rez is one of them. PR, this is a map where he had, you know, early on that put him on the map. No pun intended, but playing the T side from apps and then all of that was able to just be really, really obnoxious on the lurk, right? So that's where you want to see their guys deliver.
So you're saying it's going to be Gamer Legion heading to the grand final?
No, I am saying not that.
You're saying it's Legacy going to the
I didn't
grand
say
final?
that either.
What are you
said
saying,
it?
Yanko? You're not being very clear.
I'm not, you know, Freya, like, I don't need to say anything, but I think it's going to be Legacy.
It's your job to say something. Well, thank you for that, Yanko.
Something.
What about you? What about you?
I'm Legacy all in. They're playing exciting, aggressive.
You're in Atlanta, not in Rio. Don't be confused.
I'm not trying to pander here. I'm choosing them because Art's on a redemption arc.
Well, either way, maybe we should translate this chaos into the server, but not before we head things to a very short break. When we return, we're going to find out who is going to be the first grand finalist here at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta.
Does your moisturizer suit your narrative? Why should age determine expectation? Save your skin with the all-new Potential, a skincare range by Res Valley. Potential defends against the 4 symptoms of underachievement. Why be a future star for just a year when you can be a future star forever?
Parlament keldim. Parlament keldim, men bor uzr tak. Bu bitta oz qaraylik уже. Birinchi raund boshlandi. Eslab o'tamizki, yutgan jamoa finalga chiqadi. Finalda bular bilasizlar kimga qarshi o'ynaydi? Tak, bular yoki NAVI yoki BBga qarshi o'ynaydi yutgan jamoa bu yerda. Ahror kirdilar. Efir uchun az dushi rahmat. Ahror rozdilar. Assalomu alaykum. Sizlarga rahmat qilganlaringiz uchun. Sadin hozirgi vaqt qolib turibdi bu yerda. Molotov berilgan. Bu yerda yo'q, flick bo'lmadi. PR boost turgan edi, lekin mana PR patrul o'tiribdi. Osmon berildi. Bu yerda PR yangi topdi. 2 ga 5 vaziyat. Art, Lato va Dumao 5 ta o'yinchiga qarshi aytib o'tgandim. To'shta men bu kartada Legacy'ni favorit sifatida ko'raman. Chunki esingizda bo'lsa Prime Vitality'ni erasini, ya'ni win streak'ini ushlab qolgan mana shu kartada bular. Aynan Inferno'da bo'lgan shu narsa. O'shandan beri har safar Inferno'ni Legacy jamoasi o'ynasa, men har safar Inferno'ni Legacy'ga bera olaman. Bilmayman nimaga shunaqa. No, baribir to'g'ri bu ham sal g'alatiroq predict qilish. Mana Molotov berildi Snacksdan. Bu yerda PR bitta kill topdi. PR double kill. PR bu raundda quadra kill qildi уже. Art oxirgi AWP'ni save qilish kerak. PR davay ace. Yo'q, ace bo'lmas ekan. Art AWP'ni save qiladi. Chunki open case qilish kerak. Open casedan tushgan AWP'ni berib qo'yish mumkin emas. Va bu 3-raund. Gamer Legion jamoasi uchun. Bu 6-raund boshlandi. Raund boshlandi. Sadin Hayeshka berildi. Yaxshi, yana bitta Molotov. Smoke, yana Molotov. Ay, Dumao. Hozir kirmoqda. Dumao bitta kill topdi. Open frag bor. Legacy jamoasida bu yerda qarang yurmoqda. Ko'tadan o'yin chiqdi. Hypex double kill o'yinchilaridan 3 ga 4 vaziyat. PR turibdi haligacha. Flashga berilmoqda. Pik qilish kerak. Pik qildi va Artni keyingi raundga oldi. Sadin va Nisim 4 o'yinchiga qarshi pachga tushib qolgan. B hududda Res ko'tadan proseber o'tdi. Molotov berilgan. Bu yerda Nisim ham o'lib ketdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Sadin. Sadin katta ehtimol bilan save qilish ketadi AWP'ni. Oldingi raundda Art save qilgan AWP Sadinning qo'lida. Nima ko'ramiz? Gamer Legionga ishonaman. Sharhlashga gap yo'q lekin like addushi, Ahror addushi, rahmat sizlarga. Gamer Legionga ishonaman. Nu, Gamer Legion yutishi mumkin emas bu yerda. Просто Legacy ham bilasizlar, bularni faqat aim kuchli. Braziliyaning gameplay shunaqa-da. Bular full sostav braziliyalik. A Gamer Legion bu европейский mix. Такой крепкий середняк bo'ladi-yu, xuddi bir Aminga o'xshagan. Krepkий середняк kim aytsam bo'ladi? Hozir середнякlar ham qolmadi уже. Ну, xuddi bir Evertonga o'xshagan komanda, qo'pol qilib aytganda Yevropada. Ну, bu 4-raund. AWP yana save qilindi, 4-2 hisob. 4-2 hisob. Yettinchi raund boshlandi. Sadin Hypex'ni urolmadi. Nu, sniperlar duelida hech kim g'olib bo'lib chiqmadi. Bananni egallashdi Legacy jamoasi. Hayeshkali. PR Laton oldirib ketdi bu yerda. Dumao Sadin o'ylab turibdi. Dumaloq. Dumaloq. Sim smokelantirib qo'ymoqda, garlantirib qildi va tek 9 bilan o'ynash kerak. Aston Villa 100%, brat, to'g'ri aytdingiz. Xuddi shunaqa Seridinyak bu ham. Men Legacy shunaqa jamoada. Atletico Madrid sifat jamoa desa ham endi, конечно, sal ustunroq berdim. No, bilasizlar, favorit yutib keladi. Shunaqa Legacy ham shunaqa qilib ketishi mumkin-da. Bitta o'yinda. Xo'p, PR tayyorlanib turibdi qabul qilishga, bu yerda pachi qo'yiladi. No, smoker pachi qo'yishga qo'yilgan. Bu yerda Rest isim olib ketdi. PR yana bitta kill topgan. Snacks Dumavni o'ldirdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Saadin. Snacks o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 1 vaziyat. Saadin nima qiladi? Saadin AWP'ni save qilishga ketadi. Lekin beradimi save qilishga Tavsin? Yo'q, hozir ko'ramiz. Tavsin. Qo'yib yubordi. Tamirdan keyin o'ldirishi mumkin. Tamirdan keyin yo'q, o'ldira olmaydi ham. Qochib ketdi. Saadin 3 ta raunddan beri save qilinayotgan AWP. Assalomu alaykum, aka, qalay, charchamasizmi? Va alaykum assalom, assalomu alaykum. Azizjon Mahmudov, tinch, Xudoga shukr, jigar, o'zingiz qanaqasiz? Charchamasdan yuribsizlarmi? Zoomsizlar? Sakkizinchi raund boshlandi. Sakkizinchi raund boshlandi. Lato. Tumau. Multi-zero lancers. Smoke, blok qilingan. Finalmi bu aka? Tensay tog'a. Yo'q, aka, bu final emas. Bu yarim final. Yutgan jamoa finalga chiqadi. Mana shu qaysi bir yutsa finalga chiqadi, yutqizgani esa 3-o'ringa o'ynaydi. Bu yerda yutgan jamoa yoki NAVI yoki BB bilan o'ynaydi, aka. Kim ikkinchi yarim finalda yutsa. Shuna qo'ying. Tak, Molotov berildi. Hozirgi vaqtda Snacks o'ylab turibdi. Bu yerda Dumao va Lato. Snacks bitta kill bor. Lato Snacks olib ketdi. 4-4 vaziyat. Bu yerda PR prostrel qilishni boshladi. Lato kill topdi yana bitta. Kill topdi. Universal Artga Molotov berish kafeliga kelmoqchi, lekin kafeli egallagani yo'q haligacha. Bu yerda esa PR Artni o'ldirib ketdi. 3 ga 4 vaziyat. Ko'pchilik hozirgi vaqtda Gamer Legion jamoasi retake qilishi mumkin. B hududda Saadin poylab turibdi Serkovni. Bu yerda esa Flash Hypexdan Flashga tushdi, full blank qildi. Informatsiya bor, Lato kill topdi bu yerda. Saadin poylab turibdi. Saadin Nisim PR o'ldirib ketdi. Ikkita o'yinchi KTda hozir retake qilish kerak dediroq Tavsin dulanni ko'rib o'tiribdi, lekin o'ldirgani yo'q haligacha. Bu yerda esa Lato Tavsin o'ldirib ketdi va oxirgi o'yinchi bu Hypex AWP bilan va Nisim bu raundga nuqta qo'ydi. Hisob 5-3. Tushundim aka, rahmat. Addushi. Qachon final? Andijon o'z. Assalomu alaykum jigarim. Xush kelibsiz efirga. Final xudo xolasa ertaga jigarim. Bugun bu qarang, rasman qanaqa bo'ladi? Bugun birinchi yarim final. Mana shu hozir bo'lyapti. Undan keyin NAVI BB o'ynaydi. Undan keyin mana ertaga, o'sha точнее o'sha bugun kechqurun 7 da 3-o'ringa o'yin bo'ladi. Undan keyin grand final. Hamma informatsiya okalar Telegram kanalimda. Telegram kanalga o'tasizlar, o'shda hamma informatsiya bor, hamma efirlar, xudo xolasa mana shu o'yinlarni stream ko'proq qilamiz. Bitta ay emas, boshqalarni ham stream qilamiz okalar, mana. Kirib olsanglar xursand bo'lardim. Voy, shamollab qoldim deyman, mana konsertga turib. Allergiyam ekan, bilmadim qaysi biri. No, 9-raund boshlandi. Molotov berildi. Yana bitta Molotov, Ayeshka, smokli berilgan. Flashka, Dumalo. Molotov chiqib keldi hozirgi vaqtda bunga. Dumaodan open frag bor. Yaxshigina Ayeshka, Dumao. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Flashka. Art. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Bu flashka berildi. Hypex Artni o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda esa Dumao Snacksni o'ldirdi. 4 ga 3 vaziyat bu yerda. Res Dumaoni o'ldirgan 3 ga 3. Hypex Tausen va Res. Tausen Nissim Tausen o'ldirib ketdi. Hypex Nissim o'ldirib ketdi. 2-2 vaziyat Hypex va Res. Bu yerda esa Lato Hypex o'ldirib ketdi. Res nima qilar ekan? Res. Oy, Sadzin Fasko bilan olib ketdi va hisob 5-4. Legacy jamoasi taslim bo'lish niyati yo'q. Mezini konfig odamni boshidan aylantirib tashladi lekin. Tashlaydi ekan. Freedom tekshirib ko'rsizmiz yar, qanday ekan? Mana Fasko qaraylik. So 10-raund boshlandi. Hisob 5-1 edi, qaranglar. 5-1dan hozir 5-4 qilishdi Gamerlik Legacy jamoasi. Gamerlik yon esa o'ziga kelish kerak. Uyg'ongani yo'q haligacha. Hop, Molotov berildi. Podkazirok, Art flashka bilan hozir mana kirishadi. Boostda hech kim yo'q, qarashdi. Mana endi boilerni egallab olishgan, ya'ni Robrani egallashdi. Sadzin shortni pik qilishga tayyorlanib turibdi. Snacks nechga yetib olgan. Hypex qarang, hozir Hypex bayt qiladi, Snacks chiqib o'ldiradi menimcha. Katta ehtimol bilan shunaqa bo'lsa kerak. Xayoshga bo'ldi. Snacks yutdaligina. Granat otilgan va rikoshet bo'lmadi. Shuni hisobiga bilishgan. Snacks bu yerdaligini mana bitta motiv berishi mumkin edi. Yana bitta xayoshga Snacks. Xayr, ko'rishguncha Hypex bitta kill bor. Hypex Uber qaytib ketdi, 3 qoldi. Bu yerda esa Lato turibdi, flash qilib smoke uchib ketmoqda. Longni egallashdi Legacy jamoasi. 4 ga 4 vaziyat. Nima qilar ekan endi? Tausen Dumaoni o'ldirdi. 4 ga 3. Lato, Sadzin va Nissim 4 o'yinchiga qarshi. Ko'ramiz endi nima bo'lar ekan, nima qilishar ekan hozir. Yugurib ketishmoqda. Tak. Flashka, smoke yaxshigina. Flashka yaxshigina berildi. PR. Molotov. Ay, Molotov tushgani yo'q. Mana endi tushdi. PR chiqish tayyorlamoqda. PR chiqdi, pachqatlariga qo'yganini bildi. 4 ga 3 ritek. Gamer Legion yoki Legacy ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini bu raundda. Hozir endi Hypex o'ylab turibdi. Bu yerda Lato. Sadzin Hypex o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda esa yana bitta kill Sadzindan. PR bitta o'zi hisob 5-5 paritet. Legacy jamoasi taslim bo'lish niyati yo'q. Aka, Monisi qaysi komanda o'ynaydi? Tensei tog'a Monisi Falcons jamoasida o'ynaydi. U ham bugun finalga chiqdi. PGLasdan finalga chiqqan. Ha, o'ynab bo'lmaydi. Nimada yurar ekan? Brat mishkada yuradimi? Mishkadami yoki probeldami? Qaysi birida yuradi? Menimcha probelda otadi. Hop, 5-5 mana time out olgan Gamerlik jamoasi. Uyg'onish kerak endi. Nu bularda qarang, hozir pul ham yo'q-da. Menimcha 2 gacha bay qiladi, 2-chi raundda pul bay qiladi. Hozir nur agressivni qilib ko'rishi mumkin. Navi qachon ekan? Sardor Samuray jigarim, Navi o'yin mashinadan keyin, mashina infernodan keyin bo'ladi. Molotov berildi. Hozirgi vaqtda 11-raund. Yana bitta Molotov. Flashka. Res va PR hozir qo'ylab turishibdi. Bu 4 ta B. Gamer Legion Astralis qilishdi bu yerda. Mushkada yuradi, probel otadi. A jump ekan. Yo'q, gapi. Aka Monos yetadi finalda. Yutsin. Men hozir mana qaraylar, aski boshlandi. Lato. No, Astralis qilishgani bilan hozir birda endi bari o'qildi menimcha bu narsa. Qaraylar, uplandda bitta dona Tauson. Qo'lida P250, P250 dan maksimum 2 ta kill yuta olmadi kelsa, lekin qaranglar. Legacy menimcha qopqonga tushdi. Chunki hozir bular KTdan birga chiqishmoqchi. Bitta o'yinchi bananni o'ynayapti, 3 tasi KTdan. Ay, PR. Hozir qopqonga tushib qolishi mumkin. Stackga chiqish bu yaxshi reja emas menimcha. Mana smoke berdi, endi o'ylayapti 100% bitta o'zi deb o'ylayapti mana. Endi bular bosim qiladi. Rezi qarang tirik qolishini. Mana stack, o'bamrak bor, risk kill top mana endi bilishdi. Bu B stack deyishdi, mana endi A yuguradi. Adi bitta o'yinchi bor. Vaqt kam, 27 soniya vaqt qoldi. Tauson piskida bekam olgan. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Tausonning qo'lida P250 aytganimdek 2 ta kill maksimum. Qaranglar, blok qilishdi longni. Legacy aqlli ish qildi hozir. Ya'ni smoke berib, shortga visionni olib qo'yishdi, bu yerda Sajin topdi Tausonni. Mana retake, to'rga retake, Lato, все. Bu 6-raund Legacy uchun. Qaranglar, endi prosta ozgina unlock bo'ldi. Gamer Legionga ozgina aymishon, o'sha hamma chiqayotganida ularga bitta o'yinchi ketib chiqqanida, ikkitasi banana, o'shani o'ldirganda hammasi bularni. Round boshqa tugashi mumkin, lekin bular bitta kill topishdi, shundan keyin Legacy jamoasi tushundi, to'shda bu stackligini iqat ketishdagi. Yaxshi narsada o'yinni o'zi pro komanda yetagan bo'lsa ham bo'lar ekan. Rahmat jigar, rahmat. Endi yaxshi emas, o'ziga yarasha aka. Katta rahmat kompliment uchun. Katta rahmat kompliment uchun. Sajin, Snacksni o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat bu yerda. Hozir endi ko'ramiz nima bo'lishini. Open frag bor Legacy'da. Agar Legacy yana shu raundda bo'lsa, 6 ta kelma-ket olgan bo'ladi. Tauson bitta kill, double kill. Tauson uchun yaxshi timing. Molotov berdi, yaxshigina qabul qildi ikkita o'yinchini apsdan. 4 ga 3 vaziyat. Legacy endi tushkunligi tushmasligi kerak. Lekin shaxsan men tushkunligi tushardim agar ikkita o'yinchi shunaqa o'rganida. G'alati, juda ham g'alati. 5-6 hisob art poylab turibdi longni. Так, смог. Bu библиотека смог. Глубокий. Даже глубокий emas ekan. Long и Bibliya yopadigan smog ekan. Хорошо. Bibliya egallash uchun patflashga yaxshi. Yomon emas. Art boost qilishdi. Art Dumao kill topdi, lekin bu terrorist orqada turgan ekan. Informatsiya bor art haqida 3 ga 2 vaziyat. Sajin va art 3 ta o'yinchiga qarshi bu yerda Hypex artni o'ldirib ketdi va katta ehtimol bilan bu paritsiyat bo'ladi. Sajin bitta kill topdi, smoke berdi longga. Pachkani olishi mumkin. Smoke bor ekan haligacha. Qarang, qo'yil kalash oldi, ganasiz qildi chunki 2 bir vaziyatda alfa bilan o'ynash noqulay, bir xil vaqti bo'ladi. Sajin bitta kill topdi. Nahotki Sajin yutadi bu raundda. Men ishonmayman. Nahotki mana tushundi. PR longtaligini pastga qo'yildi bu yerda va bu paritsiyat 6-6. Birinchi yarim tugadi. Pichog'iz bormi? Yo'q bo'lsa berasizmi, Sador aka? Ani boladagi art, 100% aka, ani boladagi art. Open case bola bor, open case o'tiribdi. 6-6 chat kim g'olib bo'ladi? Gamer Legionmi yoki Legacy'mi? Qaranglar, 5-1dan 6-6 qilish. Legacy yaxshigina comeback qildi desa ham bo'ladi. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Kim g'olib bo'ladi? Legacy, Gamer Legion. Yutgan jamoa finalga chiqadi va u yerda NAVI yoki BBga qarshi o'ynaydi. Menimcha NAVI bu turnirni bermasa kerak. Vitality'ni yutgandan keyin hatto BB ham Vitality'ni yutgan edi bolalar. BB gruppadan birinchi o'rin bilan chiqqan edi. Shunga bilib bo'lmaydi. Bitta gap aytish qiyin. Aim juda kuchli ekanligi. Legacy o'z aimerlar Freedom. Bular braziliylar, braziliyaliklar aim faqat bordi. Taktikalari defaultni. Ba'zi taktikani bilan aimi boshqa darajada. Danat qayerda KSK turasi bor. Danat qotirilgan chatda. Zakarib qo'yganmi aka? Legacy qaysi davlatdan? Braziliya, Sardor aka. Braziliyadan. Bular braziliylar brazilskiy aim qiladi bular. Haqiqatanki bularning aimi juda ham kuchli. Bular Vitality'ni shunaqa yutgan. NAVI bilan o'tda ozgina masxarabozlik bo'ldi. NAVI bilan Legacy'ning o'yinini ko'rganmiz, chatda bormi bolalar? Navi bilan Legacy ertalab soat 6dami tugatdi shu o'yinni, 7dami tugatdi. Chat bir 80 tadan ko'rib o'tirdi shu o'yinni mazza qilib. Hop, ikkinchi yarim sekin-sekin boshlanish arafasida. Eng qizig'i ikkalasi ham o'zini pikida yutqazdi. O'zini pikada ikkala jamoa ham yutqazdi. Tak, aka lekin kecha Navi yomon qichiq o'ynab qo'ydi. 100%. Amirxon aka, assalomu alaykum aka. 100% o'ynadi lekin. Astanaga borishingiz kerak edi, bratsiz. Endi brat nasib qilmabdi, nima deymiz? Zato Navining o'yinini, lekin Astanaga borganimda Navining o'yinini ko'ra olmasdik, bolalar. Shunisi ham bor. Demak, shu menga nasib qildi. Astanaga bora olmaganman, bilasizlar. Bu narsaga xafa bo'lmash kerak, bu narsaga olmash kerak. Men o'zimga bu gaplar hozir sal og'ir kelyapti, no, hammasi chotki. Yerli chotki. Menga nasib qilgan to'shti Navi. Menga nasib qildi Navi Vitalisini erasini tugatganini ko'rishni. Anonim 50 ming donat qilib, katta rahmat. Kanal rivoj uchun o'z device ideal bosuvchi. Katta rahmat. Anonim lekin ismingizni yozib qo'yapsiz. Katta rahmat donat uchun. Legacy osini Baxtiyarov ko'ramiz, oladimi yoki yo'q. Xo'p, bizda ikkinchi yarim boshlandi. Legacy himoyada Gamer Legion hujumda. Ko'ramiz hozir nima qilishini bo'lib, 3 o'yinchi longda Saadin poylab turibdi bu yerda. Res Nisinni o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Saadin bitta kill bor. Saadin double kill bo'ladimi? Yo'q, yo'q ekan. 3 ga 2 vaziyat pashga qo'yildi. Lato va Dumao PR Hypex va Snacksga qarshi ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi bu raundda. Lato Dumao poylab turibdi. Dumao Lato bilan birga. Tak. Dumao PRni o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda yana bitta kill Latodan Snackni o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda oxirgi shaxsiy informatsiya ham bor. Pachka diffuse qilinmoqda, himoya qilish kerak Dumao. Himoya qilish kerak Hypexni. Bu yerda Lato Hypex himoya qildi. Va bu 7-raund Gamer Legion jamoasi uchun. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Hujumda birinchi raund qo'lga kiritishdi. Ha, shunday nasib majorga borasiz. Nasib aka. Zemangovga o'xshab bizdan ham chiqsa yaxshi bo'lardi inshaalloh. Chiqaribsan ham. Yaxshi niyat. Keyingi yil borasiz, chans qilmaydi. 100%, brat. 4 tasi raso qilyapti, brat, charxlashini. Nimaga? Nima bo'lyapti? Yaxshi sharhlovdi o'zgarlar. BridgeX, Flashbang, Botter, Hoven. Hoven meni ustozim eshitchi. Vallahi meni sharhlovga o'rgatgan inson bu Hoven bo'ladi. Mana BridgeX, Botter Shot, Flashbang bo'lsa o'sha yerda i 4-inchisi bor, yana Hoven. U meni ustozim. Nima bo'lyapti u yerda? Tinchlikmi? Anam ketib qoldi, keyin safar ismini yozaman. So, Fury rahmat sizga jigar donat uchun. Qo'llab-quvvatlaganingіз uchun katta rahmat jigar. Navi qachon edi? Atqam Abdusalomov, assalomu alaykum jigar. Mana shu o'yindan keyin o'ynaydi. Aka, Telegram agar bu o'yinni ko'ringiz kelmasa, Telegramga o'tib oling. Aka, o'sha yerda men anons beraman. To'shda o'yin boshlanadi, akajon. Ideal clutch 100%. WW like'lar bosamiz 100%. Finalni birga sharh qilaylik, brat. Ko'ramiz, Sardor aka, ko'ramiz. yoki garantiya bera olmayman. Men o'zim qilsam ekan deyapman hozir. Bottershot asuvda nimaga vrat uni stili shunaqada. Endi uni auditoriyasiga shunaqa yoqadi-da. Bu yerda hozir orqaga o'ldira olmadi. Sajin resmi olib ketdi. 4 ga 3 vaziyat ko'rib turganimizdek Lato, Sajin va Nisim ko'ramiz nima qilishini. Tak, prostrellar bosilib ketdi. Lato, Sajin va Nisim bu nima qilishar ekan? Xo'p. Smoke drop qilindi. Gun. Hozir ko'ramiz endi bo'lishini. Butun все bu 8-raund в принципе force qildi. Gamer, ya'ni Legacy jamoasi qachon force logika bor edi. Nimaga desanglar, chunki 3-4 ta kill berishgan edi ular pistoletkada. Demak, bu degani force da logika bor edi. Force qilib bular afsuski round olamadi. Mana endi eko bo'ladi hozir. 2 gacha bay, o'shandan keyin ko'rishamiz. Vitalicha qo'yib berdi. Har unda qilib bet reklama qilar ekan Bottershot kulib turibdi. Endi u qarang, u sponsor bo'lgandan keyin boshqa iloji yo'q, chunki sponsorlik qilishyapti ularga. Qonun qoida shunaqada. O'tga narsa olish, qilish tekin bo'lmaydi. Jigarlar uni оборудование o'zi qancha pul bo'ladi, vallahi. O'tdan joy olish qancha pul. Ishini hisobiga reklama qilish kerak. U shart 1000 art olib ketdi. Qolgan varatlar ham shuni gapini eshitib o'tiribdi. Analitika umuman yo'q. Profi emasligi juda bilinibdi ularni. Mana bota profi-yu. Bota 3K o'yinchi. Banan kontrol qilmasi yutqizadi Inferno bananni-ku. 100% da banan egallasangiz endi aka sizda o'zi informatsiya bo'ladi karta bo'yicha. Misol uchun Mirage Ancient'da mid muhim bo'lsa, Inferno'da bananda. No endi boshqa taktikalar ham bor, boshqa yutsa bo'ladi, yo'lni qilsa. No, bu конечно simple bu gapni aytgan, bu gapni o'zi unga Blade aytganida 21-yilda NAVI Prime bo'lgan vaqtida tipa Inferno'ni tayyorlamasligi kerak. Faqat shu ikkita o'yinchini bananga tayyorlaysizlar, все, bananni egallasanglar уже informatsiya pakarti bo'ladi. Qolgan narsani klashda hal qiladi deganda. То есть clash degani retake qanaqa qilishi, sekida doigrovkangiz qanaqa bo'lishi, shu narsani bu yerda mana mod yaxshi kelsa, ajinga snacks res bitta kill topdi, bu yerda esa res Lato o'tib snacks kill topdi va oxirgi o'yinchi bu Lato bitta o'zi 3 o'yinchiga qarshi pashga qo'yilmoqda. Ko'ramiz hozir nima bo'lishini endi. Bu yerda Hypex Lato va bu 9-raund Gamer Legion jamoasi uchun. To'qqiz olti hisob. Gamer Legion menimcha finalga yo'l olmoqchi. Welcome to Barlanil. Endi Legacy'ni aytdim-ku, bular ayim kuchli. Просто KTda sal boshqacha o'ynash kerak-da. Mana hozir endi qayash kerak, banan uchun kurash ketdi, smoke berildi. Sajin qo'rqoqli hozirga vaqtda berdi. PR Nisim PR olib ketdi, res kill topdi, 4 ga 4 vaziyat. Smoke berildi. Yaxshigina Hypex aqlga ketgan. Bu yerda Sajindan kill 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Sajin Tausen Sajin olib ketdi. 3-2 Lato va Dumao. Futda AWP olindi, Hypex pachka qo'ymoqda. Safemi? Safe Legacy'dan safe. Birinchi bay ham yutolmadi. 10-6 lekin qarang, birinchi bay yutolmadi. Hozir Legacy menimcha himoyada qiynaladimi deyman. Prinsipi 5-1dan comeback qilishdi, lekin o'zi oxirida o'ziga kelish ozgina qiyin bo'ldi-yu deyman. Sop 16. Time out. Time out. Hop. Ay formatni hech bo'lmaganda olib borish kerak edi. Bilmadim, brat, to'g'risi. O'zi men borishim kerak, просто men sovrinda bormagandim, jigar. Assalomu alaykum, Tsumus NAVI bilan kim o'ynaydi? Assalomu alaykum, Otik. Va alaykum assalom, assalomu alaykum. Tsumus Otik NAVI bilan BB o'ynaydi. Bu match o'zining NAVIsiga qarshi. Kim g'olib bo'ladi deb o'ylaysiz? Bularga viza oson beradimi deyman Amerikaga? Bularga o'zi sportsmen, kibersport endi hammaga emasmi, ko'piga beradi. Lekin muammolar masalan mana no-name komandalari chiqqanda, majorga chiqqan bo'lgan shunaqasi. Siz deb bo'lgan, siz. Majorga chiqqan, lekin unga viza berishmagan. Shunaqa muammolar ham bo'lgan. Freedom. O'shani deb komandani zamin qilishgan. NAVI atalab yutqizganini Gamer Legion keltirib berdi. Buni hali o'yin tugagani yo'q, jigar, hali o'yin tugagani yo'q. Bundan keyin o'yin bormaydi. Ulug'bek Shavkatov albatta NAVIning o'yini bor, jigar BBga qarshi. Bu match NAVIga qarshi. NAVI o'ynaydimi o'sha? Shunaqa, Usmonov, mana shundan keyin pauza bo'ladi ozgina, NAVI o'yini boshlanadi. Birinchi kartaga kim yutqizsa o'shanga tikaman. Осуждай. Xo'p, qaranglar, hozirgi vaqtda ko'rganimizda Hypex juda ham ko'p jonni yo'qotibdi. Molotov, smok, hayeshka, fleshka. Так, Sadin qabul qilish kerak hozirgi vaqtda. Rezni duel bo'ladi bu yerda. Opa преимущество Pikusheva, Opa Sadin. Hypex bilan resga topishdi. Art bitta kill. No, qiyin. Juda ham qiynalmoqda. Nisim ham o'lib ketdi. Dumao bitta o'zi B hududda va bu katta ehtimol bilan 11-raund Gamer Legion jamoasi uchun. Mana qaranglar-da. CS2da bilasizlar. Преимущество Pikusheva bor. Kim pik bo'lsa, o'shanda ozgina ustunlik bor. Даже Lamda ham bu narsa ishlaydi. Donc buni isbotlagan bizga necha marta-da. Legacy shunaqa jamoaki, buni yugurib o'ynaydi, faqat aimiga ishonadi. AKTda bunaqa aimiga ishonish xato ozgina. Chunki sizda преимущество yo'q. Naqli pik ham qila olmaysiz. O'shani hisobiga bolalar shunaqa vaziyat. Hisob 11-6. Assalomu alaykum. Charchamaylab sharhlab turibsizmi? Assalomu alaykum. Assalomu alaykum. Javohir Tsumus jigarda sharhlayapmiz, jigar. Sekin-sekin charchamasdan o'zi qanaqasiz? Bu jamoasi boshqacha Italiyani yomon qilishdi. Bu mishin jamoasida, lekin 100%. Kreskining o'zida keng omalashiga eng asosiy omilsiz sharhlovchilar bo'lasizlar, aka. O'tkarga katta rahmat shu gap uchun. Katta rahmat. Menga ham lekin shu analitikani o'rgatgan insonlar prям boost berishgan. Men aytib o'taman bu narsani. Xavachi bilan Mirzo aka krizim hozir Pounded House jamoasining treneri. Oy, bu yerda Art mana snackni olib ketdi. Bu yerda first round. Вот. Xavachi bo'lgan, o'zi Xavachi bilan birga sharhlaganmiz. Xavachi menga ko'rsatganda, mana outda bunaqa qiladi. То есть taktikani ko'rganingiz boshqa. Uni ichida nima bo'layotgani boshqa-da, to есть bilish. O'shanga qarab o'sha analitika menda ozgina oshgan. Mirzo aka ham tushuntirib berganlar menga. Chunki biz Hack studiyada birga sharhlaganmiz, ular bilan ular ham tushuntirganlar. Mana bu bunaqa qiladi, mana bu bunaqa qiladi. To есть mana shu ikkalasi meni prям o'yin tushunishimni boost qilishgan-da, nerealniy darajagacha. Hozirgi vaqtda men sizlarga tushuntirgan narsam mana shu ikkita inson menga o'rgatishgan desa ham bo'ladi-da. Вот. Bitta narsani bilaman, Abu bor, abuser. Mana shu inson NAVIning o'yinini analitikasini zo'r qiladi. Bu Opalato karam olib ketdi. Sajin Res kill topsa Sajin rasmiy qilib ketdi. 3 ga 1 vaziyat. Nahotki Legacy birinchi raund qo'lga kiritadi hozir. Nahotki Res Hayeshga beryapti va qarang, 2 ga 1 vaziyat. 85% joni bor. Lato va Dumao. Rezga qarshi ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini. Smok beradi. Lato ikkalasi ham longdan qarang. Ikkalasi ham longdan o'ynashmoqda. Lato o'lib ketdi. Nima Dumao 1-1 duelda Rezga qarshi o'tdi. Rez ko'rib qoldi. Rez ko'rib qoldi. Mind Games boshlanib deb o'tdi. Dumao yaqinlashmoqda, lekin qanaqasiga Rez match point Gamer Legion jamoasi uchun. Gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Assalomu alaykum. Formen Doda assalomu alaykum. Fayzullo Jo'rayev. Ashaddiy muxlislarim bo'ladilar. Doda polni meni podechka qiladilar. Aka tushunmisiz? Qaram bro. Nima qaram? Mani nihoyat vitality yo'qmi? Mani nihoyati yo'q. Gabrielami deyman? Bo'lishi mumkin. So'kinmasdan saqlash zo'r-da. Может быть, Arcade Depot chiqishi mumkinmi majorga? Chiqishi mumkin, men chiqmasligi mumkin. Просто VRS point kerak chiqish uchun. Nima deysiz? Agar VRS point chiqsa chiqadi jigar. Navi qachon o'ynaydi? Diyor Izitullayev, assalomu alaykum jigarim. Navi mana shu o'yindan keyin o'ynaydi jigar. Telegramdan anons beraman. Abuser sharhi bilan akademik sharhning farqi katta-da. 100%, lekin abuser Navi o'ynaydi-yu, Navi o'ynayotganda Abu prям biladi Navi nima qilishini. Abu Navi qanaqa o'ynashini polностью biladi. Navini analitika qiladigan, Abudan yaxshi analitika qiladigan inson yo'q menimcha O'zbekistonda. Bo'lishi ham mumkin, no Abu prям четко tushuntirib beradi nima qilishini Navini. Biladi-da. 3 ga 1 clutch 100%. Да всё, будто Legacy уже поплыли. Mana ketdi Snacks, Sajin olib ketdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat, open frag bor. Hozirgi vaqtda Gamer Legionda 6 ta raund olishi qiyin. Himoyada bitta raund ololmayapti. Aytganimdek, bularning aimi kuchli. Lekin himoyada nafaqat niyam kerak-da. Repozitsiya. Lekin Tausin Dumauni ko'rmadi hozir. Rez Dumauni olib ketdi. 5 ga 3 vaziyat. Lato smok berdi. Lato Molotov kutib o'tiribdi. B hududda bitta o'zi. Mana Art sekin B hududga yurib ketmoqda. O'zbekda xabarchi Novarizin analitik qilib sharhlashdi. Bo'lishi mumkin, lekin Mirzo akaning sharh analitikasi kuchli. Aytaman-ku, analitika bo'yicha hava kuchli analitika. Hava chaqib beradi. Prям hamma bitta qilgan ishiga chaqib beradi xabarchi. Chaqib beradi, tushuntirib beradi. Nimaga art bunaqa qilishini ham tushuntirib beradi, kerak bo'lsa sizlarga. O'shanisi bor havani, da, 100%. Ne battery Artur ketyapti. Всё, GGVP. Misin bitta o'zi hududda informatsiya bor haqida GGVP. Joni sog' bo'lsin akam. Siz ham joni sog' bo'lsin aka. Bo'lligim yutdi. Arcade Wheeler depo chiqsin. No da. Major qachon va qayerda bo'ladi aka? Major Amerikada bo'ladi. Jigar ayam qiladi. Yesel qiladi major. Joni sog' bo'lsin notudim. Abdushi jigar GG. Abu Shahrayn Navinda sharhlashi mumkin. Botda Gamer Legion jamoasi finalga yo'l oldi. Aymatlantaga birinchi finalist bizda aniqlandi. Aziz tomoshabinlar, chat Telegramga o'tib olamiz. Hozir ozgina bizda pererv bo'ladi, chunki Navi BB bilan hozir bular o'ttiradi, nastroyka qiladi, razogrev qiladi. O'shandan keyin bizda o'yin boshlanadi. Shunga mana Telegramga o'tib olamiz. Telegramda o'yin boshlangandan keyin men anons beraman Telegramga, Instagramga qo'yib yuboraman. Xudolar kirasizlar. Bolalar, men hozir bo'lmasa sekin tayyorlanib kelay, narsalar olib kelib qo'yaytan, suv ichishga. Sizlarga mudira olaman, sizlarga nima oling? Chat kommentariyaga yozing, nima olish kerak ekan. Kireshkimi, chipsmi? Botirshot toksik ekan sharhlashdi. Yonidagi tip qar ekan. Kimni tiqdi? Kimni tiqib qo'ydi tipga jigar? Kecha Abu aytdi-ku, Alexey BKDga chiqdi, chiqdi Navi dedi. No da, Alexey BKDga chiqdi, Alexey mashina.
Back and forth across Ancient, Mirage, non-starter for Gamer Legion. We can't lie. That wasn't there. Stressful map 3 of Inferno, no doubt. Let's talk about that second pistol. How stressful?
Nomini o'zgartirib qo'yamiz NAVI birdagi.
Come on. Yeah, I am a little crazy. Sadzin's on a tear. How did you guys respond? You obviously had to come together to make this work. So talk to me about how it went in the server.
Yeah, I was a bit worried like when we hit the T-side Inferno, because normally our CT side is stronger, but we managed to close it pretty comfortably.
This, I think, is fair to say, is a Gamer Legion crowd today. Would you agree?
I would fucking agree. I love you, Atlanta!
Bizga chiroyli sharhlasangiz bo'ldi. Bo'ldi, jigarlar, men hozir kelaman. Qarashni, men hozir kelaman. Faqat ko'p turinglar, men hozir kelaman, jigarlar.
Quote unquote firing on all cylinders, as people like to say. Is there anything you want to say before we get you out of here?
I just love you guys. You're amazing.
Thank you very much. Oh yeah, one last thing. Bet Boom or Navi?
I don't care.
All right, fair enough. Hey, let me go ahead and let me get you to sign right here, bud.
Gamer Legion with their eyes on the prizes. They are the first team to be locked and loaded into the grand finals, and they were hell-bent on getting there as quickly as possible on that T side of Inferno. We do indeed have one of the heroes of one of the last rounds. It's Rez joining us here up on the desk. Congratulations. Tell me what's going through your head right now.
Thank you. I can't remember last time I was in a grand final like this. It's a great feeling. I'm so happy.
Yeah, you have really big impact players on your team. You know, you have a PR that can lock down Bomb Size 1000 as well. Hypex has been the best player until, maybe in this game actually struggled to get off the ground. Do you think that there's like a responsibility from you and Snacks to step in those moments? Because you frequently do when they have those struggles.
I didn't feel that anyone struggled, to be honest, this game or this event at all. Like, I feel like everyone has been stepping up, and in every match we play, I feel like everyone has their moments. Like, maybe Milan has some rough game, but I still feel like he had a lot of impact in the rounds. Like, you can, as long as you contribute in the team play and all this, that's what matters, right? And I think he really did that.
I think for Gamer Legion last year, when you guys made playoffs or had some good runs, things would maybe fall apart a little bit. There were some mistakes. Felt like you guys were losing games more than the teams were beating you. Like, it looks a lot different now. You look way better in the mid rounds. You look more composed, like better organized. What is it that's changed this year with the addition of Snacks that's causing this?
Honestly, like, I think it's the experience that we got so far. I think going this deep into tournaments has given all of us more experience, like Hypex and PR, like they're getting more time on stage and all this, and I think it's really important when we go up against like good tier 1 teams, and I think everyone is starting to being able to control their like emotions more now, and I think it shows in the game that we're more disciplined than before. Like, when we're starting to choke a lot on stages, I feel like we have our composure now, and we understand what we need to do in crucial moments. But yeah, of course, I think Snacks is a big like factor to all this. Like, he brings a lot of calmness and experience, of course, and he helps us keeping us in check in all moments.
Just to zoom out, can you talk to me about the season as a whole? Because you guys, start of the year are playing Frag Miami. There's a lot of smaller LAN events you're attending, and you're not always beating the teams that feel like they should be beneath you in the rankings. Was there a fear making it to the tier 1 events again, or making it to Cologne for you guys because of the travel schedule you had to go through?
Yeah, honestly, we're exhausted. We need a long break after this, and then we have the major, of course. But yeah, like when Snacks joined us, we won like parking right. That's the reason win we got, and that gave us a lot of confidence, of course. And yeah, I think in recent games we only lose to like NAVI and Vitality and those guys, right? And obviously like Bet Boom back in Rivals as well. Like, those are the teams that we are been struggling against, and I think it's fair to say that. We're not really there yet to beat those teams. Like, we're still lacking a lot of experience and like the overall identity of Gamer Legion and our like full gameplay, like team structure and all. So I think getting to like the Vitality level and Navi level it's gonna take time, of course. Like, we need more time together, and like that's why this is so important for us, because this is gonna help us a lot to get to that goal faster, I think.
We're not going to talk about Mirage, but on the maps that you did end up winning, right, you had really good T-sides, and it seemed like you were just very well prepared for the aggression and the moves that Legacy likes to do on the CT side. Was that the case from your POV?
On Mirage or?
Oh, no, on Ancient and Inferno.
Yeah. I mean, that's the main topic. Maybe it was in the prep against them. Like, these are the guys that they're gonna push the smokes when you least expect it. They're gonna swing you or like be behind you whenever, like anytime on the map. But we were expecting that, and I think that's why we lost Mirage as well. I think we struggled really hard to like get control on the map and like figuring out what they are and where they are, because I feel like that is a map where they can really like take advantage of those plays. But yeah, going into Inferno, I think it was much easier. Like I think it's an easier map to like shut down these plays, and like it's very much, yeah, that's why I think it went so easy for us.
I mean, you were making things look incredibly easy. I think we should dive into your clutch at the tail end of Inferno. We'll get it up on the screen and you can kind of walk us through this, because this is just sublime from you. How are you making these? How are you making these reads?
I mean, I didn't hear them too long. That was my teammates calling it out. I just made some, like, I wanted to create some chaos with my smoke so they can have to figure out where I am, so I can isolate a 1-on-1 duel. And the last clutch, like, I know this position is really hard for CTs to, like, peek you on, because you have the headshot angle, you have left side swing, right side swing, like and they have to just like walk up and peek you, and it's really, really hard for CTs. So I just did a full surprise move and just did a wide swing, and I think it's kind of free kill from there.
It works beautifully. Final question from my side. Towson said he doesn't care if it's NAVI or BetBoom tomorrow. Do you have a preference if you'd like to face? You said both these teams have beat you recently. Anybody you want to get revenge on?
I want revenge on NAVI, to be honest. I think we've been close to beating them, and I think this is the time we can do it.
Lovely stuff, Rez. Congratulations. We'll let you get on your way and get the preparations underway for that grand final tomorrow. Thank you so much. Congratulations once again. Yeah, you can leave your headset on the desk anywhere. Beautiful stuff coming out from Gamer Legion, cementing themselves in that grand final, as Rez said. Been a while since we've seen them in a grand final as well, and I'm so excited no matter which opponent they're going to be facing, because they've been putting up some stellar Counter-Strike. I mean, you just talked about it, right? Working on those T sides, making sure it's more cohesive, and we so saw that at the tail end of Inferno.
Yeah, like we said, the eye test is there for Gamer Legion, right? And it's not gimmicky, it's not cheesy, it's not, we have all these like fast rounds, and if we do that, it's great, and we have this one-dimensional style. Like, they were great at the more slow, measured approach on T side too. I mean, they really controlled T side on both Ancient and Inferno especially, right? Punishing, as Rez pointed out, some of those moves that Legacy likes to do, being able to close out rounds, and you can tell that the players are just a bit more confident at this stage of the tournament.
Yeah, there's a tactical versatility to them. You know, there was a time where they were just seen as the anti-strat team. When you looked at the previous version with Ash, it felt like there was a lot of restrictions on the squad to make some of those individual plays. And right now, I feel like those players are flourishing under that a little bit of extra freedom. They're still on a leash, I think, in a few of those moments. You know, but Snax is trying to play a kind of a hybridized style between what we see sometimes from Legacy, for example, but then also what we used to see from old Gamer Legion.
And I guess that's where you put the shoe on the other foot if you're looking at Legacy and going, okay, Gamer Legion come up with an amazing game plan to counter your CT side, and you don't really have any more answers to give to you, right? That's what you were a little bit worried about coming onto this, when you're not exactly playing your best map, you don't have tons of things to be working with. Kind of showed for Legacy.
Yeah, at the moment still lacking some depth, right? Obviously Mirage was great, and then they were able to dominate, but on Inferno, on Ancient, in some of these moments, you know, you're relying a bit too much on individual plays, right? And your guys stepping up and delivering hero moments or clutches, right? You just need to have some more layers to your game, right? Like, put your players in more advantageous positions where they don't need to always sort of claw for these rounds, and also just try to develop a little bit more on the CT side, like figure out how to play when you're not mega aggressive or mega gambling with some setups, right? Because you could tell how easy it was for Gamer Legion to deal with them in this series.
And you had Art as such an engine from the group stage to the start of the series, really. For him to actually peter out towards this Inferno, it showed that there were limitations in the amount of options that they could pull together. They couldn't find clean opening advantages. They were walking or running through smokes, actually, and just getting chewed up when they went for attacks. So yeah, no, there's definitely room to grow for this Legacy, but I also think if they got a home crowd advantage, this is the type of squad that do feel like they would ride with that energy. You know, when they're in the group stage, they hear Dumao screaming his lungs out every single round. You don't get to hear that quite as much. It doesn't have the same effect when there's an audience also cheering against you.
Well, speaking of the individuals, it is indeed time to be checking in with our DHL MVP. Yes, indeed, it is time to be having your say over in the Twitch chat, because you get to decide who potentially may be taking home the DHL MVP at the end of the tournament. From this particular series, though, Towson, definitely a name on the radar, Janko.
Oh, for sure. He had a lot of moments at different times. It felt like a true team effort from Gamer Legion on this one, right? This 1v3 on the first map. Absolutely monumental, right? To deny that early advantage for the side of Legacy. And he's been really rock solid for Gamer Legion over the course of the last year or so.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty well, I guess, recorded sentiment as well that not a lot of people would have rated the move initially, but he's flourished under the sort of versatility that he offers up, shuts down bomb sites, and also clutches out rounds.
The man that we just had up on the desk, Rez, is your second option for your DHL MVP vote. I think after seeing that beautiful clutch coming out from him, he might just have my vote, Yumi.
He loves America, clearly.
He really does.
Whether or not we're referencing the legendary Oakland or not, he seems to really ride the momentum. And he very plainly breaks down the way he wins a clutch like this, but he comes up with some of the most important rounds for Gamer Legion when it comes to these later and later playoff games.
Yeah, and especially on a map like Inferno, he's had a lot of impact for them yesterday, today as well, and one of the main reasons why Gamer Legion is doing better, like you guys pointed out, they have an AWPer who can play, right? Like, they haven't had that for years at this point, and Hypex did some work on the rifle as well, and had a quiet series, honestly, up until Inferno, but picked a great time to step back up and deliver a good game.
Oh yeah, I mean, the clutch on the pistol round as well in the second half was really labored, but he did get there in the end. So I mean, it's good for him. I mean, he's been coming up with so many clutches for this team just throughout this entire tournament.
Hey, and the one time Gamer Legion had a good start, it was the final half of the series. So they waited, and then they pounced.
And then they literally won every single round after that. So all they got to do is just win the pistol and convert, Janko. That is the key. For them moving forward, though, obviously Rez was saying about it, Navi, BetBoom, a lot of history between both of these teams. I mean, I think it's fair to say they probably stand a bit more of a chance versus BetBoom. That might be a bit more of an even affair, but I'd be really excited to see them tested, even just in terms of the map pool versus Navi as well. That'd be a really interesting one.
Yeah, and also the Rez was talking about getting experience on stage and playing against tier 1 teams. Grand Final is sort of the next level, right? Yes. Like when it comes to that, it's a different sort of playground, and obviously Navi is a team that has a lot more experience than them at that stage. They would be an absolute underdog, no pressure on them, which is a great position to be in. And whether they win or lose, I think it will be a great learning experience for the future.
I just want to see if they can play spoiler to a Navi that are favorites pegged to win this tournament. If they can beat Vitality, if they can beat one of the demons in the closet, lifting a trophy where that is such a massive flex with that Vitality was in attendance. If there is any disruption in the storyline, I mean, the Gamer Legion 13-1 on Ancient, if they can get anything close to that, I mean, that's definitely a level up that they're looking for.
So that would be quite something on this very stage. Well, with Gamer Legion beating the likes of Legacy, that does mean the end of the road for the Brazilians here in Atlanta. So let's get a few closing thoughts courtesy of Dumao.
Dumao here with me after the loss. Obviously, I love doing interviews with you, but not after a loss like this. Can you share a little bit what happened on the server today?
Today, I think we have to work more on Ancient. It's bad when you have a bad start like this. I think in an arena, it takes a bit of your momentum. But after we just lost, we say, guys, never mind. We got the experience now. We can just go and have fun. We did a good map, but I think on Inferno, it's always details. It's always about a kill and a trading and going forward. Some bad decisions can affect all the team. And I think we just have to work on that. And economy, it's always economy, you know? When you lose momentum, the economy makes you worse. But yeah, I think that's it. But it's not that complicated for us, I think. Yeah.
It seems like from the vibe I'm getting is that you're not putting too much, like thoughts on the loss, because obviously you're not out of the tournament, you're out of the contention for the trophy, but you still have a third place decider tomorrow. So does this change the mentality within the team that you have to not actually think about the loss, but refocus for the next game, which is tomorrow?
Yes, I think that's the most important, because we have more tournaments, we have a game tomorrow, even losing. And it's a great opportunity to play in front of the people and get experience for major and maybe CAC now. And I think we just have to keep improving and not head down because of a loss, because it's a 2-1. It's not that hard, you know. And I mean, Saisem Rio, when I talk to you, it's way better now. So yeah.
Yeah, I actually remember when we spoke about after your IM Rio exit, you told me that you have so much more potential and you don't know how to unlock it. Is this the event where this was Legacy much closer to the A game that you know from the practice, for example?
Yeah, but I think there is more room yet for A game. I don't think we are reached. We reach sometimes, then we go down to C game, and we are not reaching to B game. I think because of the emotions, sometimes we go too aggressive and we lose focus in momentum. But I think since we had the conversations after losing or winning, we can receive this information and deal better after, you know. So I think that it's just about time. There is nothing to do.
Thank you for all the answers, and save that A game for tomorrow, okay?
Thank you. See you.
Yeah, lots of insight coming out from Dumao. I would echo that sentiment of a definite improvement post IM Rio, but perhaps not the A game of Legacy reached just yet.
Yeah, that's always the key for some of these lower tier teams, right? Like finding the consistency. Like how can you raise your floor, right? So you're more consistent and then hopefully pop off here and there, right? To have some of these deep runs.
And sometimes all it takes is one tournament where a player has a good pop-off. You know, it's not too long ago, Nissim looked like the worst player on this team and then started to grow into his own sort of clutch player in some respects. You know, he has individual rounds, and when they won CAC, he was the MVP by far in just how much impact he provided. But it does take a bit of a ramping up. It's clear that confidence is a massive thing for these guys. And it's good to see that, at least in that interview, Dumao seems to be taking it in stride and noting that improvement. And so it's not a deterrent as such.
And the third place decider will hold a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Right? Like for these teams, obviously the points are still hugely important, getting another win under their belt, whether that's going to be Backbone or, you know, hopefully not NAVI, because that would be a tougher nut to crack. Yeah. But yeah, you have to be able to just refocus, because, you know, unlike other teams who would be super disappointed by not being in the final, like for them, it's still an important game that they need to try and win.
And I'm glad that he's saying that they want to get as much on stage experience as possible, because obviously that third, fourth place is decided tomorrow. You mentioned CAC, there's another iteration of that coming up. Then they begin at stage 2 of the major. If they make it to stage 2, there'll be more stage experience there. So they've got a lot coming up, considering the major starts in a couple of weeks. Like, I hope they're not going to be too fatigued coming into it.
Yeah, but, you know, there's a debate around this at the moment, because what is Legacy's ceiling at the major, right? You'd realistically say stage 3. Like anything above that would be a huge surprise. There's a chance they don't make it into stage 3. So long term for Legacy as a team, like CAC is important, like to go to and to have a deep run, like they can accrue a lot of points there as well. So they're now in the invite bubble for next season, right? There's this tournament that we'll see which teams decide to attend in China. It's during the player break, right? But that's also like something that can determine. So yeah, would it be better if they could just rest and then have a long boot camp and go into the major? Sure, but even with that, what would their result be?
Exactly. You know, what do they actually need?
So they're probably benefiting more from going to CAC, playing that as well, hopefully having a good run, and then at the major, you know, who knows?
I was just taking a look at the bracket. They've got NRG as their first opponent at CAC. That's doable. Then probably Maus, unless Tyloo make a crazy upset. It does seem like viable for them to make a dent in that tournament.
I will say, just in general, the stage 1 teams do feel like quite a few of them are actually ramping up towards that major in a way that I probably wouldn't have expected. You know, there are some teams that probably sit on the bottom end of that table that you just think, you know, maybe a month ago, there's a good way that they could have just been winning tier 3 lands, and that's about all that we could really talk about. But we are seeing a bit of development across the circuit, whether that's either here or overseas. Nothing is a guarantee. You know, Legacy understand that they can be felled by so many of these teams beneath them as well. So Yeah, it's going to be stressful on their calendar, but they're not the only ones. There's quite a few teams that are also trying to just get extra reps in ahead of the major.
Well, on the other side, Gamer Legion, they won't be falling to the likes of Legacy and will indeed be locking in a spot in that best-of-5 grand final. But I think it's time we find them an opponent. Coming up next, it's going to be NAVI taking on BetBoom. A lot of history between a couple of the players on each respective roster. It's going to be going down after this.
Hey Flamus, can I catch you for a word? What's up, my man? You are in the first big playoffs like this, but it's a special for you because this is first time with audience, actually, right? It happens as a stand-in, kind of crazy timeline for you.
Yes, I mean, completely agree. I'm happy that this is happening, that I got a chance to play in front of the crowd, and I hope the game is gonna be amazing.
Yeah. This is a little bit special tournament for you because you're trying to show yourself. You mentioned this. This is your big test before the transfer window, which you're hopefully going to get to some different team. So there's this line between team play and individual play. Are you happy with where you're currently standing? You know, with the current form.
I mean, you always can be better, but yeah, I wouldn't say I'm sad about my form. I was playing not bad CS on this tournament. In terms of team play and my individual form, so all good, yeah.
Any preference if it will be the next endeavor? English-speaking team, Russian-speaking team? Have any preference?
I have no idea, to be honest. I don't care. I just want it to be a good team.
That makes complete sense. I am just poking fun at you. I have one last question, which is when you were watching that game between Vitality and NAVI yesterday, what was going on in your head when you were watching it? Everyone was talking about it. Did you secretly cheer for one team that you maybe want to play against someone?
I didn't care at all, and I still do not.
This is perfect mindset, actually.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter who you want to play. It's just our work to play the game. If we play good, we can win both teams. If we play bad, we can lose to both teams. So it doesn't matter, to be honest. And I mean, maybe it's just better in a way that it's just more interesting to play not against Vitality again. It's just we played against Vitality, now we will play against NAVI. It's just more experience, more fun to play. Yep.
Yeah. I'm really feeling this energy coming out of you. You're excited to play this semifinal, and I wish you good luck.
So usually like the first thing that I do is I go to like FPS mode, just because I like those defaults. I do reset all. And then sometimes with these monitors, you can overclock them. So anytime I can overclock them, I overclock them.
Okay. What benefit are you getting out of that? Excuse my ignorant questions.
It's just a little bit smoother. So even if it like, I feel like you should always want to play like the max hertz, or it doesn't feel as good.
Okay.
I don't know like the details, but I'm pretty sure that's what it is. For black equalizer, I do 12. Color vibrance, I do 8, because also everything is so colorful these days. Low blue light to 10, just for eye health. It just feels nicer. Brightness, I do like 65. Yeah, sometimes I mess with these EDID settings just because like this is how you can like change the...
EDID?
Yeah, because sometimes you actually... There's like a bug in CS where like the stretching is like off. So you have to like change this, and this can sometimes like fix it. Where you like underclock it.
Okay.
But you shouldn't actually do that if you're not having that issue. It's just like a specific issue that like you have to fix.
What about Diac and stuff?
I guess it's just whatever the default is on here. So it is on. I don't know if it's yeah. So I have it on premium.
Okay.
I think that this feels good to me.
Yeah.
I never kind of mess with these because I think the FPS settings are perfect as they are.
Okay.
Honestly. So yeah, that's pretty much it for the BenQ. Yeah, so I actually changed a lot. So always restore defaults, just so you have everything normal. And then I always put the slider to performance. And I've actually learned about some new settings here very recently.
I am locked in.
So for ambient occlusion, you can do performance. So you pretty much just try to find all these things that you can do performance on. And sometimes I even forget exactly which they are. Yeah, so this one isn't it. For this CUDA thing, I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be prefer no system fallback, and someone way smarter than me told me about what this does.
Okay.
So I just follow. I'm just like, okay, sounds good to me. Yeah, so you don't change that. OpenGL, so this is another thing you can put prefer performance on. And then for this, I mean, it's gonna be just your graphics card. Doesn't really matter. Power management mode, prefer max performance. For preferred, this also doesn't matter, but I just like to put it there anyway. Shader cache size, you do unlimited. And again, a way smarter guy told me to do this, so that's what I'm doing.
Okay.
High performance, again here for this texture filtering quality. And I believe, yeah, that is it. Or I think they're, none of these other ones matter, so. And then here, I mean, actually on LAN, I'll put my actual resolution on the desktop, but at home I don't.
It looks a bit nicer when you leave it native at home, isn't it?
Yeah, it does. And then here, digital vibrance, I usually do around 65 to 70. Because, I mean, I don't really like when it's super vibrant. And then perform scaling on GPU, and that is it.
Okay, nice.
One thing you would change now in CS2. One thing.
Mechanically? Or what?
Any. You can change, you can remove Mindo from Mirage.
No. I would remove overpass.
Okay. Like forever?
Yeah.
Okay.
No.
Dream?
I would remove Inferno.
It's not just about the map. You can remove whatever. You can remove AK.
Banana. You can just play towards it. No, I'm joking. I would remove maybe... I don't know. Maybe Deagle.
What?
No.
Wow, that's controversial. You don't like it?
No, I'm liking, but lately I'm whiffing with Deagle, so bad.
If you will whiff with AK, we need to delete AK?
Yes.
Water bullets?
Or bullet, I swear.
What about you, mister? You cannot remove a player, though.
Picker's advantage? I would remove. Like, not remove it totally, but just...
Don't listen to him a lot.
Like CSGO, like it was in CSGO, just more better.
Okay.
Really hard to play with op sometimes.
It's true. You're forced to go into aggressive peaks with the op.
If you're staying and op are picking you, like he was, yeah, even doesn't matter. What, for example, if you're holding angle, op are picking you, 90% you probably die. And when they're casing you, it's really hard to catch him. You need to place your crosshair perfectly to catch his swing. But the thing is, sometimes people not swinging and going like on short, you're fucked.
Yes. Actually, wait, I could agree with that. I could agree. No, I agree with that.
Just remove hope.
Missed it?
Just go AK.
You'll be short on my answer.
I will remove.
Listen. I will remove.
Nate.
The window above the door on nuke.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Smoke door.
You don't like it?
I mean, at least it make easier for like flashes, smokes coming on A side, like so hard.
Wait.
Because I wanted to say like just remove the whole windows, but then it's not like how to enter the A side. It's not enter.
No chance.
From behind.
Then?
True, but remove just the windows above door.
Yeah. Wait, if they remove the windows, all the windows, imagine
No,
you could play 2 ops on door. Like on A side, like double up, one A side, one door, that's it.
Auto sniper and GG.
Just go back to 1.6.
Je version when you can be top of this shit.
Wow. I've never been there. Like never. I saw clips where like should be above holding door. What the hell?
Yeah.
Actually,
Honestly, the flashes
actually,
in 1.6 were so good.
You would add that?
Yes.
Oh.
It will be crazy. Crazy good for City.
Wait. Drin, you're entering A side and T side, right?
Yeah.
How would you clear?
Lucky to get 2 rounds. I don't know. It's gonna be hard. But no.
But usually he doesn't enter.
Like, it depends.
Who's entering?
Usually he's dying outside, bro.
Yeah. It depends also if people... But yes.
Yeah.
But yes.
But yes. I agree.
Totally agree.
Drin. What's up, my boy Drin? How are you?
Good, bro. You?
Yeah, great. Thank you very much for asking. This is the first time someone asked me back, actually.
Yeah, I'm good guy, bro.
Yeah. I wanted to ask, with Vitality out of the way, this thing got a little bit too much easier for you guys, no? Do you feel the same way?
I mean, always like every game that we play versus them, it always make us stronger because always like we have a lot of points and we just cannot close versus them. I don't know how, and we are happy that we closed this time.
Yeah. But this can be a trap as well, right? Maybe Ula, your performance coach, gave you some words about this, being overconfident. Can you share a little bit what was told in the team discussion?
No, I will not tell. I mean, I'm confident always. Like, for myself, I don't see that I'm sometimes over, but of course, like people can see others because we cannot think everybody same. But I mean, we have 2 players sick and we beat them. I mean, I'm not playing also the best CS because of the sick, I would say, but still no excuses. We are here to play, and let's show what we are capable of.
I'm going to step right back since you said you're sick. It's fine. Last question is that maybe that legacy loss was actually a destiny, right? So you can meet Vitality in the quarterfinals and beat them in the best of 3. Do you feel like this could be the way where you finally lift the trophy like this?
No, I think also in final we had good chance.
Yes.
Yes,
Yeah.
because last time we was winning 11-0 nuke, 11-1 after it was some bad situation from me on T-side nuke. They make comeback after on second map Anubis, 11-8 winning. They make comeback. It just, I don't know, it's just Vitality things, I think. To other teams, I don't think it can happen.
Was it even possible to fall asleep with all that adrenaline after that game? I can tell as a player that it is impossible, so tell me, with the jet lag as well?
Bro, to be honest, it was hard to sleep, but the most hardest thing, it was like after nuke to go outside from PC. When I went outside, I was like just smoking 3-4 cigarettes like non-stop, you know, like I was so fucking mad, you cannot imagine.
All right, I can feel the energy coming out of you as well, so good luck in this semifinal.
Thank you, bro.
The stands are getting packed out for our second semi-final. It's going to be BetBoom taking on the likes of NAVI, and it's going to be myself, Freya Spears, YNK, and of course Pimp joining us for this second match of the day. And it's 2 teams that know what it takes to beat the world #1s. For NAVI, it happened just yesterday, as Makaze was alluding to time and time again. They fall into the world's best, but yesterday was the exception to that rule. And BetBoom on the other side of things, Jacob, managed to do it in the group stage, which set them up for what was a miraculous run here to top 4?
Yeah, they've been easily, to me, the biggest surprise so far of the tournament. The fact that they find themselves directly into the semi-final. I don't think anyone had that on the bingo card for BetBoom, not even themselves. I would believe that would be possible, especially considering you're playing with a bit of a stand-in with Flemmers coming in. But what we've seen so far for BetBoom in this tournament has been very promising. They play good Counter-Strike. Flemmers seems to be slotting in quite well within the team. So in terms of them showing into the semi-final and having hopes of remaining competitive against NAVI, I think that's more than realistic.
Yeah, one of the most shocking, if not the most shocking result of the year. I mean, BetBoom being able to take down Vitality. Ultimately, I think mostly it was because of the maps, right? Their wins came on Anubis and Nuke. Anubis, something that NAVI was able to beat Vitality on, and Nuke, we heard it from the horse's mouth, you know, the struggles recently, especially on the T side. That reared its ugly head in the BetBoom game too. So props to them for being able to get it done, right? Won the seeding game against Pain as well, and now they're in the semis going up against NAVI.
And you know what I love about this BetBoom arc at the moment is the potential redemption story for Boomage. We've been kind of on the edge of it happening before, but this is a guy with a hell of a lot of history in Counter-Strike, and if he can do it again with this squad of young guns, I mean, I think it was you, Jacob, who put it in the way that this is a proving ground for him to show that he can get back and compete with the very best.
100% a proving ground for Boomage. Obviously, there's, as you said, a lot of history between him and NAVI. Arguably, it didn't end the way that they would have liked to, neither of the two parts, so to speak, back then. But ever since, you know, Boomage has been on a bit of a redemption arc, as you said. He hasn't really had the full breakthrough just yet. Obviously, had a bit of a stint in Cloud9, where he, at certain times, did a good job with the team. And
it was a bit weird, though, wasn't it?
It was a bit weird, you know, and that roster never really worked out the way it was supposed to. The name value, at the very least, looked to be very promising. But he has actually faced NAVI twice with Cloud9, and he's won both times, you know, so he's on a bit of a win streak, you know, going up against his own organization. Now, obviously, the NAVI back then and the NAVI today, two different rosters, but in terms of having the upper hand in that head-to-head, well, it's Boomage right now.
He was the IGL when Simple finally got his, right? Finally got his major over in Stockholm. That was Bits' breakout year too, right? So familiarity with him and Blade, I think that's the most important one, right? Because Blade, of course, the meta changes and we're in a different version of Counter-Strike now, but his philosophy about the game does not change. And there's a lot of similarities about how they play now to how they played 5 years ago when it comes to the main principles of the system, right? And perhaps that's something that Boomage can utilize that knowledge to translate to his players and sort of get them well prepared to understand what are the main triggers in this NAVI system.
That was something I was going to ask you, because it's always a kind of a superlative that we use, that when you played on a team, when you played with an in-game leader, when you played with a coach, then you might have an upper hand, a kind of anti-stratting versus them. But how realistic is that, considering A, the amount of time that's been between when Boomage was on NAVI and right now, and B, does it maybe risk you playing yourself into a hole if you're over-anticipating what they're going to be doing?
It's true, you have to be careful about not relying too much on any sort of anti-strat, whether there's familiarity or not, right? But I think just from a broader standpoint of the macro game, like, he understands what it is that NAVI is trying to achieve in rounds and how they want to, you know, get to the end of rounds, right? And a lot of it is going to come down to timing and understand, all right, like, at this moment, this is the moment for us to make a move, and this is the moment for you guys to not do anything, because right now they're just sitting there waiting for us to make a move, to punish us, right? That's what the whole round is about. So not play your entire hand based off of that, but, you know, sprinkle a little bit of something in there.
Yeah, I mean, you can always have a bit of a tendency, you know, reading into it as well. The way Blade is conducting himself in timeouts, as you said, sure thing. Over the years, he's probably developed, you know, new things that he likes to do. I think he's also getting accustomed to a new version of Navi and dealing with different personalities than he dealt with back when he had Boomage on the team. But whenever you see the games, and if we're going to see a game that gets close, you know, you have a scoreline that is 11-11, you take a tactical timeout from Blade, you know, Boomage probably have a pretty good idea of what his tendency is to do after a timeout like that. So it can be a favor, but as Janko also said, you know, don't rely too much on it, because it can also be the other way around.
This is a big achievement for him as well. I mean, just as an IGL, you know, it was weird because talking about Spirit and some of their struggles in that department, like, you know, Boomage was a name that was floated around as, why don't they look at him?
Yeah,
I mean,
true.
The guy is a proven winner. He played with NAVI during that run. Obviously went through some changes of his own, right? And is now grinding it out with BetBoom. Like, you're going, you know, putting Magix in this completely new role and everything. So I don't know what's going on there, but if Boomage can continue to deliver with his team, let's not forget they're playing with a stand-in as well. Actually, two stand-ins really in a way. They've just had to commit to one because of the major and how their road to Cologne has looked like. That's pretty impressive to be able to put it all together.
Well, speaking of Boomage, let's hear from him ahead of this semi-final.
Get a chance to talk with Boomage ahead of your semifinals against NAVI, and it's them. Is it kind of personal right now for you? You know, does it affect you because of, you know, old team?
No, I'm already play in Cloud9 versus him, so versus them I mean, and it's okay. It's just very interesting to play versus Blade. That's all.
Yeah. I mean, I found an interesting stat that you are on this tournament yet to win the opponent's map pick, right? Yep. How does the map pool is going on in Bad Boom right now? Is there a punish pick? Because it's pretty brutal to play every game where you kind of struggle on opponent's map pick. And I think actually they picked Ancient against you. Did you expect that?
Yes. Yep. Yeah, we expect that. You know, we're mixed with Flamus, so we don't have a lot of days to practice. So every map is can be shakier or can be picked for us. So we just don't care.
You think generally your map pool is ready for NAVI today?
We will see it.
Okay, I like the answer. And speaking about Flamus and the stand-in situation, I spoke with you in Barcelona. It was like a month ago at this point, and you told me it's incredibly difficult to call in a mixed team like that with a little practice, but it's been some time. So did you know, get into the gears, and are the guys slotting in a little bit, making it easier for you to also perform, not to micromanage everything?
You know, it's a lot of space for create some new calls because we're mixed and can do like every round, every map script and script and script. So this is like a good opportunity to me to be the free caller, you know, and a lot of guys in our team like Magnus and Zorte trying to help me like what they can do, and I'm like structure the call under his moves, so everything is okay. Like we're ready. We already played like 3 tournaments before and this tournament, so we're like trying to be better. That's all.
And weirdly, all of those tournaments that you played, you have pretty good results, and even now, top 4 finish already, and obviously looking to get even better. But is this like maybe this stand-in buff is lasting for too long, or are you actually generally better team with Zorte and Flamus on the team?
No, you know, it's really chaotic because we're practicing with one roster and playing tournaments in the second roster, but we really don't understand what's happening. But we have the opportunity to win some tournaments, and we're trying it. So this all, really.
I love your honesty, not understanding, yet it works somehow. So good luck in this semifinal and see you on the server.
Yeah, and probably helped out when you've got a man like Flamus putting up numbers like he has been doing.
I mean, he's the 4th highest rated player so far in this tournament and has been playing lights out and finally, you know, starting to show some of that promise that we saw a couple of years ago when he was a sought-after talent. You know, there were rumors about him potentially going to G2 when they were lacking a player, and then for some reason never really worked out in VP. A little bit of a stint in OG.
Yeah,
well, a lot of good reasons. A lot of good reasons why it didn't work out in VP, you know, shout out James. But OG as well, to some extent, couldn't really find his footing, and now he's coming into a team where seemingly slots in well, and as said, you know, being the 4th highest rated player at IM Atlanta, whether you're standing or not, that is super, super impressive.
Yeah, for a lot of these young players, it can be a matter of the right fit. You know, whether it's culturally, whether it's just the style of the team, whether it's who the captain is, you know, and I think Flamus has shown that he's talented, right? And that he has the potential, but I think he's one of those guys that it needs to be the right fit for you to get the most out of him.
Well, when we're talking about their opponent on the other side of things, I just want you to try and quantify, Janko. What did that NAVI victory over Vitality actually mean for these guys at this point in the season as well?
Everything. It was proof of concept. It showed them that they can beat the best team in the world. You know, they had some close games, and you're already telling that to yourself. If only we didn't mess up this or didn't mess up that. But now you've done it, and you were able to grind it out. And you know, Blade was saying in an interview, like in whichever condition Vitality is, it's a huge benefit for them. And I absolutely agree, because that flips the switch in the players' heads too. Like now you're seeing it, you're seeing that you could get it done moving forward. Like obviously the worst thing that could happen is for them to fumble now at this tournament, whether it's here or even in the final. Like they're a huge favorite against Gamer Legion, goes without a doubt. But if NAVI takes care of business for the rest of the way, all of a sudden you're going into the Cologne major with a lot more, you know, interesting storyline when it comes to who can challenge Vitality.
That's who I'm praying for. Please don't be Mouse. Please don't be Mouse. Please don't be Mouse back in Cologne 2025, because that was like, oh my God, you've overcome your final boss. So it seems, and then you just fall flat. surely NAVI don't do that today.
I mean, never say never, for you, to be completely honest. I expect NAVI to
always
win
the
game
optimist
today. No, but to be completely honest, you know, they're going up against a Bedboom who got nothing to lose, and that is a dangerous prospect. And as I said, Boomage have beaten NAVI twice as well, so they can also, you know, try to build up their own cases why they should be able to beat NAVI. But as you said as well, Janko, it's super important for NAVI to get the job done, because at the end of the day, sure thing, you showed that you could beat Vitality in this current condition, but if it's not good enough to win the tournament, then it doesn't really change that much.
I want to believe you, Jacob, with this Bedboom thing, but when the guy is saying, I don't really know how we did it, but here we are, it's hard for me to feel confident that they can continue upsetting, right? I think this is just where, you know, the clock hits midnight and Cinderella turns into a pumpkin again, or whatever goes on there. I don't remember, but, you know, that they've done an amazing job to be at this stage of the tournament, right? But like Boomage was saying, with the stand-in and having to call, and, you know, you're practicing with one lineup to go to a tournament with a different one. Like, there's nothing worse that you need to do, and the only way they can win this game is if they just snowball maps and play from ahead the entire time. Because if plan A doesn't work, there's maybe a plan B. After that, it's, you know, say a prayer and free for all.
Well, maybe we should hear from the other side of the coin in that case. It's Ime with Stiko.
Another interview now with Ime, but this, you know, stage is kind of good for you, right? You lifted a curse yesterday. Can you turn it into blessing? I feel like audience as well were cheering for you, or maybe against Apex, I'm not sure.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not sure if it was if it was for us or if it was against Vitality, because like sometimes we feel like obviously they won everything so far, and then people want to see someone else winning, and then I think it was no matter us or someone else, they were cheering for that team, right? But obviously we have like a lot of fans, and the crowd like probably is gonna be again like towards us, and I don't know, it feels amazing to have this crowd in the back.
Now Bedboom is against you, and your coach Blade and also Bit, they have a history with their captain. Did they share anything with you? Any insights, like how he likes to call, for example? What are his tendencies? You don't need to overshare, but obviously something that you have to be like really careful about when you play the game.
I don't. It was a long time ago. Let's to make it clear. But obviously we have some tells, and we'll try to make it in our favor, and then we'll play from there.
I just spoke with Bedboom as well, and they're like having this stand-in situation and play really loose. Is this something that you're maybe more comfortable to play against or less comfortable? Personally, you don't need to talk about as a team, but for you, Ime, what do you think?
I don't think we or I care about this. We basically play of what they played. Obviously, we beat Vitality, they beat Vitality, and we should not underestimate them overall, and then we should also not think that, okay, we beat Vitality, we won the trophy, because we have 1 or 2 games ahead of us, and then we just need to focus on those. So.
That leads me nicely to the last question, which is, you said in the interview that the biggest opponent for you is you. Yes. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
I mean, it's just the worst. Like, obviously, if we gonna fuck up our situation, we're gonna lose more rounds. And if we're gonna play how we play overall, and then if we play how we know we can play, we have a better chance to win every time.
Maybe that this win against Vitality can lead to certain overconfidence, which is sometimes, by the way, as dangerous as not. Dangerous, yeah, right? Yes. So what do you think about that?
I hope so, definitely. Because it was our curse, our kryptonite, let's say, and we managed to beat them, and then probably we will have some confidence out of that, and we'll just have to see what happens.
Let's ride the wave. Let's ride the momentum. I will see you in the server.
Okay. Coat or what?
Sorry?
You got ready for this coat or what?
Yeah, I love that penultimate question coming out of Stiko there, because it's so true, right? Ime probably feels like in a lot of those situations against Vitality, they were just losing to themselves.
Yeah, and I think it's a statement that a lot of different players and a lot of different teams have used over the time, you know, that we are our own worst enemy to some degree, and there's always a bit of truth to it, but I think in Navi's case, it's very much the case, you know, especially when you consider who's left in the tournament. As Janko said, it's very hard to build a case of them not being the heavy favorite going into the semi-final, and if they were to play Gamer Leader in the final as well. Even more so when you consider the history of Navi as well. It's always been a team that has struggled with the body language, with the sometimes losing control over the game. Seemingly as of late, they've gotten control over it. So them being their own worst enemy, I definitely buy into that.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see, right? I think they just unlocked something with that win, because also it's important against the team that you figure out like how you want to play against them.
Yes.
Once you realize, okay, this is how we need to play, yeah, you still need to execute that to do it, but it's much easier than when you're just lost and are unsure how to approach that. I don't think in the Mito there's really any surprises for Bedboom. It was either Nuke or Anubis.
Okay.
I guess they decided to go against Anubis in this one. Ancient for Navi makes sense. The highest win rate on that map last 3 months, right? It hasn't been the best for Bedboom, and in terms of which side you're going to have to start on, Ancient is one where it's not as bad starting on T side.
Quickly, Jacob, any surprises here for you in terms of the maps, or as expected?
As expected. I'm just happy that Navi didn't stay away from Ancient. Obviously, they had that game against Game Legion where they got absolutely smacked, to be completely honest, but then they won against Legacy, and they very much trust in the Ancient. You know, maybe that was a one game off where nothing really worked out against Game Legion, but in terms of bringing it into the semi-final and for the rest of the tournament, seemingly they have no problem with that.
By the way, it is indeed time to get our second semi-final rolling. It's Navi taking on Bedboom.
Ligga ngishamema manje atlika.
Buddy, how we doing out there, Atlanta? There we go, Atlanta. Hello, everybody. Good evening. How are we? You know, the Intel Extreme Master is one thing, right? It's one thing to do it in NA. It's another thing to do it here in Atlanta with you all. It's a very, very special treat. So give yourselves a round of applause. You guys have been awesome throughout the duration here. And one of our competitors in this semi has had their share of hardships, but as of yesterday, put one of those demons away. But both of these teams enter the stage today trying to look their best for that Cologne major ahead. So is it going to be? Is it going to be Bedboom? What about, is it going to be Navi?
Navi fan ko'proq ekan lekin.
No, but surely somebody said Bedboom, right? Nobody?
Navi
But
fan
Navi.
ko'proq ekan. Astanadan salam, salam qo'ygan. Nega? Tinchmi?
In Atlanta, you've been awesome. I need you on your baddest behavior because it's time for our next match.
O'yin boshlanyapti sekin-sekin. Tak, hozir Instagramga qo'shim kerak. Prinsipi, mana shu paradan kim yutsa katta ehtimol bilan shu finalga olib ketsa kerak deb o'ylayman. Chunki ikkalasi ham mощный jamoa, Navi ham, BB ham mana shu ikkalasi Vitalitini yutishgan. Navi guruh statistikasida, BB guruh statistikasida yutgan, Navi esa kecha play-offda yutdi. Hammani shokka tushirdi. Real hamma shokka tushib qoldi mana kecha Navi yutganida. Tak, sekin.
Atlanta, I need you to make some noise. Let's go, let's go, let's go!
Sirajiddin Ramzan, Zigar, yaxshimisiz? Assalomu
This moment where we took down the Vitality.
Zigar, assalomu alaykum. Da, brat. Necha kun avval o'tiribsiz? Конечно, olganman Zigar.
I'm just standing in, just trying to help the boys out. I'm here to show myself that I'm capable of playing.
Standing,
I was checking their kind of map pools, and it was thought that they can beat Vitality because Vita was not practicing. Of course, they did great job. They played well. It was not that surprise.
I really want to face Navi. I think the community knows the story. To face Navi?
Qaytni ko'rdingmi? Da, manda qo'ygan tinchlikmi bu? Dastan nasradi. Akalar kirib to'polon qilishdi. Prechtamoy chatvishi.
Our first semi-finalist takes to the stage.
Kimdir bosim qilayotgan ekanmi? Kimdir aniq qilayotgan ekan. Normalmi hammasi? Jigar ya, tak Vitality atilabdan o'ynamadimi deyman, men shuni tushunmayman. Endi charchagan bo'lishi mumkin Jigar. Bular ham odam u. Endi tugabdi, men kecha Vitalichni erasi tugadi deb yozdim-ku. Ha, o'ch ketibdi deb. Короче, kecha kanalimga yozdim, Vitalichni erasi tugadi deb, bitta bratan yozdilar. Bitta turnir tugagandan keyin tugamaydi deb. Men aytdim, aka dedim, Astralis erasi ham Navi tugatgan, именно bu narsa Inferno kartasida bo'lgan. O'sha legendarniy elektronik anons bo'lgan, gapi. Все сгорел. O'shani bo'lgan.
Atlanta now joining us in the arena. Your second semi-finalist, NAVI.
Да, нормально. Да, норм. Да, четко. Внизу. Rob Zavu Apex bor ekan, Vitaliy erasi tugamasa kerak, bro. Assalomu alaykum. Musobek Madrim, assalomu alaykum. Assalom. Yo, конечно, uli kuchli bo'ladi, lekin muammoli bo'ladi. То есть oldingidek непобежденный bo'lmaydi, tushunsiz bor.
Clearly have their favorite, but can that translate into another victory today? If you're an odds man, you'd also be siding with Navi for a laundry list of reasons. But Jacob, sell me on the prospect that BetBoom continue their underdog run here on this stage.
That's a tough task to give me, Freya, to be completely honest. There's not a lot of signs that is pointing in that direction. But if anything, it's the whole notion of going into this game with nothing to lose. You can play freed up. You have had Flammer so far having a great tournament. You've had Magnus as well being the 6th highest rated player. So in terms of the individuals, in terms of the firepower, I think there's a world where BetBoom can, in some occasion, match Navi on the server. But I'll be completely honest for you, the best bet BetBoom have of winning this game is if Navi is not turning up today. So for me, it's kind of out of their own hands.
And the key is not only good starts, but also maintaining poise, right? They were very vocal about in the group stage, everyone was calm. In that game against Vitality on Nuke, the decider, like they didn't let the comeback happen. They always had faith that they were going to be able to close out the game. Now it's obviously a different environment. You absolutely need to maintain that poise if you're going to have any chance of challenging Navi here.
And I don't have any doubts that Navi are able to do that, right? We heard all those words coming out of Mikade, which is rare in itself, Jacob. The fact that they finally managed to best Vitality, I don't have any concerns that they won't continue that momentum here today.
No, they should be able to. They even get to start on their own map pick as well. Ancient map they've been very strong of. You know, speaking of Mikasa as well, heading into Ancient, he is the catalyst behind this Navi lineup. He's the guy that is always attempting the opening kills. He's the guy that is always at the center of attention. His T-side rating on average on this map is 1.50, which is outrageous for a player like Mikasa. So if you speak about, you know, certain individuals from Navi,
так, mana Grand Slam olingan, qarang, Grand Slam olishda Vitality, no bu o'tmas, просто qarang, endi уже buni anchadan beri yaxshi formada kelayotgan hisobiga charchiydi odam.
Have a field day, right? And all eyes will be on him. BetBoom can't play scared, right? They have to try and take the game to Navi. Be aggressive, no matter how prepared Navi will be for that. Like, you can't go into a tactical back and forth.
Yeah, bilan rais kapitan donat qilib 333 Rais aka, assalomu alaykum. Xush kelibsiz efirga aka. Tizimiz charchanabsan. Navi BB kecha sensatsiya bo'ldi. Kecha men sizni efirda ko'rmadim, lekin kecha Navi Vitalityni yutdi. Qoyilmisiz shu narsaga, brat? Tizimisiz? Rais boy kiribdilar. Shu yutsa bo'ldi, shuni yutsa bo'ldi. Ko'ramiz. Chaysa qolmazdimi? Chef Spirit Falcon ertagami nasib? Nasib ertaga lekin men qilmayman, lekin meni ustozim qiladi. Mana Xoven TV meni ustozim. Hozirgi vaqtda Flashbang, Brill GX va Botir bilan shaqayotgan inson mana shu bo'ladilar. Mana hozir kirdilar podeshka qilishga. Точнее, bugun Frag kanalida bo'ladi. Bolalar shunga o'tib qolamiz, obuna bo'lamiz. Frag. Sekin Navi BB o'yini boshlanmoqda. Nu ketdi. Birinchi raund boshlandi. Ancient kartasi Navi piki. Taylanamiz o'tirib, chat, uyg'onamiz. Navi BB ga qarshi yarim final. Boomich open frag. Boomich open frag. Yana donat. Ey, raisniki sekin. Yana 5 ismi. Vitality Fatman, brat, BB go. Ana endi tushundim. Vitality Fatman ekansiz, no Vitalityni Navi yutib qoldi. Lekin bu yerda qaranglar. Hozirgi vaqtda Boomich, zo'rda yana 2 kill topdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Alexey. Boomich Navi'ning legendasi. O'sha esingizda bo'lsa 21-yilda Navi'ning prime bo'lgan vaqtida Boomich kapitan bo'lgan. Va mana shu inson hozir Navi'ga qarshi o'ynayapti. IBB va Navi mana shu ikkala yagona jamoa bu turnirda Vitality'ni yutib olgan. Shunga ko'ramiz endi kim g'olib bo'lishini. Raisi kim Vitality fanati ekan. No, mayli. Malikim bo'lganim Siren Alexey olib ketdi. Bruno BB birinchi raund qo'lga kiritdi. Ancient harakat etgancha galsan yo'q qo'ydim. Rais aka, brat, donat uchun katta rahmat. 833 ming so'm donat qildilar o'zi menga. Boru. Addushi bir 2 minut ichida gap bo'lishi mumkin emas. Tak, abros qo'yinglar. Xo'p, bolalar kim yutadi? Kim yuta? Xo'p, men o'chirib qo'yinglar, xo'p. Kim g'olib bo'ladi? Galsan ochaman chatda, ustini galsan qilib qo'yinglar. Vitali BB yoki Vitality. BB yoki Navi. Vitality. O'sha xayolda Vitality o'ynayotdim bo'ldi, yutdi deganida. No, Vitality chiqib ketdi. Tak, BB yoki Navi. Mana bolalar chatdan ochib qo'ydim apros. Qani ketdik. Magnojas imani o'ldirib ketdi. Hozirgi vaqtda Flamus ham kill topdi. No, bu ekonomik round Navi jamoasida. Hop, butun ekonomik Wonderful bitta topdi. Yana bitta topsa kill уже norm bajarilgan bo'ladi. Magnojas va bu ikkinchi round BB uchun. Bugun Hanafsoviy Aurora Spiritni oldiga kira oldim. Ayog'i. Xabarim bor. Tanlash qiyin. Ne, no, в принципе, katta ehtimollar men aytganimdek, chat, qaytaraman. Mana shu paradan kim yutsa final oladi deb o'ylayman. Chunki Gamer Legion BBni ham Navini ham yutolmaydi. O'zi setka ozgina g'alati chiqib qoldi. Tan olish kerak. Hamma kuchli komandalar tepaga tushib qoldi, shunisi bor. Apasda, Pain, Legacy, Gamer Legion bular jam unchalik kuchli emasdi. Bulardagi kuchli emas. Bugun BB yetsa kerak. Ko'ramiz, Magnojas Alexeyni o'ldirib ketdi. Smoke berilmoqda hozirgi vaqtda. Ima. Assalomu alaykum, brat. Yaxshimisiz? Sizmisiz? Miro 70. Va alaykum assalom, jigar. Tinch, loyish. O'zingiz qanaqasiz? Sog'laringiz yaxshimi? Hozir ko'ramiz endi bu yerda. 4ga 5 vaziyat ko'pchilikda hozirgi vaqtda BB jamoasi, Navi jamoasi birinchi bayni boy berishi mumkin. Bu esa bit zotin olib ketdi. Siren rasmiy qildi imani. 4ga 3 vaziyat. Kim g'olib bo'lar ekan? 1 daqiqa vaqt bor haligacha Navi jamoasida. Makadze bit sekin flashka bilan. Mana Navini muxlislari jonlanmoqda arenada. Hop, smoke berildi rampaga Sirenni lekin respekt qilaman chunki pichog'i 1-6 dan. 1-6 o'tamizlar kelar. Mana ket Navin patishkasi. Hop, Wonderful rampadan chiqish kerak. Makadze keyfdan chiqib keldi. Bu yerda hozir reveal bo'lib pik qilishi mumkin. BB jamoasi mana patlash kubik lekin Molik keldi. Yongani yo'q, yaxshiki bu yerda Flamus o'ldirolmadi. Makadze o'ldirib ketdi. Sirenni pachga qalay qo'ygan, mana endi ko'rilmoqda. Bu yerda yana bitta kill bor Makadzedan rasmiyan. Wonderful va Makadze Boomich va Magnusga qarshi legendarniy AGL и Faceit qiroli Wonderful va Makadziga qarshi. Mana shu ikkita o'yinchi kecha Vitalitini to'xtatishdi. Ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini bu klashda endi Bumich rampadan o'ynab kelmoqda. Bu yerda timingga to'g'ri olib o'tdi. Wonderful Bumich olib ketdi va bu save. Va bu birinchi raund Navi uchun menimcha biza qiziq o'yin ko'rsak kerak. Chunki birinchi bayn Navi qo'lga kiritdi. Ikkala jamoa hozirgi vaqtda formasi zo'r, lekin bittasi grand finalga chiqadi va ko'ramiz kim chiqar ekan, albatta. Xo'p, Monyo qattasiz asirda o'tdik. Navi Vitalitini qanaqa qilib yutib qo'yishdi? Xo'ven, men shokdiman. Birinchi ikkita karta yaqin bo'ldi, lekin 3-kartada Inferno'da Navi sezgani yo'q Vitalitini. 13-3 hisob bilan tugadi. Eng qizig'i Robs 1 ga 10 yugurib yurdi. 1 ga 10. Navi menimcha blade tayyorlangan. No bilindim narsa to'shda Anubisni blade tayyorlaganiga. Yaxshigina tayyorladi. Даже при том, что Navi Vitalitini firepower kuchliroq bo'lgani uchun Navi bir amallab yutib ketdi. Bir amallab. И Wonderful играж izni berdi, tan olish kerak. Wonderful kecha MVP bo'ldi. Bugungi oxirgi o'yin shumi? Albatta shunaqa Bumich hozirgi vaqtda middle'da. Tak, bu yerda ko'rganimizda 4 ta o'yinchi maindan chiqib kelmoqda. Molotov berildi Zortega. Zorta Molotov menga berdi. Tashlaymi Mortor Alexi B egallab oldi saytni. Bu yerda ko'taga smoke yo'q va Zorta bilan Bumichga topishdi. To'rga 3 ga 5 vaziyat уже Navi fast A chiqishdi, egallashdi plantni, ammo nimagadir duellarni ola olmadi. G'alati narsa. Sireng Bumich bu yerda poylab turishdi. Zorte nima qilar ekan hozir endi ko'ramiz. Valera Bit va Xovskiy smoke red roomga глубокий smoke. Maksimalni noqulay smoke. Magnoges Imani o'ldira olmadi. Lekin olish kerak. Bumichni qaranglar. Ammo endi push qilib hozir jamoasiga informatsiya motor ekan o'tib. Wonderful Bumich olib ketdi. Yo'q. Bumich yetarli informatsiyaga qolmadi jamoasiga lekin. Chunki hozir bu A ga ham chiqishi mumkin hammasi. To'rga 3 vaziyat. Zorte bilan Magnolis joni juda ham ko'p emas. No Flamus o'yinni ochib ketgan bu turnirda. Drop qilindi. Ima hozir qarang, Flamus yaqin turibdi, ochiq turibdi yana. Bo'tdi, lekin Ima Flamus olib ketdi. 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Zorte Magnolis bo'tdi, Magnolisga topdi, bittan kill yana bor. Valera yo'q olib ketdi. Ima o'ldira olmadi, mana o'lib ketdi va vaqti yo'q. Bu esa 3-raund BB jamoasi uchun 3-1 hisob. Ikkalovi grand finalga dasturlangan jamoa. Xuddi shunaqa, lekin bittasi chiqadi grand finalga, bittasi. Bumich nimaga? O'tdik nimaga? Bumich legenda. Ocholmadi, yetishmadi. Hali bitta ham chop ko'rmadik. Odamlar notebookda ochishdi, Steam Deckda ochishdi, lekin chop tushgani yo'q. Даже ana ham tushmadi. Kesatgan. Xo'p, Molotov berildi. Hero aka o'sha imada save qilingan oldingi raundda. Ibotda Flamus imani o'ldirib ketdi. Hero aka o'zi ko'rsatmadi. Bu yerda esa Magnolis Faceit quroli chiqib kelmoqda. Zorta ham shu yerda. Yo'q, bo'ldi. Alexi B Higher ko'rishguncha bu 4-raund Navi jamoasi uchun. Bumich Naviga tayyorlangan Blade'ni biladi. Menimcha Bumichda yaxshi Blade'ni biladigan inson bo'lmasa kerak. Mana time out Blade'dan. Chunki o'sha legendarniy era bo'lgan vaqtida Bumich IGL bo'lgan Navida. Hozir BB ga juda ham katta boost bo'ladi. Agarda IM Atlantan yuchisi VRS bo'yicha reytingi uchib ketadi tepaga. Uchib ketadi. Itakos Vitalis yutganiga anchagina point olishgan. Men hozirga qarab beraman. XLTV qanday bo'lishini BBda. Qaranglar, hozir bular VRS bo'yicha top 17 turibdi. Top 17. Tak, hop, Navi bilan o'ynashyapti. Tak, Navi bilan mana o'ynagandan keyin bitta qaraymiz. Bu yozilmagan lekin qancha olishi. Yozilmagan. Bu yerda xayash qiluvchi keldi hozirgi vaqtda, yaxshigina. Yozilmagan ekan. No, konkretno chunki Navi hozirgi vaqtda top 3 jamoa. VRS Racing bo'yicha. Navi top 3 turibdi. Top 4 chiqdi. Falcons ketib turadi. Falcons ketibdi. Top 4 ekan. Spirit Vitality'ga yaqinlashgan. 70 point raziyasi, 80 point raziyasi. Yaqin turibdi birga. Chunki bular hozir ikkalasi ham parallel o'ynashyapti-da. Shunisi ham aloqasi bor. Oppa, Siren makazini olib ketdi. To'rga 5 o'tadi. Bu yerda Beat Sirenni o'ldirdi. To'rga 4 3 ta o'yinchi ketdi. Alexi B rotatsiyani poylab turibdi. Flamus tekshirmadi va o'lib ketdi. Alexi B uni jazo oladi. To'rga 3 vaziyat, flashka. Yaxshigina tepadan berilmoqda. Yana bitta smoke, Wonderful zo'rti, Wonderful o'lib ketdi. Alexi B yana bitta kill topdi bu yerda. 3-2 vaziyat. Beat Alexi B va Ima zo'rti va Bumishga qarshi ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini bu raundda endi. Xayeshga berildi yaxshigina Molotov. Bumish Alexi B kechirmaydi. 1-1 Ima zo'rtiga qarshi va bu yerda Ima o'lib ketdi va bu ikkinchi raund Navi jamoasi uchun. BBJ'ni Tiberga otadi yutsa turnirni. 100% da. Endi Tiber degani bu top 8, top 10 da reyting bo'yicha. Vitaliy YouTube chempion bo'lsa 100 gram qo'shib berasiz agar adashmasam. Tak, assalomu alaykum. Nari polfinalda kim brat? Kodi, assalomu alaykum. Gamer Legion o'ynab bo'ldi. Gamer Legion finalga chiqdi. Legacy 3-o'rinda uchun o'ynaydi endi bugun. Xo'p, yutgan jamoa hozir Gamer Legionga qarshi o'ynaydi. Legacy 3-o'ringa o'ynaydi. Yutqizgani esa Legacyga qarshi. Xullas final yoki Navi Legacy yoki BB Legacy. Bular uyg'onib qolsa yomon qiladi. Navi stabil emas ekanda, bular bir bit, bir Wonderful bor. Alexi B uyg'on triple quadr qilar ekan. 100%, 100%. 4-2 hisob ko'rtirganimizda open frag bor BB jamoasida. Осуждаю disiplin. Assalomu alaykum. Xush kelibsiz efirga. Осуждаю bunaqa gaplarni jigarim. Bunaqa demang. Bunaqa demang. Xullas kim BBga balist qiladi, kim Naviga chat portatamiz. Portatamiz. Kim g'olib bo'ladi bu o'yinda? Zo'rti, bitta kill bor. Bumich, Kapitanich. Double kill bilan katta ehtimol bilan bu raundga nuqta qo'ydi. Valera Bitvakhovskiy. Bumich mana shu bolani akademiyada kelgandan keyin Navi asnovasiga. Buni katta qilgan, brachkasi bo'lgan Bumichga. Hozir Bit ustoziga qarshi o'ynayapti. Bit ustoziga qarshi Valera Bitvakhovskiy. Nuvati Flamus. Bit Flamus o'lib ketdi. To'rga 1 vaziyat. Tak. Zo'rti. Расстрела. Ну, botta save, все, botta save, bit save qilish kerak. Xo'p, BCG'da IGL Bumich bo'lish olish kerak emas. Qarang, Bumich o'zi ketmaydi menimcha. Chunki Bumich bu jamoaga kelib, xuddi Jamga o'xshab polniy noldan ko'tarib, polniy yosh bolalarni yig'ib qilganda jamoa struktura. Po fakti bu yerda Flamus ham hozir arendada. No, qaranglar, BB'ni o'yinchisi o'yinni ochib ketdi. Bu yerda 4 ta yosh talant, 4 ta yaxshi aymerli o'yinchilar. Bitta jostli kapitan. Naviga man bu o'yinda. Bo'ldi Miro. Tak, bu mujda eski qariya ancha aqlliroq. 100% Fury, 100% mana shu gapingizga qo'shilaman. Reveal Zo'rti bitni o'ldirib ketdi. Yana bitta Xayeshka reveal bilan Zo'rti Makadze Magnojesni o'ldirdi. 4-4 vaziyat. Alexi B. Siren hozir drop qilishgan bunga gun. Mana shiftda sekin-sekin chiqib kelishmoqda. Vamos. Flamus. Bitta, ikkita, uchta, to'rtta bo'lmadi. Imi o'ldirib ketdi uni, ammo 10 tarafni qarab chiqish kerak edi. Navi jamoasi. Nimagadir BB o'zini juda ham yaxshi ko'rsatmoqda, chat. 3-1 vaziyat. Navbatda Imi ham save qiladi. Nima qilsa o'zi hero 2 bo'lganda, lekin shu 10 tarafni qarashmagani uchun Flamus 3 ta kill topdi. Qaranglar, Flamus sabrni o'ynadi. E'tibor beringlar. BBni snayperiga. Yosh o'yinchi Zorti 12 ga 2. 6 KD bilan yuribdi. 6 KD. Imi ay. Bumich. Kiryuxa. Zorten yoshni ichida ekan, Zorten yoshni qaranglar, bitta. Zorti yosh emas ekan, 27 yosh ekan bolalar. Yoshdan atmas, kuchli snayper ekan. O'zi qattiq, mana Siren 23 yosh. Хорошо. Siren 23. Flamus 21 yosh, mendan kichkina ekan. Magnoges 21. Bumich 27. Bumich bilan Zorta yoshda ekan. No, Zortani men eshitmaganman, lekin bu BBdan oldin qattiq o'ynagan ekan bu bola. Ko'ringlarchi. BBdan oldin BBda bo'lgan ekan, Force-ni sakrab yurgan ekan. Mana hozir endi o'yin ochilib ketibdi. CS:GO'da o'yini uncha ochilmagan, mana CS2da вообще ochilib ketibdi. Aleksandr Zagadirenko. Bumich agar bo'lib top o'yin ko'rsatganliklar orasida to'pishga kiradi. 100%, o'zak 100%. Mana gap to'g'ri. Navi kechadagi o'yinni qilsa yutishi mumkin. Endi men Navi Ancient o'ynayapti, kecha Navi Ancient emas, chunki bilasizlar, Vitality sразу ban qiladi Ancientni. Vitality Ancient o'ynamaydi, yoqtirmaydi bu kartani. Mana hozir qaranglar, Zorti bilan Siren pajim qilishdi, ammo endi mana informatsiya yig'ib kelishdi jamoasiga. Bo'ldi, bolalar bu mid yoki B'ga chiqilyapti. Adi hech kim yo'q. Mana hozir Siren endi farming qilish kerak, 3 ta kill berish kerak. Bitta kill, yo'q. Bitta kill kamlik, no mayli. Informatsiya yig'ib berdi. Informatsiya yig'ib berdi jamoasiga, bit poylab turibdi pajimni, lekin hech kim yo'q bu yerda. Zorti kelishi mumkin. Mana hozir bit bilan Zortini duelni ko'rishimiz mumkin biz. Yo'q, bo'lmas ekan. Makadze Red Room'ni qarab turibdi. Alexi B keyfdan chiqib bormoqda. Makadze qaytadi. Lekin orqasida Zorti bor. Zorti agarda hozir kelsa Makadzeni o'ldirishi mumkin. Hozir agar Zorti Makadzeni o'ldirsa qiyin bo'ladi. Makadze o'ldi. Sekin shu yaxshigina pajim qilishdi. Ular o'ylashgan, Navi o'ylagan, to'shda ularni bitta o'yinchi pajim qilyapti. Chunki bittasini o'ldirib ketishdi-yu. Zorti kutmagan edi. Mana shuning hisobiga Makadze fanitsa qilmasdan chiqib ketdi tepaga. U yerda ikkita o'yinchi pajim qilgan edi. Mana endi tushundim narsani. B'ga chiqish kerak. Vaqt kam. Smoklar berildi. Molotov yaxshigina, Flamus flashka yaxshigina ish oldi. Flamus full blindda bu yerda Wonderful o'lib ketdi. Valera Bit Vaxovski. Bit Flamusni o'ldirdi. 2-2 vaziyat. Magnoges bit 1-1. Alexi B Bumichga qarshi. Kapitanskiy duel. Kapitanskiy clash kim qilar ekan hozir ko'ramiz endi. Ikkita kapitan. Bu yerda Alexi B raundga nuqta qo'ydi. Bumich bu safar emas. Kapitanskiy duelda Alexi B g'olib bo'lib chiqdi. Wonderful bilan Makadze o'yin ochilsa Navi to'xtab bo'lmaydi. Bo'lishi mumkin. Mana qarang, chunki bu yerda bitta o'yinchi pajim qildi. Flamusmi kimdir pajim qildi. U bitta kill berdi, uni rasmiy qilish o'ylashi bo'ldi. Bolalar bitta o'yinchi pajim qilgan bizdan edi. Ikkinchisini Makadze kutmagan edi o'tib bo'lishini, Zorteni. O'shani hisobiga Zorti kill qildi, lekin Zorti nimaga yana bordi, shunga hayron qoldim. Nimaga Ziyatga ketdi, shunga hayron qoldim. No, mayli, nima deymiz endi? Zorti poylab turibdi. Zorti, oy, Valera! Assalomu alaykum, bu yerda bir double kill. 4-3 vaziyat, ko'pchilikda Navi jamoasi B hudud egallangan. Bu yerda Siren turibdi, bitni o'ldirib ketdi. 3-3 vaziyat. Ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini. Makadze esa Red Room'dan o'ynamoqda. Bu yerda Siren bilan Bumich turibdi. Makadze orqada Magnoris kill topdi va Makadze hal qilish kerak shu raundni. Makadze bitta kill bor. Makadze Magnorisga qarshi o'tdi. Makadze raund yutib ketdi. 6-4. Navi taslim bo'lish niyati yo'q. Ay, ikkita yaqin raund olishdi hozir. Ikkita yaqin raund olishdi hozir. 2-1 vaziyatdan yutib ketishmoqda Navi. Agarda shu 2-1 raund yutilmaganida, hozir hisob 6-4 emas, 8-2 bo'lardi. Mana sizlarga qaranglar Clash. Mana Valeran qaranglar. Valera Bitvakovski. Ko'rdinglarmi? Zo'rteni maqtadim. Van Chapanik telefonni qo'yib o'yinni ko'rsatishsiz oring, brat. Chapanik, salom alaykum, brat, sizmisiz? Ovoz ko'p baland, brat, o'yin eshitilmayapti. Ko'z Astonada ertaga afsonaviy o'yin ko'rakansizda Chapanik brat bilan. 100% ko'z eshitib bo'ladilar. Ko'z jigarga salom. Hop, hozir. Yaxshimi endi ovoz o'yinniki bola, yaxshimi? Cho'tkimi? Makarnikim asirda. Qaranglar, hozir endi BBda ekonomический rauнд. Puli yo'q. Eko qilish kerak. 2 kargacha bay qilishgan. Kimdirda pay 250, kimdirda 57, zo'rtida 100. Hududga kirildi. Hududda esa bitta o'yinchi bor, bu ham qilamiz mainda, lekin qaranglar. Yaqin turibdi 57 bilan, agar orqadan o'ldirishmasa uni mana o'ldirib ketishdi, все. 57 juda ham kuchli ekan, yaqin masofada to'kilib tushdi BB jamoasi. Ekoda xizmosi 2 gol topish kerak edi, ammo bitta gol topgani yo'q va bu 5-raund Navi jamoasi uchun 6-5, birinchi yarimning oxirgi raundi. Play Uzbek jigar ovoz yaxshimi hozir endi? Daba ertaga va nihoyat Falcons chempion bo'ladi, xudo xolasa. Unaqa demang, ko'z tegib qolish mumkin. Spirit ham bor hali jigar. Falcons Spirit hamma kutganlikni. Bugungi o'yinlar lekin proxodnoy bo'libdi, ko'zi. Bugungi o'yinlar tam mouse вообще, mouse o'zini stilida yutib yuborgan. Magic ham mo'jiza ko'rsatmabdi. Nima aytganmiz, что play-off chiqqandan keyin o'ynalmaydi. Bu yerda mana Magnoges bilan Magnoges 2 kill topdi. Bu yerda friendly fire ham bo'ldi bir pasda. 15 sekund ichida shuncha kill bo'lib ketdi. Men hozir tushunmadim. Wonderful va bit 4 o'yinchiga qarshi. Bit Flamosni olib ketdi. 3-2 vaziyat. Navi bunaqa raunddan yutish bo'ladi. Bu muchana lekin biladi. Bunaqa raundga qarshi o'ynashligi kerakligini. Hozir endi ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini. Bu yerda esa Magnoges keyfda turibdi, poylab vihitni bit o'tib ketgan. Lekin bit pik qilsa chap yelkasi bilan noqulay pik qilish. Wonderful ko'rdi. Informatsiya berdi, keyfda bitta o'yinchi borligini. Xo'p, smokelar bormi? Granatalar bor ekan, smoke molotov berildi. Molotov keyfga, smoke temniga, yana molotov keyfga. Bu yerda zo'r to'lib ketdi. Bu 7-raund. BB 7-5 birinchi yarimda yutishdi, ammo start ancha yaxshiroq edi bo'ladi. Spiritning qanaqa Falcons Jel jalka bo'ldi. Jel ancha bir o'ynamagan, nima deysiz endi? Mouse o'zini qilganimiz bor. Playoff pitch zo'r o'ynaydi, playoff pitch qandan keyin o'ynamay qoladi. Mangozda ham shu kasal bor edi, esingizda bo'lsa oltan. Shu Jel nimasi yoqadi? Hammaga vaqti o'ynamaydi. Yaxshi o'ynaydi lekin. Ertaga donk absolut sinema bo'lib ketadi. Hozir ko'ramiz ertaga nima bo'lishini. Donk ham, qaranglar, donk ham prinsipi donk lekin prime yoqsa uni ushlab qolish qiyin-da. Hatto bu yerda Kerrigan ham bor, Kerrigan donkga qarshi o'ynashni biladi. Plus tarafi Kerrigandan. O'zi chat nima bo'laysizlar? Kim yaxshiroq edi? Kiksami, Kerriganmi? Shaxsan mana Koji savol sizga-da. Kerrigan Kiksan ketgani polza berdimi? Falconsga ekida yo'qmi? Bu ishlar endi qattiq atak qilishadi. Monasi. Muhammadjon Rozmetov, nima gap? Jigar sumsiz? Eluxa Monasi. Eluxa Monasi legenda. Oy, bu chiqaringlar. Ay. Zapal. Keksan yaxshi edi. Kerigan ozgina adaptatsiya qilish kerak, baribir eng zo'r agel kerigan. Yo, lekin eng zo'r agel bo'yicha meni fikrim bo'yicha bu Apex'lar hozirgi vaqtda. Final o'zini ko'rsatishi biladi, bu donk ancha bo'ldi, nimadir yutmaganiga. Qizi aka Astonada Vitalik va Navi yo'q edi. Keksan yaxshi edi. Bir nima deyish qiyin Falconsga. Da menimcha yordam berdi, no bolalar ham yaxshi o'yin ko'rsatdi, lekin shu reshayishi o'yinda qaysi birida o'ynamasligi mumkin. 100% Koji o'zi Falconsda shunaqa muammo bor. Star player 3 da, to есть Niko, Monisi, Kasuki uchalasi bittada zo'r o'ynamaydi. Kimdir vechna yoki bittasi ikkitasi o'ynolmay qoladi. Sezgan bo'lsangiz. Koji Keriganda finallarida tajriba bor, brat. Ertaga aniq bo'ladi. Keksan ham, Kerigan ham qaysi yaxshiligi. Bu ko'ramiz. No miss Kerigani yaxshi deyaptilar. Navichilar anu yalmasdan Apex'dan Vitalik olishgan nima? Nima deysan, Vehros? Asirdayo. Mana bizda sekin-sekin ikkinchi yarim boshlanmoqda. Koji, brat, siz uxlamaysizlarmi jigar? Erta tursangiz kerak, arenaga borish kerak, brat.
Focus. You see, it's gonna be tough match. Like we took 5 rounds, it's very good.
Aytdi, fokus oldi, 5 round oldik, bu juda ham yaxshi deyapti. Nu ko'ramiz hozir himoya qilgan ekan Navi, himoyada. Ikkinchi pistoletga birinchisini BB jamoasi qo'lga kiritgan edi. Ko'ramiz endi ikkinchisi kim yutishdi. Bu yerda esa qaranglar, 3 ta mid start, flashka, ay, yaxshi agressiya, Makazi, bitta kill bor, rasmiy bor, bu yerda Siren, double kill middle-da, Wonderful rasmiy qildi, Simetani ima kill topdi. 2-2 vaziyat, Zorta va Siren Wonderful va Imaga qarshi ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini bu raundda. Endi Zorta bilan Siren sekin middledan chiqib kelmoqda. Smoke berildi. Redrumga lekin tushgan ham yo'q. Smoke tushmadi, qanday Redrumga qanaqadir. G'alati tushdi. Blade hayron, Blade fokusga qarab turibdi. Hop, Zorta bilan Imani duelini ko'rishimiz kerak. Hozir menda yoki timinglar duelini ko'ramiz. Bu yerda esa Zorta Imani keyingi raundga yubordi. Smoke ketaga beriladi. Wonderful dual berez bilan bitta o'zi ikkita o'yinchiga qarshi. Zortada oy 3 kd. Hozir ko'ramiz endi kim g'olib bo'lishini. Endi bu yerda Wonderful birga bir vaziyat Sirenga qarshi Mind Games va bu yerda Siren g'olib bo'lib chiqsa, Navi jamoasi 4 ta kill topdi. Force qilishi mumkin. Xo'p, ko'p holda Monisi o'ynay olmay qoladi. Bu bitta Kasuki uyg'onib qolmasa-da, ishlab ertaga agar Kasuki u yo'qolib qolsa, turnirni ham, donkni ham sezmaydi. Uziva stream qilganda o'qigan bordi, zotli chapanik. Addushi, yer addushi. Yuraysizlar. Assalomu alaykum. Ko'rsangiz aksiz zo'ru. Что время полтретьего. Anu kuni mashina baland bo'ldi. Mana shu vaqtda Vitalik o'yinida 200 taksi bo'lgan edi. Ertaga KS3 ustida ko'ramiz Smoke'ga. Da, 100%, life is good real. Metro Smoke deyiladi keyin. No hop, tak, force qilishdi. Navi jamoasi bu to'g'ri qarorda bo'lyapman, chunki ular 4 ta kill topishgan edi. Bitva za ekonomika. Agarda hozir Navi shu raundni yutsa, menimcha bu 8-6 ham bo'lmaydi. 8-8 ish qarishi mumkin, muammosiz. Aytdim-ku, BB qattiq o'ynaydi. Ishonvoringlar, bolalar. No, ko'ramiz. Smoke ketiga berildi yaxshigina. Valera Bitvakhovskiy. Valera Bitvakhovskiy smoke berildi keyfga ham. Bumich qo'llab turibdi. Alexey B. Nima qilishar ekan hozir endi? Zorta qo'llab turishibdi. Hozirgi vaqtda Hayeshkadan reveal beriladi. Navi tayyor bo'lish kerak narsaga. Navida 3 ta o'yinchi bu edi. 3 ta, men 4-sim kelibdi. Bu fake. Bu shunchaki fake. Hozir bular A hududiga qarab kelishmoqda. A hududi esa I'mi. Qo'lida MP9, bitta kill maksimum. Bitta kill maksimum men fikrim bo'yicha. Bu yerda I'mi bitta kill berdi. Razmen. Razmen Alexey B bor. Bit yana bitta kill topishdi. Makadze zo'r to'lib ketdi. Makadze! Ay. Kim aytgan edi? Bandi bu bilan Makadzening o'yinini ochasi BB yutqizdi. Mana Pasha bitsa jigari. Mana. Ikkisi xaroshda. Serbilik guruhlarda 100%. 5 odam bo'lib ko'rib o'tirar deydi. Da bo'lardi, Isay bo'lardi shunaqa narsa. Agar Ancient qirolini yutsa, BB endi bilmadim. Lekin Navi Ancient zo'r o'ynaydi juda ham. Ko'tarilib ketib, kimligimizni bilmay qolmasangiz bo'ldi. Men bunaqa odam emasman, bunaqa odam emasman, jigar qo'ysangizchi. Men kayf qilaman, просто menga do'stlik berishdi, просто men YouTube'da meni yoqtiradigan insonlar ham bor ekan. Ko'plar hate qiladi, yozmani ko'pincha. Bu odamlar kirib, ko'rib o'tirishdi hozirgi vaqtda. Mana Hero Galil o'zi ko'rish kerak, force round BBda Wonderful qabul qilish kerak. Hududni yoki chiqishmaydimi? Yo'q, qaranglar, chiqishmadi. Smoke bersa chiqishgani yo'q. Hozir menimcha fake bo'ladi. Magnoges, flashka. Qaranglar, hali ham boshlangan. Lineykada Navida mid qo'yishgan. Donatiga o'yinchi qarab turibdi, shunchaki bo'ldi. Lineyka mana. Endi I'mi Red Roomga kiradi. Hozir endi mid uchun kurash, flash kerak. Bitta flash kerak, o'shani kim chiqadi Navi jamoasi. Ili bez flash qo'ymaydimi? Bez flash qo'ygan. Email informatsiya berdi mid o'yinchi borligini. Botda mana ketdi. Yaxshigina bez flashga chiqishdi kontakt bilan. Va 2 kill topildi. Magnorius bitta kill topildi. Ikkinchisi o'qilmaydi. Menimcha ikkinchisi o'qilganida I'mi qutqarib qoldi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Siren Temple'dan o'ynamoqda. Siren jamoani uyg'otish kerak yo'q. Valera Bitvakhovskiy 7-raundni Naviga olib berdi. Hisob 708 ko'rib turganimizdek. Mana endi full eco bo'ladi. Mana ketdi. Davay, och keysi. Nima tushar ekan? Davay. Gold. Ayya, yemadi. Jigar. Art bo'lganda gol bo'larlik. Mana shu art bo'lganda gol bo'lardi 100%. Ko'rtirganimizda hozir 2 ta o'yinchi midda, ikkitasi B, bitta. Default rastanovka Navida. BBda full eco bloklar bilan ko'rtirimiz mid egallandi, informatsiya bor. Qoyeshga otildi rampaga. Eng qizig'i lekin nimagadir Navi keyf blok qiladigan molotov bermayapti. Qaranglar, o'zi shaxsan keyf o'yinchi molotov beradi, Qoyeshga beradi, shtob o't ketish uchun. Men bananga, lekin berilmayapti nimagadir. Mayli. Bilsa keymadir bo'tdi. Alexey B bitta kill, 2 ta kill bit bilan I'mi topishdi va bu paritet. 8-8 men aytganimdek, o'sha 8-5 ta agar Navi mana round ketsa, bu 8-6 emas, 8-8 bo'ladi degandim va mana 8-8 chat. Xo'p, также Deagle Nikit против Spirit 100%. Men aytdim, aka. Tak. Major game oling do'stim. Harakat qilamiz. Navi yutadi bu kartani. Ko'ramiz. Hate qilgan ko'rsatib yuboring, ban bera olaman. Kerak emas. 8-8 easy. Life is good mudiri biladi jigar. Avatarga qo'yibsizmi siz? Nimaga avatarga qo'yaman siz? Birinchi kartada yo'q edi avatarkangiz. Hozir bu yerda mana qarang, middle egalladi Navi jamoasi. Alexey B open frag bor. Makadze ham kill topdi. Bu yerda Alexey B yana bitta kill topdi. Alexey B patoki, Alexey B KDda, Alexey B prime'da Siren Zorta bilan qolib ketishdi. 4 o'yinchiga qarshi bu yerda esa hozir qarang. Zorta o'lib ketdi. Valero o'ldirdi uni va oxirgi o'yinchi bu Siren. 4 o'yinchiga qarshi ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi. No, menga eng qizig'i Nuke kartani ko'rish. Chunki Nuke'da ham BB ham, Navi ham yaxshi o'ynaydi. No, tan olish kerak, Navi Nuke'da Vitalisiga 11-0 dan comeback bergan. ABB Vitalisini o'sha yerda yutgan. Так что Nuke ham qiziq bo'ladi, lekin chat eng shu Nuke bilan zo'r kartalar. Dast endi bilmadim. Menimcha Dastda qara bo'ladi hamma narsa bu yerda. Siren Пока что hozir hujumi kelishmayapti BB nimagadir. O'ynamayapti hujumda. Faqatgina bitta pistoletga yutildi. Alexi Bob jigarimiz +KD o'yinchi, bu yerda esa bit double kill bilan 9-raundni olib berdi. Navi jamoasiga. Navi oldinga chiqdi. Uxlamasdan biz uchun saqlaganingiz uchun addushi, lekin brat o'zbekcha ko'rish va boshqada. Addushi, o'zi katta rahmat sizga. Anasirga abidni bo'ldirdim. Oke, eslatmang, iltimos. Iltimos chempionatni yutsin. Bitta o'yin qoldi yutishga. Bit o'rmaysiz. Endi qarang, bit bu yerda lurkerlar ham rolini bajara olishni biladi. Messi lurkerlik qilmaydi-yu. Bit bilan Robsni qo'ysangiz yaxshiroq bo'lardi. Bu yerda agar bit bilan Robs qo'ysa, menimcha Robs. No, hozir bit yaxshi formaga yig'ilgan vaqtda o'shani hisobiga bilmadim, brat, to'g'risi. BB qancha kuchli o'ynamasin, Navida tajriba ko'p, yarim final. Yo'q. Tajriba ko'p, lekin bu yerda Bumuch ham bor, aka, unutmang. Muhammadjon Rozmetov, Bumuch bu legendarniy kapitan, bu juda aqlli o'yinchi. Juda aqlli. Mana ekonomik round, Polo Force BB jamoasida Tekle P250 bitta Glock. Reveal Valeradan, Valera Bumuchni oldirib ketdi, bu yerda bilmadim. Qanaqa topganini bu ko'rmagan-ku. Opponentda kim? Opponentda Messi. Messidan kuchli opponent ko'rmadim hozir dunyoda. Messi eng kuchli opponent. O'tiranglar. To'rga 5 vaziyat. Open frag topdi. Navi jamoasi bu ekonomik hozir iloji bo'lsa bitta satga kirib pachkani qo'ysa plan bajariladi BB jamoasida. Yoki 2 kill topish kerak. Ammo bu yerda wonderful mishot berdi. Mana shu sezganmisizlar? Sizlarda AWP bo'lsa Ekoga qarshi o'ynash qiyin juda ham. AWP bilan. Chat sezganmisizlar shu narsani? Ekoga qarshi AWP bilan o'ynash juda ham qiyin. Yoki menda shunaqami? Makadze bitta kill topdi. Mana ko'rib qolishdi. Pachga qo'yildimi? Pachga qo'yildi. Bo'ldi. Magnusdan kill topdi, bo'ldi. Plan bajarildi. BB jamoasi planni bajardi. Bitta kill, pachka bor, bu juda ham. Chunki pachka los bonusga 3000 qo'shib beradi. Deyarli har bitta o'yinchiga plus 600. Hozir bo'ladi maksimal los bonus 3400. BBda, to'xtang, 3400 mi? 1 2 3 4. Da, 3400 los bonus plus bo'ladi $600 los bonus pachkadan. 4000 dan olishadi har bitta o'yinchi. Mana endi ekonomik ko'sa, mana AWP ham bo'lishi mumkin hozir endi BBda. Al-Nasrning vartar narxi oshib ketdi. 100%, brat, вообще 200 million yetib ketdi. Highlight godi qildi-yu. Молодой or wonderful hozirgi vaqtda. Молодой, men o'yinni ko'rdim, повторы, Молодой zo'r o'ynabdi. Furiya zo'r o'ynabdi. Просто o'yin anida nokaut ketdi. O'yin finalda bo'lishi kerak edi o'zimnaqa. Bitta bilan игрокlarni уровень tushmaydi. Menimcha Vitalisini ham игрокlarni hali ancha vaqt topib turadi. 100% Behruz asl to'g'ri aytdilar. Bu yerda esa mana Makadze open frag topdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Open frag bor Navi jamoasida. Makadze poylab turibdi. Alexi B prostrelda ketdi. Makadze 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Bumuch Valera ketib turibdi. Valera bitta kill bor. Flamus ham o'ldira olmadi Valerani. Valera qaraylik, spesial open goal turibdi. Ana o'sha keyfda bitta kafel bor. Tosh. O'sha tosh ustiga tursanglar open goal bo'ladi. Bu mana o'tda wonderful seriyani olib ketdi. Zo'rta bitta o'zi 5 o'yinchiga qarshi openni save qilish kerak. No, bu 11-raund Navi uchun. BB nimagadir o'yinni hujumda kelishmayapti. Faqatgina bitta raund olishdi hujumda. Umumiy hujumda bizda hozir 7 ta raund, mana 8-inchisi bor yo'g'i bittasini oldi. 7-inchisi men bordir, 7-raund ekan hujumda. Bitturnir tak, hozir kun Kiyasuke donk, qaysi bir brat donk every day. KSdan tashqari futbol ham ko'rishga ulguryapsizmi? Da, o'tsak men Telegramda spesial ikkinchi kanalim bor, o'sha yerda ham futbol ko'rib turaman, jigar. Oki nukta nerealniy o'yin bo'ldi, lekin ko'rgan bo'lsangiz, da, brat o'tda prям live'da ko'rganlarni tasavvur qilolmayman. Menga shu xabarchi o'sha vaqtda hozir yo'rotdi, brat o'tdi, bu o'yin вообще o'tdi, qaltirab keldi. Mamma turibdi, короче, qaltirab. Nima o'yin bu deb. Chunki pistoletda tezroq yuguradi-ku, round, AWP qiyin. Da, 100%. Nice bol bo'lar ekan. GG bu kartada hali o'yin tugagani yo'q. Bu yerda esa Makadze Magnolis o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda Alexeydan ham kill, Makadze Siren o'ldirib ketdi. Yo, BB to'kirib tushmoqda. Uyg'onish kerak. Bitta round kerak edi bularga. Smoke berildi. Flashka ima poylab turibdi. Flamus. Wonderful, Flamusni o'ldirib ketdi. Zo'rtadan kill. Bu map point Navi jamoasi uchun. Do'stan taniysizmi? Конечно, kim tanimaydi? Gambit legendarniy o'yinchisi. Memlari ham ko'p uni. U inson tushuntirib bergan hammaga, DP yaqin qilishni. Zayvo Ormonisi. Va Azverustamov meni qiyin holatga tiqib qo'ydi hozir ekan. Men Monisini tanlayman. Hozirgi vaqtda Zayvo zo'rroq bo'lsa ham men Monisini tanlayman. Siz AWP'misiz? Yo'q, brat, men AWP emasman. Просто men sezganman-da, ko'plar mana ekoraundlar bo'ladi-yu, snayperga juda ham qiyin bo'ladi o'ynash. Kamdan kam yaxshi o'yin bo'ladi-da. GG Navi nukni bermaydi. Sen qayerdan bilasan? BB Navidan kuchliroq. Chat bitta savol sizlarga, chat. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Kimning nuk kuchliroq? Navinikimi yoki BBnikimi? Men o'ylayman, nimagadir BBning nuk kuchliroq deb o'ylayman. Noi bizda 21 raund boshlandi. Ko'p turganimizda yaxshigina xayesh qiluvchi keldi. Makadze yana bir xayeshga flashka berildi. Bomich. Magnoges. Zayvo device, for me device. O'rinboy, men uchun device every day. Simple device selam, man device tanlayman. Tak. Hozir nima qilay? Hozir javob beraman, jigar, hozir javob beraman. Bu yerda smoke chiqdi, donatga glubokey. Xo'p, split A hududda esa bitta o'yinchi, bu ham Wonderful o'zini ko'rsatadi, open frag bor. Wonderful bitta kill, lekin bu mishdan rasman Alexey B kapitan oldirib ketdi. 4 ga 3 retake ko'ramiz. A hudud bilasizlar, Ancient'da A hududni eng oson retake qilib bo'ladigan hudud hisoblanadi. KSda. Ancient'da A hududni retake qilish juda oson bo'ldi. Esa Makadze kill topdi, Siren rasman qildi. Mana endi informatsiya bor. Navi jamoasida informatsiya bor, smoke qilib berildi. KFT o'yinchilar yopilgan, mana endi qiyin. Mana endi diskussiya bo'ladi. Reveal bormi? Reveal yo'q ekan, multi bor faqat. Ay. Daho GG Navi jamoasi Ancient xaritani o'z qo'liga kiritdi. 13-8 hisobcha. 13-8 hisob. Tak, men endi savollarga javob beraman. Zayvor device, men uchun device, BB mana. Isay o'qi ukam, moderatorim, hamma aytibdi BB deb. Navi, Muhammadjon Uruzmetov Navi dedilar. Xo'p. James or Shiron Spiritda o'ynagan qolmasa sniper sifatida ayting. Sniper endi James o'zi bundoq qarasa Agelda. Shunga sniper sifatida Shiro. O'sha agar Spirit vaqtini hisoblamasa, agar biza BB zo'r o'ynayapti Navi aytadi. Eng pozorni yutqazgan Navi 11-0. Navi потоки сейчас вчерашнего победы над Виталий дает уверенность во всем. Ну, больше mumkin. Patok bo'lganlar, no BB ham o'ynashni biladi. BB ham oddiy jamoa emas. BB boshqa darajada nukta Navi ham kuchli, lekin to'g'ri taktika va timing olib qo'yadi BB. Mana nimaga shu BBni kuchliroq deb o'ylayapman. Endi menimcha biz 3-kartani ko'rsak kerak. Chat nima deysizlar shu narsaga? Tak. Tak, chatga qaranglar. Tak. Farlik degan zo'r Apple bo'lardi. Farlik kim ekan? Bitta qidiraychi. Daniel Sniper, xo'p, qayerda o'ynagan ekan? Apex tak, Teams, hozir ko'ramiz. Astralis o'ynagan ekan, Farlik. Device якобы заменасы. Bilmayman. Короче, ну призовой 100 ming ekan. Vitalityni BB yutgan nukta NAVI Vitality comeback qilgan. Qiyin narsa yo'q, dasti hal bo'ladi. Men ham shunaqa bo'laman. Menimcha dasti hal bo'lsa kerak. Assalomu alaykum. Ne Moskva serverida ping baland bo'lyapti. Second keziki va alaykum assalom. Men qayerdan bilaman aka, men bilmayman. Men javob bermayman bunaqa serverlarga. Chatdagilar bilsanglar yozib yuboringlar nimaga Moskvada server ping baland bo'lyapti. Gap yoki kech bo'lishiga qaramasdan sharhlab beryapsiz. Rahmat sizga. Sizlarga rahmat bolalar, akalar, jigarlar ko'rayotganlaringizga mana aktiv qilib berayotganingiz uchun. Darsni ko'ramiz qarochi. Men shuni bo'layapman. Adashmasam shu ikkalasi yutdi-yu Vitalityni 100% kodi. 100% shunaqa bo'lgan. Darsda hal bo'ladi. Просто запомни bratmaydi. Ну, eslab qolamiz. Menimcha BB просто takani qilmaydi. Aka boya aytganimdek Makadze, Wonderful ikkalasi ochilsa kartadan oladi Navi. Da, o'sha esladim brat o'sha gapingizni. Arenadagi NAVI fanatlari ayrim barchalarga o'xshaydi. Oldinga hamma o'zaro o'yinlarini yutqizib, biz bir safar yutib plakat ko'taryapti. Endi jam bunaqa demang aka. Dars ko'rmaylik lekin. Nimaga o'tsak nima sababdan? Assalomu alaykum. Nima o'zkuser bilmadim brat. Ana Astralis fanati siz doktor siz video stomatologga. Bilmadim. O'sha menimcha device eng katta qilgan xatosi NIP ga o'tgan edi. Chat nima gap? Tushunmisizlar? Bitta bratan bor edi. Birinchi kun polni ko'rdi. Birinchi ikkinchi kunlar polni ko'rdi. Mana aytdi. Aka dedi 10 kishi bo'lib Discordda ko'ramiz sizni dedi. O'sha yo'q ketdi brat. Menimcha o'zi ko'rishmayapti mana. Qizig'im qolmadi. Yig'averaman hozir shu gapdan keyin borib. Aka Kumon barchaman demay onasi. Aka men Realchiman. Hala Madrid every day. Real bilan MUga balet qilaman. Real va Manchester United yoshligidan. O'z qaysi jamoaga fanatsiz device? Yoshligidan shu United bilan Realga balet qilaman. Manchester United va Real. Nima bo'lsa ham, yutqizsa ham, o'qisa ham, nima bo'lsa ham men shu jamoalarga. Ertaga Spirit Falcon sharhlamaysizmi? Yo'q, Muhammadjon, ertaga uni men ustozim Hoven, Flashbang, Bridge X va Butter Shot sharhlaydi. Men ertaga точнее уже bugun ana ham Falconsdan bugun o'ynaydi-yu. Men bugun sizlarga final sharhlayman. Yoki BB Legacy'ga qarshi, Gamer Ligiga qarshi yoki NAVI Gamer Ligiga qarshi. 3 o'rin uchun o'yinni ham ko'ramiz. Bugun KS bosyapti, завтра же выходной. 100%. KS biroga vakban oldim. Nima uchun jigar? Chitirlar bilan o'ynayapsizmi? Double like bosib qo'y. Aytgancha akalar like bosib qo'ying, iltimos, reально, naturi, to'g'ri aytdilar, brat. Modram o'zini ishini yaxshi bajaradi deydi-yu. Mani moderatorim bo'ladi bu inson. Isay, like-ni 100 qilib qo'yinglar. O Isay. Shunaqa modram ham bor mani, Isay degan. Bratishka. Barselona baribir. Sanji, mana shu gapingizdan keyin lekin modra olib qo'yishim kerak bor sizdan. Olib qo'yingmi? Chat nima qiling? Olib qo'yingmi Sanji bo'ydan bars. Bunaqa gap degandan keyin. Uxlaylik nutq yutsam, bugun ertalab kechagi o'yinni ko'rib uxlamagandim. Dadam, o'g'lim erta turibdi, keyin choy ichamiz deb shu bilan uxlattirmadilar. Gap yo'q, o'tik. Gap yo'q. Хороший. Glory, glory, Man United. Glory, glory, gloria. KS2'da Barsa nima aloqasi bor, Behruz? KS2'da nima KS2'da CSGO'dan beri men Astralisga bolets qilaman. Lekin Astralis o'sha device ketgandan keyin oldingi Astralis emasdi, to'g'risi. Hozir tak Monusi yo'qotgan, prям Monusi. Iluha Monusi. Falcons emas, Monusi yo'qotdi. Monusi bilan ketish kerak edi, tam Spiritga ham qilib ketsa ishoninglar oladi. KS'da Astralisga fanat qiladilar. Adasam, bratim, da 100%. NAVI good luck deyapti Isay. Kim yutadi deb o'ylaysiz? Falcons yoki Spirit? Bilmadim, yoki bu 50-50 bu o'yinda chiqing. Mani bitta gapimni eslab qolinglar-da. Просто NAVI, Falcons, Spirit, Furia bular shunaqa komandalarki, misol uchun bugun o'ynasa, buni sut qo'yishi mumkin. Ertaga o'ynasa, keyin sut qo'yishi mumkin. Shunaqa komandalar bular. Bular prям aniq bir-birini yutib yura olmaydi-da, shunisi bor. O'shanga xos o'tda prям нереально anu bo'ldi, intriga. Lekin bu yerda ham нереально intriga bo'ldi, bolalar, chunki hech kim kutmagan edi Vitality yutqizishini bunaqa. Bilaman, aka to'rtadan bo'lganga boshi og'rib ketyapti-da. О, Исай. Silence спрашивает лайки, а я ставлю сам из 10 разных хаков. Давай, Man United legenda futbolchidan chiqargan. Man United legenda futbolchilari Rio Ferdinand, Nemanja Vidic, Patrice Evra chapda. 10 tarafda himoyada Gary Neville, varatada Edwin van der Sar, yarim himoyada Paul Scholes, Michael Carrick. Ay. Park Ji-sung ikkitanisi bor, o'pkasi bor, ikkitanisi bor. Cristiano Ronaldo yarim himoyada o'ynagan o'sha vaqtida ham. Endi tarkib polniy to'magan sizga. Hujumda Wayne Rooney bo'lgan. Nimaga Wayne Rooney Shrek deyshadi? Shrek. Shuning uchun bilmayman. Bir vaqt o'tda Berbatov ham o'ynadi, Nistelrooy ham o'ynagan ular bilan. Tevez o'ynagan. Carlos Tevez. Anderson ham o'ynagan o'sha yerda. Zo'r sostavida. Yesicha Visma aka bugun oddiy quydi. TV kanaliga AOP bera olmaysizmi? Nima deysiz? U hali bandan chiqmadi, menimcha, brat. David Beckham esdan chiqardingiz. Yo, u vaqtda David Beckham o'sha men aytgan sostavim MU Chelsea finalda o'ynashgan 2008-yilda. O'sha sostav, u yerda Beckham yo'q edi-yu. Beckham u vaqtda Realda edi o'zigar. O'shanga aytaman. Rafael degani ular keyinroq kelgan, brat. Nani ham keyinroq kelgan. Men o'sha 2008dagi legendarniy sostavni aytaman. Bolalar eshitib Telegramga o'ta olinglar, men o'sha yerda futbol ham ko'raman. Qiziq o'yinlar bo'lsa, misol uchun men ana APL oxirgi turini ko'rmoqchiman, Arsenal o'yinini. Arsenal chempion bo'lishini, xudo xolasa. Shunga o'ta olinglar. Telegramga mana Telegram hozir qoldiraman. Mana modram Telegramni biladimi, bilmaydimi? Mana, bolalar Telegram. Yoki nani 2 metrda yo'q, demak men adashyapman. Demak nani bo'lganda, uzr adashdim. Uzr adashdim. 2008 hop, to'xting. Nani lekin o'sha Yevroda finalda bo'lgan-u, yarim finalda. Kalla qo'ygan. Lekin po faktu o'tda o'zi gol bo'lgan, bilasizmi? Chunki Nani kalla qo'yganida уже kirib bo'lgan edi setkada. O'tda hisoblash kerak bo'lgan golni. Zamedada porlagan Nani. Ana. Life is good bizga chatga Aleksibini legendarniy taktikasini ko'rsatib beryapti. Общий chatga yozadi. Guys, go A deydi и komanda chatiga guys go B deydi. Challenge bor ekan, 60 minut turish kerak ekan. Men 68 minut turib, sizlar uchun bir anaqa suvenirni kep kuyib oldim. Esicha, buni ham o'zimiz boramiz. Okay, go shit. Birga masaladan keyin hozir strong o'ynaymiz bolalar. Tak, offside hujumga aralashgandi. 2008 Ronaldo absolut sinema 100%, brat. 17 da o'ynardi. Guardiola hujumdan taktikani. Bro, o'zida komanda qanaqa? Men aytdim-ku. Real bilan MUga muxlislik qilaman. O'z device simple NAVIga o'tarmakan, aniq ma'lumot bormi? Yo'q, o'tmaydi, brat. Mana sizga aniq ma'lumot to'g'risida o'tmaydi. Lekin second KSga o'tadi menimcha NAVIga. Уже kontrakt qilishyapti. Короче, second menga hech kim yozdi, OK deyapti, NAVI menga kontrakt berdi deyapti. Kontrakt bermoqchi, shunga men o'ylayapman, o'tsam yo'qmi. Просто hozir second CS2 o'z talanti bor o'yinga CS2. No uydagilar aytishdi, yo'q, короче, diplom olmaguningcha o'tmaysan deyishdi. Shuni hisobiga endi sal ikkilanyapti. Second CS2. Uydagilar aytishdi, birinchi diplom ol, keyin qolgan ishingni qil deyishdi. Sostav itoatli manimcha orzudagi komanda. Прям butun onundagi bo'lsa, all time sostav bo'lsa, ну, блин. Device sniper 100%. Aigilga man наверное, o'sha Prime Kerrigan qo'yaman. Men birdan qaranglar xursandligini. Prime Kerrigan, Prime Device. Tak. Yana kim qo'ysam bo'ladi? Prime Xipnix, klassdan yutadigan o'yinchi. Prime Electronic. O'sha Simple anons soyasida qolgan. И bitta жесткий опорник. Perfecto. Tipo olmaganman-ku. Nimaga o'zi uydagilaringiz qolmayapti? Onasini diplom 4 yil o'qib 3 ming oladimi? Yo'q, qo'ysangizchi. Mana bolalar o'yinga qaytamiz. Hozir Telegramga shunday post qo'ying. Mani o'zi kimdir ko'radimi? Device broda nima tushunmadim. Second CS2. Mani kimdir shu uydan televizordan ko'radimi? Savol sizlarga. Ana kuni kimdir aytdi-da, televizordan ko'ramiz, bundan qolamiz. Bolla 6-7 bolla. Yavar po'stat o'tin. O'tni ko'raman. Da telefon zaryadkada bo'lsin. Life is good gap jigar. O'zbek shu efirni nechpulga va qayerdan sotib olsa bo'ladi, sir bo'lmasa. Bu sotib ololmaydi, brat. Bu o'zi prosta olish qiyin-da. Uni ishi juda ham ko'p. Hammaga ham berilmaydi. Piyodan ko'rdim PC'ga yig'dirgandan keyin shunda ko'radigan bo'ldim. Addushi jigar. Ponzidan qo'yib ko'raman streamlarni hammasini. Addushi salomasi. Men bilmoqchi shuni. Oppo bo'tdi qaranglar, bu muchib pichoq chiroyli ekan lekin. Bayonet M9 ручная роспись. Bo'lgan ketdi. Ima double kill. 5 ga 3 vaziyat bu yerda. Ima triple kill. 5 ga 2 vaziyat. Magnojes pastga qo'yilmadi. Bo'tdi Alexi va birinchi raund NAVI uchun. Cho'ti NAVI lekin Ima yaxshigina qabul qildi butkadan. Hozir maindan o'yinchilarni. Tak. Nimagadir BB qanaqadir as split o'ynashmoqchi edi. Ikkita o'yinchi maindan bitta ham kill bera olmagani. Bu g'alati lekin men uchun. 100 ga qarshi bloklar, ya'ni yaqin masofada, qaranglar. Ima solo round. Bu hozir force ham qilmaydi BB, chunki pashib qo'yilgani yo'q. Bu yerda hozir bular eko qiladi. Force qilish foydasi yo'q chunki. Bitta ham kill topishmadi. Da eko bloklar bilan. Onto'rashi yosh talant. Tak, nur oz chiqadi ham bor-ku. Bolamlar oz chiqatar hamdi. Mayli. 14 yosh talantli jiyanlarim bor o'shalar ko'ra. Addushi. Iymi? Yana 2 gol topdi. 3 ga 5 vaziyat. Bo'mich azorti bu yerda. Tak, bit bo'sh olib ketdi. Izorti bitta o'zi. Nu pastga qo'yildi. Bunisi o'zi yaxshi. BB planni bajarishdi. Hozir 2400 plus 3000 oladi har bitta o'yinchisi. Mana full buy bo'ladi. Kalashlar hammasi bo'ladi. Nizabay Maislava qaysi so'zli? Biror razbol uchun kimni ko'rgani yaxshi? Havachina. Agar o'zbek tilida ko'rmoqchi bo'lgan bo'lsangiz. U pram zo'r eski ularni ko'rsangiz, pram razbol qilib beradi sizga. Borib keling, brat, ko'rib turarmiz. Biroyib keling, nima? Jin kirdi yuzga. Bilaman, mana buni ovoz ekan, u. Yo'q, mana buni ovoz ekan. Ko'rib ketdim men. Bo'tman hozir Magnus Simen olib ketdi. Bo'tda Wonderful'dan double kill, 4 ga 3 vaziyat. Flamus, Bo'mich va Sireng 4 o'yinchiga qarshi ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini bu raundda. Endi eslatib o'tamizki, BBda birinchi bay. BB lekin Nuke'ni startni yaxshi olgani yo'q haligacha. To'shti NAVI yuzar Nuke'ni ko'ramiz. O'zbek tilida yoz, Isay o'zbeksan-ku. Bu ham meni hit qilib berardi, boru. Qo'rqitmayli 100% aka, qo'rqitmayli iltimos sizlardan. Yuri qo'rqyapman endi. Makadze. Vamos o'lib ketdi. Wonderful hozir radiodan parjim qiladi, lobbini o'ldiradi. No, Sireni o'ldirib ketdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Bo'mich, Kapitanich bitta kill, Alexeyni o'ldirib ketdi. 3 ga 1 vaziyat. Bo'mich Wonderful'ga qarshi. Bo'mich Wonderful'ni ham olib ketdi. 2 ga 1 vaziyat. Bit va Makadze. Qayeshga berildi. Bo'mich nima qilar ekan? Smok. Ipashga qo'yilmoqda. Makadze, oy, Bo'mich. Nahotki hozir Bo'mich mashina otadi. Nahotki Bo'mich mashhur raundda olib ketadi. Hozir ko'ramiz. Valera Bo'michga qarshi bit ko'rdi Bo'michni. Ay, Valera nima qilyapti? Unday tinch ko'raylik. Qachon heyt qilganman? Heyt qilgan ustidan kulgansan. Heyter. Men esimda bor, mana shu Isa yozgan narsani. Havachini hali gruppasida, kanalda emas, gruppasida yozgan bolalar, короче, tam Vitalisi Falconsmi kimdir o'tganda, davno bo'lgandi, bir yilcha bo'lib qoldi bu narsaga. Tam Furia'mi, Falconsmi, Vitalisi, NAVI kimdir olish kerak edi. Yozganman, короче, chatga bola ko'rasizlarmi deganman-da. Isa javob bergan. Bu yerda slam qilyapti, sizni ko'ramiz deganda, ustidan kulgan tipi. Keyin aytganman, o'zbek tilida qilaman deganman-da. Icho menga qiziq emas deganda, короче. Tuhmat qilmang, brat. Isa qilganmi, kimdir yozgan shu gaplarni esimda. Bu yerda hozir smoke berildi, Hayeshka bilan review. Flash qilib, Wonderful Sireni o'ldirib ketdi. Wonderful. Nima qilar ekan? Wonderful yana bitta kill, 5 kill vaziyat. Oy, Wonderful Bo'mishni o'ldirdi. Bu yerda esa Wonderful o'lib ketdi. Flamus razmen qildi. 3-2 vaziyat. Flamus va Magnojas bit Alexey B va Imayga qarshi. Ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi bu raundda. Alexey B Magnojasni o'ldirib ketdi. Ima poylab turibdi. Katta ehtimol bilan bu 4-raund NAVI uchun. Flamus, tak, to'xtaylik. 2 ga 1 vaziyat. Tak. Qilamiz, pachkani qo'ymoqda. Pachkani qo'ydi va 2-1 bitek ko'ramiz. Qilamiz. Oy. Qilamiz bit va Alexibiga qarshi. Tak, bu o'sha pachkani oldi, qarang. Pachka eng qiziq Flamsga qo'yilmagandi. Alexibi naxol defet Alexibi. Ay, прострел qilsa bo'lardi-yu, nimaga прострел qilmadi, shunga hayronman. Mana fakt qandaydir taxmin emas. Nukta win rate BBD ko'proq. 69 BBD 40% Navida. Farqi nima, brat? Hozir BB o'ynamayapti. BBni muxlislari chatda bormisizlar? BBni muxlislari chatdamisizlar? Shu yerdamisizlar? Javob bera olinglar iltimos. Fnatic Prime o'rganasiz. Prime yaxshi savol bo'ldi. Life is good-dan. Fnatic. Shvedskiy koroli. NIP Fnatic Prime ami bo'lgan. El Clasico ham, El Clasico'si. Shvetsiyaning eng kuchli jamoalari. Luminosity endi Kolzirani xalati esmiga tushib ketadi Luminosity bo'lsa. Bu yerda Flamos bitni olib ketdi. To'rga to'r vaziyat. Makadze rasmiy qilgan teammate'ini. Flamos Zorte, Bumich va Siren 4-ga qarshi. Makadze Bumich bakantini olib ketdi. 4-3. Bu yerda esa Alexibi Bumichni o'ldirdi. Siren Alexibi olib ketdi. 3-2 vaziyat. 3-2 vaziyat. Wonderful poylab turibdi bu yerda. Flamos Imeni o'ldirdi va Wonderful bitdi o'zi. 3-ga qarshi ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi bu raundda. Bu yerda Wonderful save qiladi AWP'ni. Kim g'olib bo'ladi? Wonderful retake bormaydi va bu birinchi raund BB uchun. BB yaqinda GG bo'ladi. Ni fakt Isay. Voy, Siren save qilishga ham bermadi AWP'ni. Qaraylar Flamusni. Zo'rti qo'lni ol. Kibir ekan o'ziga. BB'da shu karta ishoninglar, taxmin emas, hozir bitta raundasi bo'ldi, ketdi. Ketdiga ulanadi. Hozir ko'ramiz. Please Atlanta, I need this. Mana Navi Blade. Navini Blade reklama qildi Instagramda. O'zinikini qil reklama. Kimda kirsam? Smokli keldi hozirga vaqtda bizda. Прострел, Flamos xayr. Ayo tirik qoldi. Umar Fozjon bilan bu yerda Alexibi kill topdi. Imani yana bitta kill. Flamos Imani o'ldirib ketdi. Bu yerda bit kill topdi. To'rga 3-2 vaziyat. Zorte va Magnojes 3-ga qarshi. Bu yerda ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini. Wonderful qo'yla turibdi Alexibi. Zorte nima qilar ekan endi? Wonderful tiydi. Zortega ham o'ldirgani yo'q. Прострел bo'lgani uchun. Alexibi, Wonderful va Makadze. Alexibi Zortani olib ketdi. Magnojes bitta o'zi 3-ga qarshi. Hozir ko'ramiz endi kim g'olib bo'lishini bu yerda. Makadze kill topdi. Shu yerdaman BBga valet chiqyapman. BBni muxlislari chatdamisizlar? Shu yerda bormisizlar? Ay, Ima bu yerda Magnus bitkul topdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Open frag bor. BB jamoasida. Yo, lekin qaranglar, 4 ta round olsa hujumda yetsa kerak deb o'ylayman BBga. Zo'rta Makazani o'ldirib ketdi. Open frag bor. Ikkinchi frag ekan. Hukumat bu yerda esa Wonderful bo'mish ushlab oldi. Ismok berdi o'zini tagiga. Tak, Alexi B 2 kirdi. Realno da Alexi B. Rahmat, meni yo'qdi. Alexi B'ni muxlisi bo'ladi bu inson. Konkretni shu kidasiga qarab yuradi. Valera Magnus bitni olib ketdi. Pachga qo'yilmoqda. 4 ga 2 vaziyat. Flamus, Zorte, Magnus va Siren. Wonderful va Alexi B'ga qarshi bo'ldi. Bu Alexi B save qildi. Imkon tinchgina qisqa qaradi. Yo'q, qo'y bormay qo'yildi deb tushib ketdi sразу pastga. 5 ga 1 bo'ladi aslida. Assalomu alaykum Alixan Mayk. Va alaykum assalom. Kimsiz? Zo'rda o'zi 100%. Men keldim, bil. Bosh joyda ko'rib o'tirman ekan, bu yerda bo'lyapti ekan. Shuda Alixan jigar Telegramga obuna bo'lmaysiz, Telegramga. Ha, qarang, dam olib o'tiribdi. Mazza qilib, uyqu bilan. 3 ga o'zi. Qani 3 ga? 6 ga 2 mi? Ha, naturi 3 ga 2 ga demas ekan 6 ga tushdi-yu menimcha. Time out naydan. Menimcha hozir Blade time out anonga o'xshaydi, X-aznikiga. Navi or Astralis Prime. Men uchun Astralis Prime'ga yetgan jamoa hali bitta ham yo'q. Vitality yetishi mumkin, qachonki 3 ta major yutsa ketma-ket. O'shanda yetishi mumkin deb o'ylayman. Atak. Mening fikrim bo'yicha Astralis Prime'ga hali hech kim yeta olmagan. 3 ta major ketma-ket hammaga emas-da bolalar. Nega 8-raund boshlanmoqda ko'p turganimizdek. Alexi B 3 ga dedi. Bu zo'rta. Ay, Siren poylab turibdi. Smoke ketdi. Magnus reveal. Wonderful Prime qani? Wonderful Prime, Magnus Prostrel. Wonderful, o'ldirolmadi. Mana zo'r smokelar. Hozir pat flashku yoki garaj kirsa bo'ladi, yoki-da secret egalasi bo'ladi. Egoistdan smoke'ni aytsa ekan, esida bo'lsa agar. To'rtta smoke berib. Wonderful poylab turibdi rampani. Bu yerda Wonderful yo'q, tegmadi. Beat. Wonderful Zortani o'ldirib ketdi. To'g'ri bo'ldi. Beat yana kill topdi. 5 ga 3 Flamus, Magnus va Siren. Ima Flamus o'ldirib ketdi. 5 ga 2 vaziyat. Magnus va Siren 5 ta o'yinchiga qarshi. Ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi bu yerda. Siren Alexi B timingga qaranglar. Timingga qaranglar, lekin Alexi B'ga farqi yo'q. Alexi B 3.5 kda. Hozir yana bitta kill bersa 4 kda bo'ladi Alexi B. Magnus makazi po'lat. Bu 6-raunddan uchun. BB qanisizlar? Chat kimdir BB'ni ko'rdimi? Nima bo'laysiz? Tak. Xullas Navi qo'rqmayapti. Navi Vitality yutgandan keyin. Alixan jigar, bu yerda BB ham Vitality yutgan lekin. Nima logika bilan oy Magic kopiyasi yo'q. Magic nima qotdi atlandi. Bitta qoldi Vitalityga. Da bitta qoldi. Navi Vitality bitta qoldi-ku da. Kimlar bo'lgan o'shanda komandasida Prime'da? almashgan, chunki u yerda Kerba ham bo'lgan. No, atak o'zi aslini kassak. Device, Dupri, Magix, Glaive, Gzipnix. Mana shu. Da, live turret, lekin adashmasam Magix o'rniga ham anu Kerbay bo'lgan edi. Kerbay lekin o'zi ketib olgan, kibrlanib. Nima bo'ladi, Vitality'da ham Astralis jamoasining holatiga tushib qoladimi endilikda? Endi jam bunaqa anu holatga tushmaydi-yu, no. Men bilmadim, u narsani hozir predict berish qiyin-da. Chunki hech kim o'ylamagan to'g'risi Astralis shunaqa jamoa bo'lib qolishini. Вообще slab bo'lib qolishgan ular. Astralis. Smokni navi qilyapti. Navi. Yo, bu proxod, bu stenka, bu navi smoklar. Atak mana bu garaj yopadigan, email yopadigan bu navi emas. Mol осуждаю. Bu yerda hech kim KDga chiqmabdi. Hozir endi chiqadi, ko'rasizlar. Mana ketdi. Makadze, bitta kill bor, Makadze double kill. Oy, main kirish qiyin ham, qiyin. Valera Bitvakhovskiy Boomishni oldirib ketdi. 5-2 vaziyat, Zorta va Siren. Makadze o'ylab turibdi, hozir yotdi Siren. Siren shu yerda, Siren, Makadze, Siren olib ketdi. Va Zorta bitta o'zi 5 tonchiga qarshi, ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi. No, bu yerda 7-raund. Ko'ramiz kim g'olib bo'lishini, bu kabuti Zortada shans bor. Nima neytralman shuni hisobiga shunaqa sharhlashim kerak. Men bor uzr desam, ha. Assalomu alaykum. Assalomu alaykum, va alaykum assalom. Sizmisiz Farid Shonazarov. Charchamasdan ketimiz, hali ko'ramiz. BB top 3 tur o'ynasin. Aka hali endi boshlanyapti o'yin. No, уже 7 ta raund oldi, NAVI. Kechami o'yin bo'ldi, Morisi komandasi comeback qilib. Da, unisida. BB tilki tushib qoldi. Flames'ning kopiyasi ham turibdi. Ikonika bo'lyapti-da. CS:GO Legends Simple Top 1 Prime. Ko'plan Prime shu lekin, da, ko'plar shu insonni Prime hisoblaydi. No, bo'lishi mumkin. Hop, reveal berildi. Ima uni kesib to'g'ri Alexi B bitta kill. Botda 3-2 vaziyat. Bit va Wonderful. Boomich Makazani o'ldirib ketdi. Flashka, yana bitta flashka. Pashga qo'yilgan. Wonderful va Bit 3-2ga qarshi ko'ramiz hozir kim g'olib bo'lishini endi bu raundda. Siren yaqin turibdi bu yerda. Bit smoke berildi. Flashka. Wonderful'dan kill. Boost'dan ketdi bu yerda esa yana bitta kill. Magnoges 1-1 Bitga qarshi. Magnoges yoki Valera bu yerda ulgurmadi. Valera Bit va Xo'ski ulgurmadi, lekin o'ldirganini ko'rdinglarmi? Chat o'ldirganini ko'rdinglarmi? Hozir ketdi, ko'rasizlar. Birinchidan kill bo'lmaydi. Bitta ham kill bo'lmaydi. Bu unchalik kuchli jamoa emas edi. Yana pasti endi, lekin NAVI top 2 edi. U Vitality qo'rqib turgan edi. Vitality hech kimdan qo'rqmagan edi, jigar. BB ham Parvejinga o'xshab pastdan ko'tarilib ketgan jamoada, ko'tarilib kelayotgan. Allohga shukr, rahmat. Yaxshimi? Uydagilar yaxshimi? Tinch yoki o'z qaysi komandaga valid qilyapsiz aka? Men neytralman, o'zi Astralisga multisi qilaman, jigar. Lekin neytralman. Men просто shahvam o'yinni, jigar. Mana ketdi prostrellar, Hayeshka reveal. Bitta smoke berildi. Yaxshigina Flamus Ima olib ketdi. Boomich Alexbin olib ketdi. 5-2 vaziyat. Bit Wonderful va Makadze. Bu yerda Siren Makadzeni olib ketdi. Wonderful va Bit. Ay, prostrel. No, botda menimcha 4-raund BB uchun. Bu save bo'ladi. No, prinsipda 4-raund oldi BB. Hali o'yin tugamadi. Mana endi o'yin qiziydi, chat. Mana endi o'yin qiziydi. Nimaga desanglar, 4-8, sektor 5-7. Bu juda ham zo'r hisob. O'yin hali to'xtamaydi prosta. Chunki BBning ham himoyasi kuchli. comeback bo'lishi mumkin. Yo'q, bu yerda даже nima desam ekan, nuqta 8.4 bu juda ham yaxshi shot. 7.5, 8.4, 9 ham igrabilniy shot. Yomon emas. Hozir lekin Navi 7.5 qilsa, bilmadim bo'lishini. Bu yerda himoya kuchliroq-da. Molotov hammasi berildi. BB'ga agressiya etmayapti. Wonderful open frag topdi. Siren tushib ketdi pastga. Flamus, flashka. Wonderful. O'ylab turibdi. Siren. Ay, Valera. Bu xasbon yana buni. Siren qarab turibdi. Single door bo'tdi. Bumich makasini oldirib ketdi. B hujum kirildi. BB jamoasi B hududga egallagan bo'tdi. Esa davlatdan bitib keldi. Bit pachga qo'yishga berdi lekin. O'ldirgan bo'lsa ham va 3 ga 4 vaziyat. Qo'yishga berildi. Bo'tdi Ima Siren oldirib ketgan. Flamus Alexi B'ni o'ldirmadi. Alexi B prime'da. Alexi B 8.4. Sadece qancha oson ekan? 15 sekund. 15 sekund. Есть кто старше? Toshkentga bon so'rayapti. Farid Shonazarov jigarimiz. Alexi B ko'p yil qildi, yetadi o'sha. Zadeshka ham reglamentda yozilgan bo'ladimi, yoki xohlagancha qo'ysa bo'ladi? Yo'q, zadeshka minimalni bo'ladi. Lekin men kecha kapes bo'ldim comebackdan Monsi komandasidan. Da kecha lekin prям жестко bo'ldim. Men uni ko'rolmadim, no pasar ketdi. Ko'pchilik Toshkentdan yo'q, meni butun O'zbekistondan ko'radiman chiqamni. Butun O'zbekistondan ko'rishadi deydi. Finalda BB Gamer ligasi kim ko'radi? Voy, bilmayman. Kim ko'rsa kerak menimcha. Men qaramasdim agar BB ligasi o'ynasa. Men Navoiy viloyatidan Zarafshon shahardan. Abdushi brat. Bu Meymonisi bu bilan intervyusini ko'rdingizmi? Yo'q, lekin chiqibdi, hozir ko'rishim kerak o'shani. 700 km Toshkentgacha. Nice. İkinchi yarim boshlanish arafasida. Mana bizda ikkinchi yarim boshlandi. BB NAVIga qarshi. Hop, qayeshqa berildi. Smokli. Flashka smok yana bitib berilgan. Chiqqan vaqtda hududga hozirgi vaqtda NAVI o'yinchilari bu yerda bit bilan o'rtasida bu rasmiy qildi. 4-3 vaziyat. Bit Valera yonida informatsiya bor. Bu informatsiya Wonderful Flamusga qarshi duel. Flamus o'ldirib ketdi Wonderfulni 3 ga 3 vaziyat. Buta Zorta Makazini o'ldirib ketdi. Bit bitni o'ldirdi va oxirgi o'yinchi bu Alexi B. Kapitanich. Eshitdi uni. Nima? Nahotki eshitilmadi? No mayli. Ashak berdi-ku axir. Bo'pti. Agar BB Legacy bo'lsa, prosta o'zbay sifatlarini olib o'tiraman. Ta. Ya nimaga? Legacy finalda emas. BB Legacy bo'lishi mumkin 3-o'rinda. Legacy yutqizdi. Finalda Gamer Legion hozir. Yutgan jamoa Gamer Legionga qarshi o'ynaydi finalda, deganlar. Navoiy men yaxshigina bilaman, chunki men o'zim katta qo'rg'ondanman. Katta qo'rg'on, olg'a. Nice, mahsulot qilamiz. Mana qaranglar, Navida pachka bor. 3 ta kill topishgan, 100% force bo'ladi. Mana force round, bitta hero, mana bitta kalash Alexi B Galilni imaga bera oldi, lekin Alexi B'ni o'yini yaxshiroq hozir. 11 ga 5, qaranglar, 11 ga 5 bit, 11 ga 5 Alexi B, 11 ga 6 Wonderful. Alexi B Patoki deydi-yu. Alexi B Patoki. Tak, smoke outside'dan Magnojas. Hoppa, reveal. Hech kimni ko'rishmadi reveal bilan. Tak. Bu yerda qaranglar. O'tib ketishmoqda. Valera hero 2 ga ko'rsatish kerak. Secretni qarab turibdi. Lekin mana shu raundni olsa hozir BB katta ehtimol bilan 7 ni ham oladi-da. Keyingisi eko bo'ladi chunki. Smoke. Nичего себе. Oppa, smoke qaraydi zo'rligini. Makazi mana menga tushdi. Makazi bu yerda esa 3 ta o'yinchi turibdi axir. Bo'mish Siren zo'r kill topishdi. Wonderful bilan razmin qilishdi. Bu yerda Wonderful yana bitta kill. Flamus va Magnojas. Imani joni juda ham kam. Lekin Magnojas o'ldirib ketdi uni. Wonderful pachkani qo'yish kerak. Pachkani qo'ydi. 3 ta kill bor. Wonderful triple kill. Lekin Flamus rasmiy qilib ketdi. No, Navi bu raundni juda yaxshi o'ynadi. Hozir yana bitta force bo'ladi. Hozir qaranglar. Navi jamoasi 4 ta o'yinchini o'ldirib ketdi. BB'nikini. Ularning ekonomikasini anchagina buzgan. KT'ning ekonomikasini buzish juda ham oson. Pachka qo'yishgan. Demak, bularni loss bonus hozir 2400 plus pachka qo'yish uchun yana 600, 3000. Hozir bular yana bitta force qiladi, qarang. Hozir ketdi Barbaza ekonomiko. Agar bitta round yutqizsa bo'lsa приехали. Mana qaranglar, puli yo'q. Puli kam bularni. Вообще puli kam. Force mana, force Navida. Даже force ham qilmayapti nimagadir. 2 KB. Lekin force qilsa bo'lardi. Hero 2 nimaga force qilmayapti? 2 KB. Nima sababdan bilmadim. Hozir ko'ramiz. Magnojas, Hayeshka yaxshigina. Tak, prostrelda ketdi. Smoke. Magnojus. Mana smoke'lar ikkita. Magnojus Wonderful o'ldirdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat bu yerda. Xayesh qilgan reveal. Ibota Ima Zortani o'ldirib ketdi. Tak, Makadze. Magnojusni o'ldirdi. 4 ga 3 vaziyat Bumich. Nima qilar ekan hozir endi ko'ramiz. To'rga 3 vaziyat, ko'pchilik NAVI jamoasi, ammo gam bo'yicha ustunlik haligacha BB'da. Hozir boost o'qirmikan? Timing. Bitta kill bor. Ibotda Flamus 2 sekund ketdi. No, Ima rasmiy qildi teammate'ini. 2-2 vaziyat. Ima va Bit Bumich Sirenga qarshi. Ko'p qolishdi bo'tdi Sirenga yaxshigina headshot tushib keldi. Mana Valera. Mayli video ketdi. Bumi chiqaverdi o'ynaydimi? Ko'rib qolishdi. Valera Bumishni o'qidi va bu 9-raund NAVI uchun. Ekonomika singan BB'da. Hozir force qiladi, keyingisida eko qiladi. Katta ehtimol bilan agarda hozir ekodagi force round olmasa BB jamoasi, bu уже map point NAVI'ga. 11-9 bo'ladi, tashlang. Ibotda mana hozir Magnojus Bumich. Cheshka bilan da, force qilishda keyingisida eko bo'ladi. Iloji yo'q Makadzega. Shot deydi, Makadze o'lib ketdi. Zorti open frag topdi jamoasiga. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Ko'rib turganimizdek. Pumich qaranglar, MK otdi hali outside'da. Ovosi bo'ladi deb o'ylayman. 4 o'yinchi lobida. Magnojus sekin mana chiqib keldi. Bu yerda Valera, Bit va Xovskiy qabul qilish kerak. Tashlang Magnojus. Smoke berildi Squidga. Ima bitta kill bor. Imadan Siren bitta kill berdi. Ima double kill. Zortidan kill topildi. Wonderful rasmiy qildi. 2-2 vaziyat. Smoke mainga berildi yaxshigina. Smoke Davidsga, Alexi B. Yo'q, Molotov tushmadi Heavenga tushmadi. Bo'tda esa Bumish turibdi Cheshka bilan. Cheshka yaqin kuchli bo'tda esa Wonderful Flamusni o'ldirib ketdi va bo'ldi. Informatsiya bor. Bumish xattaligi Flamusga o'lish mumkin emas edi va 2 ga 1 retake. Bumish defisketi yo'q. Outside'da MK yotibdi. Ko'rdimi Bumish? Ko'rdi. Retake qiladimi? Da неужели? Qani ko'ramiz. Zorti boshida Makazani o'ldirgandi. Mashinka chiqib qo'ygan edi. Nahotki Mashinka round beradi. Yo'q. Headshot deydi, ammo o'ldira olmadi va bu 10-raund NAVI jamoasi uchun. BB yutib ketsa kerak bu kartani. KTda ancha kuchligini Vitality bilan o'yinga ko'rgandik. Filiperus xush kelibsiz aka. Assalomu alaykum. Qiyin jigar. O'zini qiyinchiliklari bor. Bu kartani yutishni mana hozir endi full ekim aytganimdek, o'sha xuddi o'sha ssenariy bo'lyapti. O'sha bay yutqizishdi, keyin force qilishdi, mana eko bundan keyin o'sha full bay bo'ladi. Bumich Zez bilan turibdi. Let's go NAVI deyapti. Bit motor berildi, Flamus yonib ketmoqda Payson bilan. Endi iloji bo'lsa BB jamoasi yaqin masofada o'ynash kerak. Bo'lmasa qiyin. Makadze Magnojus o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 5 vaziyat. Bitta Ima poylab turibdi. Bumich Alexibini o'ldirib ketdi. 4 ga 4 vaziyat endi. Ima Makadze, Wonderful va Bit 4 o'yinchiga qarshi. Nima qilishar ekan endi hozir ko'ramiz. Iymi? Makazi seri nima bo'lib ketdi? Iymi? Bumich Zorte poylab turibdi. Wonderful Zorteni o'ldirib ketdi. 4-2 vaziyat. Molotov berildi. Flamos. Nima qilar ekan hozir endi ko'ramiz. Flamos. Yo'q, o'qishdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi bu Bumich. Bumich bitta o'zi 4 o'yinchiga qarshi. Bu 11-raund NAVI uchun. Da 11 oldi va hisob 11-6. Bumich hozir exit frag topishga harakat qiladi, egani save qilish kerak. Mana hozir BBda bay bo'ladi, agar shu bay ham berib qo'ysa o'yin tugaydi. Mana endi bay bo'ladi. Eng qizig'i menimcha Zortida AWPga puli yo'q. Alexi B mana bu shunga o'xshyapti deydi. Qani bu shunga ko'rinmadi yaxshi. Shokdi. Nima deyapti bu? Nima? Wow. Mana BBdan timeout. Hozir qaranglar. BB tushunib o'tiribdi. Bumich bularga tushuntirib berish kerak edi. Tanga gapiryapti. Mana shu raund usha olmasa qiyin. Hozir bo'ladi bay bo'ladi-da. Imashi bay berib qo'ysa katta ehtimol bilan bu o'yin tugaydi. Xato qilish mumkin emas ashi boshqacha. Minimum 3 ta raund olib xato qilish mumkin deb o'ylayman-da. Ekonomikani tiklab olish kerak. Boshida ham yaxshi olish tartibni ko'rdinglar-ku. Kamchilikda tam ko'p o'yinchilar o'lib ketdi, ekonomika buzilgan hisobiga NAVI shunaqa oldinga chiqib qoldi. KTN ekonomikasini buzish juda ham oson, bilasizlar bu narsani. Mana Makadze bilan Alexi kelisha olmayapti nimagadir. И 18-raund boshlandi. Ko'rib turganimizdek. Hoppa, Molotov. Wonderful. Molotov berildi. Xayeshka yaxshigina. Tak. Flamos. Wonderful qo'lab turibdi uni hozirgi vaqtda. Wonderful. Nima qilar ekan hozir endi ko'ramiz. Bu yerda Wonderful Flamosni o'ldirib ketdi. 4-5 vaziyat. Mana endi ko'ramiz nima bo'lishini. Open frag bor. NAVI jamoasida kamchilikda hozir BB. Smoke berildi hozirgi vaqtda Squidga. Main yopildi. Makadze flashka, yana bitta flashka. Garajdagi o'yinchi o'qiladimi? O'qilmadi. O'qildi. Makadze Zotini o'ldirib ketdi. 3-5 vaziyat. Ayyo, menimcha bu 12-raund emas. Agar hozir BB bir amallab yuta olmasa, mana shu raundda bu GG bo'ladi. Topish kerak. GG. GG VP, aziz tomoshabinlar. Makadze solo NAVI jamoasi grand finalga yo'l oladi deb o'ylayman. Atlanta yoki Astana yoki Atlanta qaysi turnir qiziqroq bo'lyapti, nima deysiz? Menimcha PGL kutilganidan ham ancha zo'ryapti. Po faktu PGLda kuchliroq jamoalar ko'p, просто top 2 top 1 jamoa bu keldi. Oppa, Vandoga tot push qilishdi. Agressivniy raund BBdan, xo'p, agressiya ishladi. Hozircha lekin 4-3 vaziyat. Ko'pchilik bor ularda, mana smoke berildi. Bu yerda Ima double kill. Zorte Makazini o'ldirib ketdi. Alexi B joni juda ham kam, no kill topishdi va bu GGVP NAVI jamoasi grand finalga yo'l oldi. Ular Gamer Legionga qarshi o'ynaydi. BB esa turnirni tark etgani yo'q, ular esa 3-o'rin uchun o'ynashadi. Ular jamoasiga qarshi. Qarang, Astonada Bubble jamoada ko'proq, просто NAVI top 2 o'ygani uchun, Vitalik top bo'lgani uchun shunisi bilan Aymatland ozgina qiziqdi. Haqiqatanki Aymatlandning qiziq tarafi, kutilmagan tarafi, hamma shok kutishgan tarafi to, что NAVI jamoasi Vitalikni yutgani. Katta ehtimol bilan NAVI chempion bo'lsa kerak. Men ishonmayman, что Gamer Legion NAVIni yuta oladi. Best of 5 o'yinda. Menimcha NAVI chempion bo'lsa kerak, BB 3-o'rinni oladi. Gamer Legion top 2, top 4 Legacy. Shunaqa predict bo'ldi. Endi bu match Big Ente jigar harakat qildi. IGL NAVIni, legendar NAVIni IGL o'zini jamoasini yutamadi. No, Vitalitni yutdi. Yaxshi, yomon emas. Tabriklaymiz. NAVI jamoasini yutib bilan BBga omad tilab qolamiz. Nima deymiz? BBga GB da Gabrielajon. Falcon Spirit kim yutadi? Bilmadim aka. Men bu o'yinlarga predict berish niyatim yo'q, chunki men boshida ham aytdim, menga shunaqa savol berishgan edi. Falcon, Spirit, Furia uchalasi orasida o'ynaydi-yu. Bugun o'yin, masalan, mana bugun o'ynasa, bittasi uchishi mumkin, ertaga o'ynasa, ikkinchisi uchishi mumkin, orasida o'ynasa. Bu o'yinlarda tushun bo'lmaydi. Bu o'yinda o'zchamda turadi, analitika qiladi. Yo'q, hozir bu formasi yaxshi, bu formasi yaxshi. Bu hamma gaplar birinchi raunddan oldin, birinchi raundgacha. Birinchi raund boshlandi, hamma analitika, hamma favorit uxladi, yetib keldi hammasi. Bo'ldi. Men bu yerda uni qila olmayman. Muhammadjon Ruzmetov stream uchun rahmat. Akajon, sizga rahmat qilganingiz uchun. Stream yoqdi degan umiddaman. Xo'p, chat. Xudo xolasa bugun tak nechida bo'lar ekan o'yin? Hozir bitta qaraychi, 3-o'rin uchun. Xo'p, bugun 17:45 da 7:30 da stream yoqaman. Legacy BBga qarshi o'ynaydi. Keyin undan keyin biz Best of 5 finalni ko'ramiz. NAVI Gamer Legionga qarshi. Shunga like'lar bosib qo'yamiz, bolalar, obuna bo'lib qo'yamiz. Va Telegram kanaliga o'tib olamiz. O'shda hamma yangiliklar bor. Telegram mana tashlab qo'ydim. O'zim MPG stream qilmayapsiz, men nega ketmadingiz bolalar bilan Astonaga? Sliperos brat, men o'zi boshim kerak edi, sog'lig'im sababi deb men Toshkentda qolishga majbur bo'ldim. Shuni hisobiga meni o'rniga meni ustozim borgan. Vot, shunga men mana shu turnir stream qilaman akalar. Shunaqa. Xullas, charchamanglar, sog' bo'linglar ertagacha. Точнее, bugungacha o'sha. Hammaga stream uchun rahmat. Aktiv bo'lganligiga hammasiga rahmat.